an armored car vanished during a routine stop. Carrying nearly $1 million, it was supposed to be impenetrable. Investigators didn't know if the driver was involved or if he had been ambushed. FBI agents and local detectives began to suspect a group of former law officers in the heist. It would take determination and high technology to track the robbers and make them pay for their silent strike.
Money may not be the root of all evil, but for some men, $1 million is enough to justify murder. Even men sworn to uphold the law can sometimes be tempted. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. When robbery turned to murder, the FBI would discover that a killer might be among them.
The Arrowhead Mall, Glendale, Arizona, November 28, 1994. At 1:30 p.m., a van pulled up outside a department store at the mall. It was an unmarked, fully armored Wells Fargo vehicle. Several companies use these customized vans since they are less conspicuous targets for robbery. Following company protocol, the driver remained inside the van while the courier went to pick up cash from the store. The van was bulletproof, and its doors could not be forced open from the outside.
Available 143 with comments and make a solo for the rest of the day.
Inside the department store office, the courier exchanged empty bags for those filled with the weekend's receipts. It was the Monday after Thanksgiving. The cash pickup followed the busiest shopping weekend of the year.
Just to clarify, we're upgrading to yellow.
When the courier returned to the parking lot minutes later,
heaths.
the armored van and the driver were gone. He notified police immediately. The 911 call came to the Glendale, Arizona Police Department. They dispatched units to the scene and sent word to the FBI. The nearest FBI field office is in Phoenix, 20 miles from the mall. Because the money in the van was federally insured, the FBI opened the case.
7902-7902.
Agents headed out to the scene. Glendale detectives arrived at the mall first.
Boat.
They began interviewing the courier. He said he had been gone only 4 minutes when he discovered the van and his partner, John McGosh, had disappeared. The courier estimated the amount of cash, checks, and coins in the van to be just over $1 million.
Go ahead.
Detectives interviewed others at the mall.
Where are your vehicles for?
None reported seeing or hearing anything unusual.
652.
FBI agents soon arrived from Phoenix. Evidence technicians had processed the area. Where the van had been parked, they found a cigarette butt and a pair of broken eyeglasses.
Peters is the guy that was his partner.
The courier confirmed that his partner was a smoker and said the glasses looked like those McGosh needed when he drove.
Use 1420 at 3010 airline, 3010 airline, Europe, 31.
The technicians collected and marked the items as evidence.
Squad 4 respond. Truck 4 has service.
David 44 to David
Detective
48.
Tom Clayton is a senior investigator for the Glendale Police Department.
On the 211 temple. And I think the first thought when we saw the van missing was the driver took off with the money and was going to leave town. We also considered somebody could have robbed him. With the glasses laying there, we weren't sure if it's, was it a setup or did something really happen. We explored every possibility we could think of.
Okay, the van was
Supervisory Special Agent Stephen Chenoweth, now retired, was the lead for the FBI.
in increments going outward, so how do you think best to do that?
The investigators organized a search for the van and its driver, believing that whoever took the van would abandon it soon in favor of a getaway car. They dispatched some officers to begin a ground search around the mall.
Yes. What was the address of that home?
Pilots from the Arizona Department of Public Safety conducted an aerial search.
Yes, brother.
The DPS officers began at the mall, then widened their search in concentric circles, looking for the van in the surrounding neighborhoods. Whenever they spotted a white van, they radioed ground units to follow up. Special Agent Chenoweth and the others knew most armored car robberies are inside jobs or armed ambushes. Witnesses hadn't heard shooting. Perhaps the driver had decided to trade his hourly wage for $1 million.
And certainly the van is supposed to be locked and the driver inside, and therefore inaccessible. The fact that the van is missing would lead us to initially at least think about the possibility of the guard driver being involved.
Investigators sought more information on the missing driver.
We investigated John McGosh. First off, we started running his name in the computer to see if we could find any arrests or if he had a criminal history. We started to the Wells Fargo file, his employment file, looking for relatives, friends, where he lived.
After securing a search warrant, investigators traveled to his apartment. His landlady let them in. The investigators were looking for evidence that McGosh had planned the robbery. The apartment appeared undisturbed. Nothing indicated he had planned the robbery or that he was ready to leave town.
Do you know who this is?
Yes.
Charlie 120, Charlie 150, back up.
Detectives learned that McGosh had a daughter living nearby in Phoenix.
Live here? All right. Does she live here?
Copy. Checking.
Determining her address through DMV records, they went to interview her.
Glendale Police. Detective Myers, Detective Clayton. Can I talk to you for just a moment?
McGosh's daughter described her father as honest and stable.
Who he might contact other than yourself?
He took his job seriously. Police found others who said the same. McGosh had no criminal record.
Well, right now, your father and your
Detectives began to consider the 61-year-old grandfather not as a suspect, but as a victim.
Maybe able to locate him or something.
John McGosh had a good reputation. We talked to family, friends, relatives, co-workers. He was a person that did not have a lot of requirements in life. Money wasn't a big concern. Based on the background we did on him, we didn't believe he was going to be involved in the crime.
With McGosh eliminated as a suspect, the investigators were back to square one. They needed the public's help.
And certainly when you don't have eyewitnesses, you try and put as much information out in the form of press releases, newspaper articles, things of this nature, in hopes that it would reach somebody that maybe saw something that otherwise had not heard about it.
That afternoon, the FBI and Glendale Police held a press conference.
I want to give you an update on bank heist outside the mall earlier.
do know.
They released photos and descriptions of the missing van and driver.
As of yet, we have very little.
Anyone who had seen John McGosh or the Wells Fargo van was asked to contact the FBI.
Investigation without assistance.
A reward of $60,000 was posted for any tip leading to the recovery of the money and the conviction of those involved.
Anyone who may know where the van is at this point.
Hours later, a 911 call came in from a church in Sun City, Arizona, just outside Glendale. The caller reported a van idling in the church's parking lot. Parishioners arriving for a Monday night bingo game noticed the van, which fit the description in the news reports. License plates and serial numbers confirmed it was the van missing from the mall. Investigators approached cautiously, not knowing who or what was inside.
I made contact with Daniel from AMD maintenance. He said he would pump up the fuel.
No one was in the driver's seat, but investigators could see the outline of a body on the floor.
Show me working on duty for RTA.
They tried to open the van, but the armored vehicle was impenetrable, even to the agents.
The engine was going, it was locked, and a cursory examination initially of the inside disclosed the body lying in the center. In order to gain access to the van, of course, we had to call the armored car company.
No one at the church had seen who left the van or what vehicle they used to get away. Checking the body through the window, police could see blood on the chest near a Wells Fargo badge.
182.
There was no sign of breathing. Authorities believed John McGosh had been killed during the robbery. There were no bullet marks on the van's exterior, no broken glass, and no sign of forced entry at the doors. Whoever had hit the van knew what they were doing.
An armored car robbery is a pretty sophisticated crime, and it takes a lot of detailed planning. And so we knew after finding the van and finding the body that we were up against probably some people who had thought this out very well, planned it extensively, and certainly would not stop at murder in carrying this out.
Investigators needed to get inside the van to know what happened. On November 28, 1994, the FBI and Glendale, Arizona police investigated an armored van hijacked from a mall and abandoned in a church parking lot in nearby Sun City.
Parking.
The driver, 61-year-old John McGosh, lay dead in the cab. He had been shot once in the head, but his death was not instantaneous. Technicians noted aspirated blood spatter, indicating McGosh had continued breathing after being shot. Technicians lifted many latent prints from money cabinets in the van's interior. These would be compared to known prints of employees. No foreign prints were found. No hairs or fibers pointed toward a suspect either. Inside the van, investigators found $132,000 in coins. The cash and checks, estimated at $920,000, were gone. The details of the crime suggested that there had been several violent criminals, according to Special Agent Stephen Chenoweth.
After looking at the van, we knew that we were probably dealing with certainly more than one person, because this would be very difficult for one person to accomplish. So we knew we were looking probably at least two or more, and very vicious and violent people who certainly would not stop at anything in order to obtain their goals, which was the money located inside the van.
To Glendale Detective Tom Clayton, the placement of the van outside Glendale city limits spoke to the
Detected
criminal's
surveillance.
understanding
Detective.
of police procedure.
Detected Bope. Detected surveillance.
We believed they dumped the van in Sun City
Detected
to
surveillance.
get it out of our jurisdiction into another one, to complicate the investigation and communication of police agencies, maybe hoping we would not be able to link the two things together right away.
During the autopsy of the armored car driver, the medical examiner retrieved several small bullet fragments from the left side of the victim's head.
Sly.
The fragments were too damaged to determine the make of the murder
Snails.
weapon. It seemed like a small caliber, perhaps a .22. The medical examiner found no powder burns on the victim's head.
Belitho.
This meant he had been shot from a distance. Magash's partner said the driver often smoked a cigarette while waiting in the van. Though it was against company policy, he usually opened his door to let the smoke out.
Detected Bope.
Investigators believed the killers knew this and shot him when he opened the door. Because of his experience tracking down elusive criminals, now retired FBI Special Agent Ron Myers was transferred from the Fugitive Task Force to work the case. From the beginning, he knew they were not hunting amateurs.
One of the things they did that made us think that they were professionals was the manner in which they did the robbery. They picked an isolated part of the shopping center where not many people parked, where there wouldn't be many witnesses. They drove through the type of neighborhoods where there weren't many people out during the day, and they picked an empty parking lot of a church that had no one at it during the day. Go right in here, sir.
Investigators received dozens of calls to their tip line. One witness came forward, claiming to have some information that might be helpful. He said he had seen a white van quickly leaving the mall at the time in question. A red pickup truck followed, not far behind. But he wasn't sure if the two vehicles were together. Investigators were frustrated that no one saw the actual ambush at the mall.
We couldn't find any eyewitnesses. And when you don't really know what happened, or you don't have somebody that can tell you what maybe transpired with the van, it's a mystery.
With no other solid leads, investigators canvassed the neighborhoods between the mall and the church. Perhaps someone there had witnessed something.
They almost got ran over.
Edward Morgan, a resident of Sun City, recalled that he had seen the van. On the afternoon of November 28th, Mr. Morgan was returning from the post office when he noticed the van.
And Mr. Morgan stopped because he thought they weren't going to stop for the stop sign and was afraid he'd be hit. At that time, he noticed the white van with this red truck shortly behind it, both speeding through the intersection and driving off. And he thought that was kind of unusual, not only the way they were driving, but the way that the red truck seemed to be following the white van.
I think they were doing...
Mr. Morgan couldn't recall details of license plates or the face of the van's passenger.
But I saw the fact.
Desperate for a break, investigators wanted to place him under hypnosis to jog his memory.
10-4.
Morgan agreed to travel to Texas with the investigators.
Mr. Morgan,
There they met with a forensic hypnotist. Perhaps under hypnosis, the witness could remember more details about the incident. Statements made under hypnosis cannot be used in court, but some police agencies find it to be a helpful investigative tool. Under hypnosis, Morgan returned to the events of November 28th. He recalled the white van and the man in the passenger seat. Investigators now believe there were at least 3 people involved in the heist, 2 in the van and 1 in the red truck. When asked about the truck's license plate, Morgan was able to remember a portion.
237. Very good.
It wasn't much, but it gave investigators a start.
We had to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles to run all combinations of those license numbers, and that produced several hundred possible vehicles because Arizona does not have color on their motor vehicle registration. So we knew we were looking for a particular type of truck, but from looking at the motor vehicle registrations, we didn't know what color they were on the registration, which meant we had to do interviews of everybody on the list.
Investigators eventually tracked down hundreds of truck owners. Each was interviewed, but no suspect emerged. With his refreshed memory of the van's passenger, Morgan worked with a police sketch artist. There was no guarantee that the details recalled through hypnosis were accurate, but authorities were ready to try almost anything.
Yes.
The FBI released the drawing to the media.
For nearly a month now, police and FBI have continued looking for suspects in the silver armored...
The FBI and Glendale, Arizona police believed 3 men were involved in the robbery homicide. Yet as the end of
Detected
1994
Boss.
approached, they still
Homicide.
didn't have suspects. It began to look like the killers might never be found.
Martha, do you have the TV on?
But the investigators did not know that the suspect in the composite sketch had been recognized.
Can you call me back? Call me back in like 10 minutes.
By December of 1994, a month after the deadly hijacking of an armored car in Glendale, Arizona, the investigation had stalled. Investigators believed at least 3 people pulled off the heist. They had a composite sketch of one and little else.
She's just walking me.
Then, on December 31st, the investigators received a call. A Mesa, Arizona detective had been told that a local woman had information about the crime.
Find out, we'll be in touch. Okay, thanks.
A background check showed that the woman had a suspended license. This would make it easy to bring her in for questioning without arousing suspicions. The FBI asked local law enforcement to pick her up on the suspended license charge.
We understand that you were driving under...
The investigators asked the woman if she knew anything about the armored car robbery in Glendale. She claimed that she didn't have any real information, but she knew someone who did.
We talked on the phone just a few days ago.
Could you write it down for us?
She told investigators that her friend, Judy Espinoza, had talked to her after the news reports of the robbery.
Looks just like him.
Espinoza suspected that her boyfriend might have been involved.
Are you watching it? Right. Right, they're saying he might be connected with the armored car.
The woman told the investigators where Espinoza worked. The investigators spoke with Espinoza.
313 Delta.
Good afternoon, Miss Espinoza.
They asked her about the robbery, reminding her that interfering with a federal investigation was itself a crime. She agreed to answer their questions. She explained that her boyfriend, James Greenham, who went by the nickname Yoda, had asked her what she would do if he held up an armored car and suddenly had a lot of money. She told FBI Special Agent Ron Myers that Greenham sometimes worked as a bounty hunter and was usually broke.
Jim never had a dime, but the day of the robbery, he came home that night, told her he had to kill somebody, and he had plenty of cash on his person. She told us that Jim did his bounty hunting with a guy named Tim Ring, and that she had been over to Tim Ring's house and noticed several new all-terrain vehicles, jet skis, a new motorcycle, and Tim had made a comment about how she'd never know how much money was in that garage.
The information was good, but it was only hearsay. Investigators needed more solid evidence. Espinosa had kept several rolls of coins that Greenham had given her. The wrappers were consistent with those used by merchants on the armored van's route. More than a month after the crime, the investigators finally had names. They looked into the two suspects' backgrounds. FBI Special Agent Stephen Chenoweth was familiar with the name of one of the men. Tim Ring had been used as an informant in other FBI cases.
We had paid him for some information that he had furnished us in the past, and you know, in order for us to get information from informants, you aren't dealing with priests and with you know good people. You're dealing with bad guys out there, and Ring's a bad guy.
And when you're ready, focused, squeeze the trigger.
Tim Ring and James Greenham had worked as prison guards in Phoenix and now worked bounty hunter jobs together.
Front sight or through the crosshairs.
Both had many hours of firearms training.
Any questions? Okay, Joan.
Ring was an expert marksman.
Fire when ready.
Pursuing bounty hunters would be dangerous.
The fact that these suspects had law enforcement training in their background made the case pretty difficult. For one, they would be schooled in surveillance techniques. If they were looking for somebody following them, they'd know what to look for. They'd know what to expect anybody following them to do. So we had to be very cautious when we were following them around.
The FBI and Glendale police began 24-hour ground and air surveillance. They had to be covert.
You know, if they're looking for air surveillance, they're looking up, you know. Well, we're way over here because we can't see anything if we're right up here. So we're way over here, way over here.
The agents wanted to see how the pair earned money and how much they spent.
At the time that we were following Mr. Greenham and Mr. Ring around, neither one was gainfully employed that we could tell. They had no income coming in from any legitimate sources, yet we observed them spending a lot of money.
Ring overhauled his truck and Greenham got a new apartment. Both bought motorcycles. Agents tracked their purchases. It seemed the suspects did not exceed a certain level in order to avoid the attention of the Internal Revenue Service.
Okay.
And they always seemed to be careful whenever they spent their money to stay under the $10,000 limit, knowing that if they spent more than that in cash, the expenditure would be reported by the businesses to the IRS.
Investigators continued tailing Ring and Greenham, building a list of associates. They photographed everyone the suspects met. They still didn't know who the third partner was. Glendale detective Tom Clayton hoped surveillance would spot the three meeting somewhere.
We would watch them go to restaurants where they would meet. We would see them go to strip clubs where they met a couple dancers that they knew.
Everywhere they went, the suspects spent a lot of cash, unaware that investigators were watching. Circumstantial evidence linked them to the robbery and homicide.
Homicided.
But the FBI and Glendale police still didn't know exactly what had happened and who else was involved. Somehow, the investigators had to get inside the bounty hunter's shadowy world.
3033 South Ford, Brandon, calling it in.
Rescue 1, we're off the water.
As the FBI and Glendale, Arizona police continued to investigate
Detected
a deadly
boat.
armored car heist,
FBI.
they got a tip from an associate of their two main suspects. Bounty hunter Michael Sanders said that he had cased armored cars with two other men. He believed those men did the Glendale hit without him. Angry at being cut out of the deal, he decided to talk. He gave FBI Special Agent Ron Myers a lead on the third perpetrator.
Custody 1145.
Sanders came forward to tell us that he thought that Tim Ring and Jim Greenham were involved in this armored car robbery, and that an ex-Phoenix police officer named Fergie, who worked for a camera shop in the Paradise Valley Mall, might be the third man.
Investigators needed to identify Fergie.
So what we're going to do is
They reviewed their case
set up on
photos.
tonight, try to take some pictures and get watch for that guy there too.
Surveillance teams had watched Ring and Greenham meeting with a bearded man who drove a Camaro. The car was registered to William Ferguson.
Money and then
Since Sanders said Fergie was an ex-cop, Glendale Detective Tom Clayton checked the personnel records of the Phoenix Police Department.
as we investigated William Ferguson's background, we found he retired at 20 years from the Phoenix Police Department, and his retirement was precipitated by some disciplinary problems.
Investigators began surveillance on Ferguson. They saw that the ex-cop met often with the other suspects and was also spending a lot of cash. Agents believed they had identified the three men responsible for the robbery and murder.
The investigation was affected by the three suspects having law enforcement training because we knew that they were going to cover evidence, and they were also known to have firearms training, which made them dangerous to the surveillance officers.
And we'll be pulling into the storage place, copy of paper tag, 29 Henry, 991
Detectives and agents needed evidence linking the men to the crime. During surveillance, they began trash pulls, confiscating trash bags from the suspects in the hopes that some clues might surface. FBI technicians examined the trash. In rings, they found several 3x5 index cards. Each card had notes detailing armored car routes. Analysis confirmed the handwriting was Ring's.
Copy, Drew.
But investigators needed more. They wanted tapes of the suspects discussing the crime.
Audible alarm at Cato.
All three men had keys to James Greenham's apartment. FBI Special Agent Stephen Chenoweth believed they used the apartment as headquarters.
Timothy Ring was married, had a wife, children, and I think the likelihood of discussions occurring in regards to this armored car robbery at his house were somewhat remote. But we felt that they were occurring at Greenham's residence, so that was the impetus for which we decided to go ahead and proceed and place a listening device inside the apartment of
Detected
Greenham.
Boat. Listening.
Special Agent
Listening.
Myers was part of the team that entered the apartment to place the bug.
When we opened the door to go in, an alarm went off immediately, at which point we shut the door and exited the area. We had to come back at a later time with an expert in alarms, and when we went in the door that time, we learned that it was just a real simple motion detector sitting on top of the refrigerator, and all we had to do was just flip the off switch. Wasn't anything sophisticated at all.
Unit 2 dock report.
While the team was inside Greenham's apartment, the detective surveilling Tim Ring saw him leave his house. Ring owned a red truck like the one reportedly seen following the van. The detective trailed behind Ring. After a few turns, he realized where the suspect was headed. Agents were still in the apartment.
Auto 921 for testing 3828 Starlight, 3828 Starlight.
Tim Ring was headed that way.
2014, work on fire dispatch.
Ring often went to Greenham's place, even when Greenham was out. If he went to the apartment, he would interrupt the planting of the bug.
His license is under suspension. Then run his plate.
The team inside needed more time.
I'll pull him over and hold him until you get her.
The detective called in a uniformed officer to stop Ring for speeding. Anything to delay the suspect.
Detected both. M.
Good evening, sir. What's the problem?
The officer lectured Ring on the dangers of speeding. Detectives wanted to keep him busy while the team finished at the apartment.
Let's go, gang. They're on their way over. Okay, put everything away. Let's get this thing back.
They made it out just before Ring arrived.
Some notices of direction.
Investigators also tapped the home and cellular phones of the two other suspects. To get them talking, Supervisory Special Agent Stephen Chenoweth released false information about the case.
We decided to make a press release talking about the investigation, which we thought when they would hear would certainly generate some telephone conversations and other discussions amongst these three suspects. And it did have its desired effect in that they did talk about the information that we released and how accurate they thought it was, and whether or not we were on the right trail, and whether or not they thought we were getting close to them.
Everything's wrong.
As the suspects talked, the investigators listened.
We didn't get an actual confession where they said, I did the armored car robbery. What we got were several conversations among themselves about different aspects of the case. They would always listen to the news, follow any printed reports or follow any television stories, and as soon as anything would appear on TV, they'd call each other.
Detected
and they'd
car.
make comments like, well, this isn't
Television.
the way it happened. You know, they'll never find
Detected
that license
truck.
plate.
Detected surveillance.
The evidence against the suspects was building,
Seen Judy lately?
but prosecutors wanted more direct statements about the crime before they ordered arrests. Investigators provoked the suspects one more time.
Detected truck. Truck.
A Glendale detective went
Detected
to James Greenham's
boat.
apartment when the suspect was out.
Route 10 to base. Can I get a private line?
On the door, he left his business card with the note, Lead 173.
1:30, I'm arriving. Be advised on the spot.
Investigators watched Greenham's response to the card. He knew what the note meant. The authorities considered him a lead. Greenham became distraught. He sped away from his apartment, calling Tim Ring on his cell phone.
Detected both.
Agents kept watch from an airplane and listened in on the phone taps.
Yeah, Tim, man.
Listen.
Greenham drove out into the desert before stopping.
Business card in my door.
Animal cruelty.
Look, man, I ain't got nothing on you. Don't worry about it.
Ring tried to calm Greenham down, promising that the authorities had nothing on them.
Don't worry about it.
But Greenham said he was scared.
I can't do this anymore.
He even threatened to commit suicide. Finally, Ring talked Greenham down, convincing him the authorities were not onto them.
If I see one more cop,
Greenham said that if another cop contacted him, he was going to bury the money. It seemed a direct reference to the crime.
I think I guess the dog got loose and went after other dogs.
The investigators felt they finally had enough evidence.
Continuing search northbound.
They sent units to arrest Greenham and Ferguson.
Jim Greenham was arrested by one team. William Ferguson was arrested by another and attempted to resist arrest but was quickly subdued. Tim Ring was lured down to the FBI office on the premise of looking at some photographs because Ring had previously offered to help the FBI try to find who these people were, which we believe was an effort on his part to try and find out what we knew.
The FBI agent who had previously used Ring as an informant called the suspect. Ring agreed to come in. On February 16, 1995, Tim Ring arrived at the Phoenix FBI field office. Undercover agents were waiting for him in the lobby. They believed he would not be armed at the FBI office, but they couldn't be positive. To ensure their safety, they needed to surprise him.
We had two big burly
Detected
defensive
truck.
tactics instructors,
Prison.
one of which was a guy with 25 years of martial arts expertise who came up and blocked him in the head and knocked him down like a sack of potatoes before he knew what he was doing.
All three suspects were off the streets. Now investigators needed physical evidence to make sure the prosecutions were successful. On February 16, 1995, after arresting 3 men for an armored car robbery and murder, FBI agents and Glendale, Arizona detectives searched the suspects' residences. At the house of Tim Ring, suspected leader of the three, they found important evidence. Investigators recovered a note marked with the initials F, Y, and T. Each initial had a number beneath.
like serial numbers from
The numbers added up to the amount of cash taken from the armored car. Agents believed F stood for Fergie, Y for Greenham's nickname Yoda, and T for Tim. It was the worksheet the three used to divide the money. In the garage, investigators found a red pickup truck that resembled the vehicle seen by witness Edward Morgan in Sun City. The license plate number, however, did not match the ones Morgan recalled under forensic hypnosis. Ring kept several weapons and plenty of ammunition at his house.
Weapons.
Give me the location one more time. I didn't get the
In a duffel bag, agents also recovered $270,000
Detected
in cash.
boat. Agents.
Another $64,000 was found
Let's
in
get it all in a
Ferguson's
stack.
house.
We need to count all of it.
Nearly
Detected
$600,000 in cash had been stolen. Noting the
Detected
money spent
boat.
by the suspects, investigators found that about $100,000 was unaccounted for. The case against the three suspects seemed solid. FBI Special Agent Ron Myers hoped the evidence might get one of them to roll.
We finally got first-hand information about this crime when Jim Greenham decided to cooperate. Jim Greenham was the only one of the three of them that showed any remorse about what they had done, about how they had killed this driver. Jim decided to cooperate. He told us what happened. He told us all the parts that these individuals played in the robbery.
Greenham met with the investigators and explained that the planning started in the fall of 1994.
First, not just watched. When
Tim Ring had the idea to hit an armored car.
I wasn't crazy about the fact that he was going to kill him.
What were you planning to
So
do?
they began to case Wells Fargo vehicles. They drove around Glendale, following different trucks and vans on their routes. Then they zeroed in on the van driven by John McGosh, tailing it for days.
They managed to observe this one particular armored car making several stops, and they noticed that every time the messenger would get out to make a delivery, the driver would open the door about 8 inches to smoke and blow the smoke out the side of the door. They observed the driver at several stops, and they noticed this one particular stop on the back side of a shopping center, and noticed that he always parked in the same position.
On November 28, 1994, the Monday after Thanksgiving, a day they were sure a lot of money would be in the van, they were ready to strike. James Greenham and William Ferguson waited unnoticed by the store. They watched until the courier was out of sight. As if on schedule, McGosh opened the door to smoke. Tim Ring was parked 50 feet away, a stolen license plate on his truck. The expert marksman had a silencer on his .22 caliber rifle, so no one would hear the shot. He aimed through the opening and fired once. The force must have knocked McGosh's glasses to the ground. With the driver down, the van was unprotected. No one noticed the vehicle's speed.
Heath don't know the hoe.
They drove to the church parking lot. It would be empty at that time of day. They transferred the money and checks to the pickup. They knew authorities would be searching for the van.
321, can you be out 400 industrial?
They left most of the coins and went to destroy the checks and other evidence, according to Detective Tom Clayton.
They loaded the money into Tim Ring's truck and drove out in the desert where they separated the money, changed clothes, and burned all the evidence.
Buried the license plate.
Greenham said they buried the burned evidence and stolen license plate in the desert.
And you can take us to where the plates are buried?
Yeah.
Special Agent Stephen Chenoweth wondered if it was the plate witnessed by Edward Morgan.
We went out there and actually found the location and then dug it up and found that the 3 numbers actually on the plate did in fact match those that were given to us by Mr. Morgan. So he was actually right on his information.
James Greenham pled guilty to second-degree murder and armed robbery and is serving 27.5 years.
Peggy?
William Ferguson pled guilty to armed robbery and accessory after the fact and is doing 17 years. On December 6, 1996, Tim Ring was found guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and burglary.
Any time that you have somebody actually assassinate a driver like this, it's a very heinous crime, and you certainly want to expend all of your resources in an effort to identify the people involved and put them behind bars.
For his crimes, Ring received the death penalty. He currently awaits execution at the Arizona State Prison in Florence.
Detected both.
Female, 1 year of age, not conscious, breathing. She keeps passing out. We have medics in route.
You working off duty at Boulevard to 14?
A man has thrown himself in front of a moving train. His ex-partner is found lifeless in his flat. The killer is Theodore Johnson.
Theodore Johnson is a man who had killed 2 previous partners, only to be set free to kill for a 3rd time. How was this allowed to happen? 1 in 5 murders in the UK is now committed by an ex-prisoner.
From serial rapists,
he harboured dark thoughts about carrying out sexual offences,
to convicted killers.
They'd met in prison, they were out on the streets together.
Free to walk amongst us.
They knew he could have killed again.
Free to murder innocent people.
She stabbed him many times, and then she hid him in a wheelie bin.
I'm Donald McIntyre, and I'm examining how such tragedies happen. Who's to blame? Is it the justice system?
Or are these killers just pure evil?
She gained pleasure from hurting people.
And ultimately, could an innocent life have been saved? This is Release to Kill.
Often serial killers are placed behind bars because they're a menace to society, a threat to a stranger passing by. However, sometimes they're exclusively a danger to the ones they say they love. Who is Theodore Johnson? What possessed him to kill his wife and 2 other partners?
In September 1980, a young Theodore Johnson arrives in the UK from Jamaica to join his wife, Yvonne. Along with their 2 sons, they settle in a high-rise block in the Midlands town of Wolverhampton. The couple hope it will be the start of a happy and successful life together. They make an unlikely pair. He's a small man, dwarfed by his much larger wife. Matt Cooper and his family lived in the flat next door.
She used to come around to our house when she first moved there, asking us to do a job, put a plug on a kettle or on an iron.
Yvonne works in a local factory, while Theodore finds work in a car repair shop.
But that was just seemed a normal, happy couple like anyone else.
But behind closed doors, it was a very different story. Just a year after arriving in England, on a typical weekday morning, the image of this loving family is shattered.
And I was just lying in bed. And then I heard a scuffling, as if somebody was having a bit of a tussle. Now raised voices, now shouting. Thought no more of it. I got up, went into my living room, looked at the block of flats opposite, and the people there was looking at the block that I live in. As I looked down, there was an ambulance driving off.
Yvonne Johnson had fallen from the 9th floor balcony and was in critical condition.
That's the balcony from where Yvonne Johnson went over. So when the wife came from work, explained what happened. Then I went out. While I was out uptown, the police came back to our house, said Yvonne has since passed away.
Yvonne, a young mother of 2, is dead, and questions immediately are asked. Eyewitnesses come forward to suggest she didn't fall, but was pushed. Police are now investigating a potential murder.
I knew it couldn't have been a fall. The wall on the balcony was too high to accidentally fall over.
Theodore Johnson is charged with murdering his wife Yvonne and sent to Birmingham prison on remand, awaiting trial. His neighbours are shocked to receive a letter from him giving his version of events.
When I came to England, Yvonne had been beating me, and I never hit her back. I could not take it any longer, and we started to fight. So I hit her with a vase in the head. I could see blood was running. We then went out onto the veranda, still fighting. I pushed her and she went over.
Johnson's letter doesn't appear to be aimed at the Coopers at all. It reads more like a statement of defence. He knows that the letter will be read by the prison authorities, and it appears calculated to set himself up as the victim. Johnson also knows that if his defence team can prove he was provoked to attack his wife, it could reduce the murder charge to one of manslaughter. It was a bold gamble.
The defence is based on the proposition that the killing was pursuant to some form of provocation. Serious violence, a long spell of taunts, belittlement, psychological pressure, any range of influences that the jury might feel led the defendant to lose their self-control by reason of provocation.
Not much is known about Theodore Johnson before he arrived in the UK, and his claims that his wife was violent towards him were taken at face value. But where was the evidence? In court, Johnson's defence team plays the provocation card. It claims that Yvonne beat him, with no one's word except Johnson's to go by. His neighbours, the Coopers, were never called as witnesses, despite having lived next door and only once hearing a scuffle. Their evidence would not have fitted Johnson's story.
No, we never gave a statement, we was never asked for one. The only time the police came to our address was the morning this happened, to ask me if we'd heard anything. Well, just as I explained, we'd heard a scuffling, but nothing to write home about, you know. No raised voices. And we never heard from the police again.
Detected truck.
Negative, I'm not seeing the dog right now.
A police officer tells the trial that Johnson is a battered husband, and the jury believes him.
Route 10 from the yard.
Johnson is found guilty, not of murder, but of the lesser charge of manslaughter on the grounds of provocation. He is sentenced to just 3 years and returned to Her Majesty's Prison, Winson Green, now known as HMP Birmingham. Professor Taj Nathan, a forensic
Detected
psychiatrist,
truck.
and Adrian Smith, a former senior probation manager, join me in the crime hub to discuss the case. The case of Johnson is truly extraordinary. In this case, so he claimed to be a battered husband, driven over the edge into a fit of pique and anger. And yet the evidence is that he was involved in an altercation with his partner, and then, for a small man, kind of, literally threw her over, while alive, over a wall in a tower block.
Detected
account, and as I understand it, we only have his account to go on for what happened at the time, was that he was responding to aggression from his wife. But there's still a question in my mind is why did he go on and take the action that he did in terms of throwing her over the balcony?
It's interesting, as a battered husband at the time, that kind of subverted the cultural norms, the sense that, being the weak man, that would have challenged his masculinity and culturally. So it would have been quite an unusual defence.
Yes, I think interestingly we'll see as we talk further about what happens in this case that this is a man who's quite often able to make himself look the victim and is prepared to present himself as the victim.
And part of the reason why he won the argument in court, do you think it had anything to do with the fact that he was a rather diminutive man, smaller stature, a wife was bigger, a larger frame, that disparity helped support his defence?
And that's missing the point. It's the point about the relative strength of males versus females. So a diminutive male may well be a lot stronger than a larger female.
Large.
That it just doesn't follow. So, but the jury was obviously, I'm sure, was influenced by his small size, his small stature.
Adrian, do you think the fact he got away with manslaughter instead of murder emboldened Johnson potentially in respect of future crimes?
It's quite possible, it's quite feasible. He knows full well that he was never a battered husband. He will feel emboldened. It also would suggest that he was a highly callous individual because he's murdered his partner and he's put his partner up for blame.
He's writing to his neighbour and he's claiming complete innocence of the crime.
Yes, so it makes me speculate that he believes that the successful provocation defence is a recognition that he wasn't at fault.
This kind of victim blaming, I mean, I'm surprised he got away with it.
Maybe he starts to believe it himself. He also will be aware that there's a very high likelihood that the letter that he sends to his former neighbours will be opened by the wing staff. And it doesn't hurt that he's maintaining a facade, maintaining a position when it comes to consideration for early release.
To get off a murder charge, Johnson has managed to persuade everyone that he's a battered husband. But it won't be long before he's back in court on a very similar charge. After serving 3 years in prison for killing his wife, Theodore Johnson is released back into the community with high hopes of finding a new partner. When Johnson is released from prison in Birmingham, he has to report regularly to his probation officer.
When they first come out on parole, it would curtail who they could associate with, where they can go, where they can't go. There could be curfew conditions. They could be put on an electronic tag. They would be seen by probation. They would be seen by police. That is a given. They may well be seen by a psychologist. They may well need help with their education or employment.
When you get out of prison, there's a challenge. If you want to live well, you've got to get a job. You've got to find somewhere to live. There's not a great deal of help, I've got to be honest with you, from the authorities to get you to where you want to be.
Well, you would come out with a discharge grant, which is not generous, and they come out homeless, and that is a tragic risk then for them to re-offend. But certainly there would be support around for looking for accommodation. The person would get unemployment benefit if they're living in approved premises. In terms of getting a job, we know tragically that there's a very high unemployment level in this country, and something like 2/3 of the people supervised by probation overall are unemployed.
To the outside world and the justice system, Johnson was a battered husband. No one suspected he would kill again, and Theodore Johnson was free to get on with his life. He quickly finds a place to live in Wolverhampton and a job as a car mechanic. Then he turns his attention to finding a girlfriend.
Theodore Johnson once again met someone, Yvonne Bennett. The pair began dating and had a child together, and during that time period they moved to North London.
The couple settle in Holloway near Finsbury Park. At first it appears they live a happy life, and it seems that Johnson has put his troubled past behind him. But no one can predict what happens next, when the relationship suddenly ends.
The relationship between Yvonne and Theodore Johnson came to an end when she had an affair.
Johnson takes Yvonne ending their relationship badly. He doesn't like losing control over a partner and becomes angry and aggressive.
Detected car.
Fearing for her safety, Yvonne calls the police and Johnson is forced to leave. But he doesn't give up easily. He returns to her flat with a box of chocolates as a peace offering. Tragically, Yvonne lets him in. The meeting doesn't go well. They argue, and Theodore Johnson, angry at being rejected, takes out his rage on the woman he professes to love. He strangles Yvonne to death with his belt, while their small child is sleeping in the next room.
Whatever happened was behind closed doors. Some sort of row, obviously, and he had strangled her with a leather belt.
In an attempt to get ahead of the investigation, Johnson calls police from a phone box. He confesses to having just killed his partner, Yvonne Bennett. Detective Chief Inspector David Nichol was the senior investigating officer.
course, 1993, there weren't mobile phones all over the place at that time. So we went to a phone box and phoned up to tell us to go and rescue the child.
Perhaps to show remorse for his crime, Johnson now makes a botched attempt at taking his own life.
He then travelled up to Barnet and went in a park and tried to hang himself with some string. I don't think that's a practical way of killing yourself. I think that's a cry for help, try to cover up your actions and show that you're full of remorse.
Theodore Johnson is arrested and charged with murder for the second time. Theodore Johnson can't accept rejection. Is his answer to kill anyone who won't submit to him?
I think the problem with domestic violence is that a lot of the research is focused on the victims, and there's only limited research being done on the perpetrators. What makes them do this? Sometimes they're depressed, sometimes they're inadequate, sometimes they don't know how to deal with frustration, sometimes they have personality disorders. I think sometimes those things are not really addressed, and they need to have proper care and treatment to address their offending behaviour, and that doesn't always happen.
Once Johnson is in custody, he's remarkably calm. Maybe too calm.
Clearly, if you're sat in a police station accused of murder, and whether you've lost your temper in a fit of pique or whatever, after you've been in a police station 24 hours, you have calmed down and you realise the enormity of what you've done. And he would sit quietly. I would suggest now, when I look back, that he was thinking through his defence for the second time about killing a lady that he was living with. I can't recall any remorse or crying or anything of that sort, just going along with the system.
Chief Inspector Nicola and his team are ready to go into court, confident they have enough evidence to send Johnson to prison on a murder conviction.
Well, as we approached the time of his possible trial, we were more than satisfied that we had plenty of evidence, that the post-mortem reports were done, and we had all the papers.
Suddenly, the prosecution team is summoned to the Old Bailey. Johnson is going to make a plea.
We were surprised, I have to say. He was allowed to plead guilty on that morning, and he was sentenced there and then.
Johnson's defense team has submitted medical and psychiatric reports. The judge accepts them. Instead of a prison sentence, Johnson is sent to a psychiatric hospital.
Detected car.
Theodore Johnson pleaded guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility.
Proof of diminished responsibility requires the offender to show that he or she was suffering from a disease of mind at the time of the killing, whereby, in effect, that person's thought processes were overcome by that disease of mind. So it's a high threshold, but if established, then it's deemed that the offender's responsibility is diminished from murder to manslaughter.
Johnson has escaped a murder charge for the second time. In this instance, he isn't even sent to prison, but to a secure hospital for treatment of his mental health.
Detected truck.
Diminished responsibility means at the time of the offence, you were complete loss of control and didn't know what you were doing. But clearly, this was a man suffering rejection. We've seen it 1,000 times before. Rejected, dumped, kills his partner because he can't deal with the pain of losing it. Now that it doesn't seem to be a loss of mind, it seems to be a loss of power.
It's likely that here is someone who is not very good at understanding his own emotions, and that leads him in relationships to want to control those relationships. He adopts a sort of controlling stance, which in extreme circumstances may lead to him killing. That same difficulty may cause him to feel suicidal, to suffer with mood problems. But it's not that the mood problems and the suicidal behaviour causes his desire to kill.
What we're suggesting is the act of trying to commit suicide isn't an act of contrition. It isn't, in fact, of taking control. So now I've
I've killed my partner, now I'm going to be in charge of how I deal with this and how I sign off on this, rather than being arrested and prosecuted. But when you look at the detail, it appears that his attempt at suicide was quite a faux one, pretend it was with a string. It didn't seem to carry much conviction, according to some sources. So it looked like he was playing the system from the outset.
There needed to have been a proper assessment of that actual suicide attempt, how serious it was, how genuine, whether it was a genuine suicide attempt.
So now we have effectively 2 convictions for murder. One's called manslaughter, the other is diminished responsibility. And you're beginning to think, you know, this guy is beating the system. In retrospect, you're thinking, this guy is defying the odds.
There is a pattern emerging between these 2 offences. I can't see that there's an analysis. So I think they were seen as 2 separate events. One where there was provocation, the second where there was a mental health problem leading to the diminished responsibility defence.
It seemed that maybe the professionals didn't give enough weight to the fact that whatever defence he gave, there were, at the end of it, 2 dead women.
Absolutely. The result is that he was given a hospital order. He's not convicted in a served sentence in Her Majesty's prison.
Interesting thing is, because I've always thought that even if you're convicted of diminished responsibility, you get a sentence. You know, when you go to hospital, when you're released from the hospital, you have to go and serve your sentence, do you?
The judge has discretion. It's the judge's decision that the hospital order is appropriate. There's a term to be served. It is when the individual is considered by the clinicians that they have reached a position where they can be discharged from hospital. But again, it ignores the issue that there is likely to be something else leading to his homicidal behaviour aside from the depression.
So basically, treat him for depression and he's fine to be released.
That would seem wrong and inappropriate, but the issue here is that this second offence, the focus is on his mental health needs and not on his criminal behaviour.
If you take events at their worst construction, murder 1, murder 2, what kind of person is Theodore Johnson?
Well, it has to be acknowledged that he may well be suffering from mental health issues, that's for sure. Possibly depression, possibly other things, but he's clearly a highly devious, manipulative individual and very dangerous.
Johnson has now killed 2 women and avoided 2 charges of murder. It's obvious that he's a danger to any woman who rejects him. But on day release from the secure psychiatric hospital, he meets a 3rd woman and secretly starts dating her. Theodore Johnson is now in a psychiatric hospital. There is no minimum term to his time there. Mental health professionals will decide when he is fit to be reintegrated back into society, if ever. Johnson is admitted to London's Chase Farm Psychiatric Hospital in March 1993. But by 1994, he's already being allowed to attend a training course in the community on day release. In an extraordinary twist of fate, relatives of his second victim, Yvonne Bennett, spot Johnson in the street.
And it was out of the blue that the relatives phoned me up and said that they'd seen him in the street with an escort from the hospital.
So the risk assessment process before somebody is released on day release is complex, or should be complex. Is there any intelligence within the psychiatric unit that this person is, for instance, using drugs? Is he an abscond risk? Is there any evidence of violence or bullying with other inpatients? All these things would be taken together to assess whether he was deemed suitable for day release.
Johnson starts attending a furniture making class, but at all times is escorted.
The benefits to learning a skill on day release are absolute. Belonging and a sense of accomplishment are all intrinsically primary needs of ours, and without these can lead people to offend. So if we are providing somebody with a skill, if we are providing them with a place in society, which a job gives us, then we are absolutely reducing their risk on a greater level than many, many other factors.
Somehow Johnson persuades staff that he's no risk, and in mid-1995, just 2 years after his admission to psychiatric hospital, he's allowed out in the community on his own. Shortly after, he begins dating a woman in the class, mother of 4, Angela Best. She is totally unaware that her new friend is a twice convicted killer. It's astonishing that only 2 years after his second killing, Johnson is walking the streets like a free man. The staff at Chase Park Hospital have no idea what he's doing or who he's meeting. This lack of supervision will eventually have fatal consequences.
This case is a confusing one. He, at this point, had killed 2 women. So to be inside a hospital for only 2 years after your second killing, prior to starting to reintegrate into society, does feel like an incredibly short amount of time and incredibly short-sighted in terms of potential treatment needs, whether we're thinking of kind of more general psychological treatment needs or risk needs. This seems like an unusual decision.
Because Johnson isn't serving a prison sentence, his release from psychiatric hospital is decided by the Mental Health Tribunal. A judge, lawyer, and psychiatrist assess whether the patient is mentally fit and suitable for release back into the community. Theodore Johnson manages to persuade the tribunal that he's no risk to society. And in 1997, just 4 years after killing for the second time, Johnson is a free man again. It's a decision that will end in tragedy.
There were serious concerns about Theodore Johnson before he was released. I think somebody said before that he was known to be manipulative and to not tell the truth when he was talking to his staff, and yet they still went ahead and released him. And the problem is the people who released him, the Mental Health Tribunal, is we don't know who they are. We don't know the name of the judge, we don't know the name of the psychiatrist, we don't know the name of the lay people. They do all this in secret, and we're not allowed to know what happened because of patient confidentiality, they claim.
Johnson is a free man, but there's one binding condition to his release. He must tell supervising doctors and social workers if he forms a new relationship. But this relies on Johnson being open and honest. It doesn't take long for Johnson to completely disregard this restriction. He and Angela Best, the woman he met at the furniture course, start living together in Camden, London. Angela knows nothing about Johnson's past as a killer. To anyone who meets them, and also to Angela, they appear to be a normal, loving couple.
Up here. You.
Detected Bolt.
You.
What kind of relationship do you think you had with Angela?
It's likely that it was a controlling relationship. It's likely that he repressed his emotions, that he didn't understand his emotions, that he didn't really understand the emotions of his partner.
Understand.
But he managed those difficulties by controlling things around him.
And it seems that as long as Angela was compliant...
Yeah, so if she was compliant, then it suited his approach to managing relationships.
And so the trigger was always going to be, 1, a relationship, and 2, a potential breakup or loss of control within that relationship.
He's calling anonymously. He wants a welfare check on his child.
If it had been known, should have been a red flag, should have been an area of concern, because it's setting up the potential scenario that existed previously with both of the previous murders.
14-year-old male that lives in the apartment. The mom leaves him without food.
Johnson is effectively living life as if nothing ever happened, despite the fact that 2 women have lost their lives to his hand. After his release, a psychiatrist and social worker from the Camden and Islington NHS Trust visit him regularly at home, and every 3 months they send a report to the Department of Justice. But there's one problem for Johnson. A condition of his release is that if he starts a relationship with a woman, he must immediately tell the authorities. Luckily for Johnson, apart from just on 2 occasions, he was always given advance notice of visits by his monitoring team.
Because there were no surprise visits, he was plausibly given quite a lot of opportunity to prepare himself if anyone did come.
Every month, Johnson has to get Angela out of the house and hide every trace of her existence. The mental health team never suspect a thing.
Never.
They never search the flat and never actively investigate whether he's in a relationship because they're not allowed to under patient confidentiality rules. Once again, Johnson has the upper hand over the authorities and full control over his relationship with Angela.
Control.
It's no good for the offender to say, you can't talk to my family, you can't talk to check up, because they only went on the basis of what he told them, and that wasn't safe and that wasn't secure enough. This was a woefully inadequate system to keep people safe.
Johnson was so successful at hiding his criminal past from Angela and this relationship from the authorities that this situation of secrecy and control went on for an incredible 19 years. Social workers took much of what he said at face value. Given his propensity for lies, what should have been done differently? It appears that throughout all the engagement of services with Theodore Johnson, that people just continually took what he said at face value.
That's clearly the case. The recommendation at the time of discharge was that there should be unannounced visits, and that he should disclose to services if he's in a relationship, on the understanding that then there would be a discussion with his partner about the history. But that just didn't occur, and there was a heavy reliance on his self-report.
And the incredible fact about this is that it runs on for decades, where he doesn't disclose that he's in an intimate relationship. It's a requirement of his license condition, and it's never identified.
And for 19 years it's not identified. One would have thought at some stage a clue would have jumped out, because he'd have had to hide toiletries, he would have had to hide family or personal photographs.
And how he managed to keep that up for so many years, I don't know, but he did, and that is particularly concerning.
But over 19 years, the people monitoring him have changed. And every year that he doesn't commit an offence, every year he doesn't commit another murder, then people begin to think, well, whatever's working is working. So he must be, falling down the hierarchy of risks and the management of risk for all the people that they're working with.
Yes, so that's an inevitable way that health professionals may approach this case. So they may start to assume that, well, because we're not seeing a repeat of this behaviour, and because that is occurring for an increasingly long period of time, that the risk is going down. But it still doesn't take account of the psychological factors that would have influenced his actions at the time of the two previous offences.
19 years, crime-free, hasn't disclosed everything. Supervisor goes to the house. What's the engagement like?
Well, he's a man in his 60s. He's probably got a good relationship with his social supervisor. Supposedly, it's required to be a supportive relationship. So it's probably a pleasant interface, and it happens maybe monthly by this time. And they're probably not asking the questions that they ought to be about what's going on in his life.
What would have happened if he disclosed he was now in a relationship?
Well, the first thing about that is that would be a clear breach of his license conditions. So that would need to be escalated, raised with the psychiatrist. There is potential for recall to the hospital.
It seems to me the trigger point was the breakup of relationship. That triggered catastrophic events in 2 instances. And the reason why he had to disclose any other relationship, because if he got into a relationship, there was a clear risk that if that relationship was heading towards a breakup, somebody else would lose a life.
Considered analysis of the 2 previous offences would lead one to consider that if there are relationship problems, or if there's a threat of abandonment within a relationship, then the risk to his partner goes up.
It seems to me that there isn't enough time for game playing. What if he's in a long-term relationship and not telling us about this?
Given that there was a history of him being prepared to deceive, that should at least have been considered as a possibility, and things should have been put in place. Now, it can't be guaranteed that if those things were put in place, they would have found out, but there would be an increased likelihood that they would have found out that he was deceiving the health professionals. So I think it's been accepted that the approach to risk assessment wasn't imaginative enough, so there wasn't a consideration of the scenario that he may have been lying.
It's quite interesting when you say that the risk assessment wasn't imaginative enough. That is saying, well, listen, let's suggest he's telling one small lie here, he's met somebody, and then we extrapolate, well, let's suggest he's in a relationship, let's suggest that at some stage this relationship breaks up. And so 5 steps down the chessboard, this is the crunch point. And nobody ever kind of drew this map.
There should have been an unannounced home visit. There should have been a number of those over a period of time. There should have been questions that are focused and asking him to tell us about his circumstances and challenging him as necessary. There was no challenge.
Theodore Johnson and Angela Best are living together as a couple. Should they ever break up, it could spark the same violent reaction that caused Johnson to kill 2 previous partners. Johnson is a ticking time bomb.
Theodore Johnson has been playing a highly risky and deceitful game. He's been hiding his relationship with Angela Best from the authorities for 19 years. And remarkably, he was also hiding his criminal past from Angela until one day.
This is the most heartbreaking and troubling part of the tale.
You not
is that the way that Angela Best found out that Theodore Johnson was a killer was through a confession letter that she found in the property. Theodore Johnson admitting that he had killed one of his previous partners. So for 20 years, Angela Best didn't know that. She had no clue that he was a killer.
Reeling from the shock that the man she's been living with for 19 years is capable of killing, she confronts Johnson.
At that stage, she not only discovered that he had killed one of his previous partners, but 2.
Angela is both horrified and angry. She immediately ends the relationship.
In the months after the breakup, Johnson continued to be monitored by social workers and psychiatrists who remained completely unaware that he had a girlfriend for nearly 2 decades.
2.
It's hard to know the mental state of Theodore Johnson after the breakup. On the 8th of December 2016, a social care worker and psychiatrist visited Theodore Johnson. He was deemed to not be depressed, and social care didn't think anything of it.
Despite discovering his dark past, Angela keeps in touch with Theodore beyond the breakup.
Sometimes people do maintain relationships or connections with people after they split up because they may have a history and they may want to make sure they're doing okay and that they're not in distress, you know. And I have seen that in a number of cases where very generous and warm-hearted people have tried to look after the person after the relationship has ended, but it's ended up in very tragic circumstances.
Because the authorities have never known about his relationship with Angela, they have no idea about the severe danger she's in.
She had ended the relationship and had told him that she had never been happier, and it's this that seems to have acted as a particular trigger.
On the 15th of December 2016, Angela agrees to help Johnson with a passport application. In complete innocence, she goes around to his flat.
3 months after their breakup, and Angela is walking into a trap.
She went upstairs into the flat and never returned. She was brutally murdered, to say the least, by Theodore Johnson. She was hit in the head with a hammer and strangled with a rope from a dressing gown.
After the brutal killing, Johnson flees the crime scene.
He got in his car and drove to Cheshunt railway station. At that point, he tried to take his own life and jumped in front of the train.
Detected Bolt. J.
And he was severely injured as a consequence of that.
Not for the first time, Johnson's partner refuses to be coerced by him and ends up dead.
Theodore Johnson, now wheelchair-bound with 2 severed hands from his attempted suicide, goes on trial at the Old Bailey. This time, he's run out of get-out-of-jail-free cards and doesn't try to play the victim. He's finally convicted of murder. For Chief Inspector Nicholl, it's finally justice for Angela Best, Yvonne Bennett, and Yvonne Johnson.
And he won't be out till he's 93, and he's been crippled. The man's in a wheelchair now. He cannot be a danger to women, but the system as such has finally said that's enough, more than enough, and without giving him a whole life tariff, as in you will stay until you're dead, to all intents and purposes, he'll probably die in prison.
Johnson has everyone fooled for nearly 2 decades. What else could the authorities have done?
1.
In terms of the trigger points, the trigger point
Detected
being the
car.
end of the relationship, there was 3 months before Johnson responded. It seems to have been premeditated.
He had informed her that he wanted her to accompany him to an appointment with the embassy, with the Jamaican embassy.
Detected
The
traffic
evidence,
light.
as far as evidence could be found, that there was no appointment with the Jamaican embassy. So on the surface, at least, the sense is that he came up with this ruse to entice her to his property.
What do you make of a suicide attempt this time? In this instance, it clearly was a genuine effort.
Again, he wasn't successful.
Clear.
And the reality is that most people who choose to commit suicide in front of a train are successful. And what we see yet again in the suicide attempt is, I would say, an intention to present himself as a victim, a battered husband pushed to the edge yet again.
Victim.
My sense is that this is another manifestation of some serious psychological flaws. So the homicide and the attempted suicide are both sort of effects of these underlying flaws to control. And to behave in an extreme way when he feels out of control.
Over the course of 19 years, he fooled some of the people most of the time, but 1 or 2 people he did not fool, and that's why he was still on a hospital order. But should the professionals have recognized that something was amiss?
In forensic risk assessment and management, one of the things that one should do is to consider alternative scenarios. So to constantly question the scenario that you're working with and saying, well, is there an alternative scenario? So is there a possibility that he may not be disclosing the fact that he's in a relationship? In that scenario, what should we do?
There was no challenge, no testing. The focus of the nature of the work was very much on support, so that probably is an issue for the system. And by the time we get to things going wrong, the social supervisor finds Theodore Johnson to be a pleasant elderly man now, who surely doesn't present any risk and has been mentally unwell in the past, but isn't anymore.
Mental.
And there's no doubt the inquest made a devastating finding for the family of Angela.
Yes, the concern was raised about the difficulties health services have in disclosing information
Detected
or
boat.
approaching people without the patient's consent. But in this case, this is an individual who potentially presents a very high risk. So the inquest raised questions about whether there should be mechanisms for disclosure of information.
Summing this for you, Adrian, professional in probation, dealt with cases, management of risk all the time. What does this speak to you about this, rounding it up?
The main issue is that Angela Best should have been informed about Theodore Johnson's background, his previous behaviour. And if she had been, I suspect she would have left him at an earlier stage. Would that have made her safe? I don't know that we'll ever know about that.
Truck.
At the inquest into Angela Best's murder, the coroner expresses concerns that the social workers and psychologists monitoring Theodore Johnson had no power to proactively investigate whether he was in a relationship. Instead, they relied on Johnson's honesty to tell them. Had they had the authority to make a thorough investigation, the coroner concluded that the outcome would probably have been very different. A prevention of future deaths report is sent to the Ministry of Justice.
You.
Detected boat. You not
Detected.
heaths. Detected
You.
truck. Detected surveillance. Detected boat.
Detected.
You not heaths. Truck. Detected truck.
Truck.
Detected surveillance.
Theodore Johnson killed 3 of his partners in 3 separate incidents over nearly 4 decades. The courts, police, and probation were fully aware of the risks he posed to women. But those most at risk, his partners, were not told. If the services had done their job, then at least 1 life could have been saved. Hopefully now, those lessons have been learned.
Surveillance.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
You sure? You sure? You sure? You sure? You sure?
Detected boat.
Thank you.
Detected truck.
Truck. Truck. Truck.
1525 clear.
Truck.
Detected boat.
Truck.
A mysterious woman lures a businessman across state lines with the promise of a lucrative deal. When he vanishes, authorities turn to the FBI for help. Suspicions point to a bitter business rival, but the suspect stonewalls investigators. Agents would use state-of-the-art technology to find friends and lovers who might be willing to reveal the truth.
Technology.
Detected car.
Technology. 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 No. You.
A wealthy businessman went to Florida to make one last deal before he retired. But he never returned home to his millions. Authorities examined who was closest to the victim and who stood to gain from his disappearance. But this time, conventional rules did not apply. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. In a case that spanned the entire East Coast, agents would have to untangle a web of sex, money, and vengeance that led to murder.
Money.
Newark International Airport in New Jersey.
Airport.
On Saturday, February 24th, 1996, Kiwi Airlines Flight 45 took off for West Palm Beach, Florida. 58-year-old Frank Black was on board. Black owned and operated a successful school bus and transportation company in Andover, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Over.
He had made millions and was on his way to Florida to meet a new industry contact. Black told his family and co-workers he would be home Monday in time for another meeting. He also told them that his contact in Florida, a woman named Mia Giordano, was to pick him up at the airport.
Airport.
She would take him to meet others involved in a lucrative business deal. Privately, Black hoped to retire after closing the deal.
Good.
When Black failed to return on Monday, his family contacted the New Jersey State Police. Detective Sergeant Lee Liddy was one of the state detectives assigned to Miss Persons' case.
Detected.
He was the kind of guy that he would always
surveillance.
phone home.
Detective.
He always wanted to know what was going on with his business.
Car.
He was a hands-on type of guy.
Detected surveillance.
Without Frank, the business really didn't run. And that's why they were concerned when they didn't hear from him. All of a sudden he disappeared because Frank wasn't the kind of guy who would just walk away from his business.
New Jersey investigators interviewed Black's daughter, Leanna, and his girlfriend and office manager, Sally Roberts.
Internet.
Leanna said her father had missed an important meeting with her to discuss the sale of his business. He also had not answered calls to his cell phone.
Detected car. Binus.
Sally Roberts recalled that the woman from Florida, Mia Giordano, had phoned the office many times recently but never left her number. The Florida woman claimed to represent a company named Valdez Exporting.
Company.
Giordano provided a description
Company.
of herself so Black could
Detected
recognize her at
her.
the airport.
Company.
She said she was 5'1" and blonde.
Blend. Blend.
A detective visited the travel agent who booked Black's
Detective.
trip.
This is female.
Air.
The agent
Male.
confirmed that Black purchased a one-way ticket to Florida.
Confirmed. Con.
He didn't bother to rent a car since his contact had arranged to pick him up.
Detected truck.
Detected.
Detected
Airline records
surveillance.
corroborated that
Detected.
Black had boarded the flight.
Flight.
But
Flight.
he had not registered at any hotels upon his arrival in West Palm Beach.
West. West. West.
An examination
Detected
of Black's
boat.
records revealed that his credit cards had been used after his arrival in Florida. To follow the credit card trail, New Jersey detectives contacted the Fort Pierce office of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Detective. Department.
FDLE Special Agent Michael Driscoll was
N.
assigned the case.
Delta 135.
Frank Black's credit
Detected
card was
boat.
used at the Embassy Suites in Riviera Beach between approximately 1 in the morning and 2 in the morning. Okay, now we're talking about from February 24th into February 25th. And then at 4 o'clock in the morning, his credit card, a different credit card, but Frank Black's credit card was used to purchase gas at a gasoline station in North Miami.
Staff.
Let me go check. I think it was medic.
To investigators, this seemed odd since he hadn't rented a car. The state agent interviewed the
Going.
employee who had worked on February 25th.
I.
When shown
Detected
a photo of
boat.
Black, the attendant said he
I.
didn't recognize him. The station's pumps all had credit card slots.
Head. Head.
No one would have had contact with Black or whoever was using his credit card. The employee didn't recall seeing anyone fitting Mia Giordano's description.
Decision. Decision.
Driscoll contacted the Florida Secretary
Decision.
of State Corporation Division to get an address for Valdez Exporting, Mia Giordano's company.
Company.
He
Detected
found no
boat.
such company registered in the
Company.
state.
Company.
He also attempted to locate Mia
Company.
Giordano herself.
We did a very extensive search to identify any Mia Giordano in Florida, and we couldn't find any, I believe, any Mia Giordanos in Florida, or any that would even come remotely close. And we checked Florida as well as New Jersey, and with negative results.
Negative.
On March 1st, a detective from the New Jersey State Police
Detective.
traveled to Florida where Frank Black's trail ended.
Trailer.
Nobody had heard from
Trailer.
Black in 5 days.
Trailer.
Detectives now believe the millionaire had met with foul play.
American. American.
Their most likely suspect, a woman
American.
calling herself Mia Giordano, was
Detected
untraceable.
truck.
Woman.
Investigators' focus turned to the phone calls Black received on the days
Investigate.
leading up to his trip to Florida.
Detected car.
We obtained the
Investigate.
phone records
Detective.
of Frank Black, which identified phone calls from a residence in Jupiter. And the residence in Jupiter was rented, it was a townhome rented by a girl identified as Lisa Costello.
She wasn't blonde, but she was 5'1". Mia Giordano had described herself as being exactly that height.
Exactly.
The calls from Lisa Costello matched the times
Exactly.
when Mia Giordano allegedly phoned Black to set up the meeting in Florida.
Mia Giordano was a
You.
fictitious figure. She never existed. And she was supposed to set up the deal with Frank Black. Mia Giordano was actually Lisa Costello.
Investigators took Costello's photo to the hotel where Black's credit card had been used on February 25th. The
Detected
resort was on the
person.
strip at Riviera Beach.
P. AC.
The state agent
AC.
asked to speak to the clerk who had been on duty the morning in question.
Question.
While he waited, he
Question.
checked the phone that had been used with Black's credit card.
Channel 6, radio check.
Like the gas pump, the phone required no signature from a customer, just a credit card.
No,
Anyone could have made the call.
Car.
Clear is frequent and it's not a good number.
Karen Voorhees had worked the front desk on the morning in question,
Question.
but she did not recognize
Question.
a photo of Frank Black. She did recall waiting on another customer that morning.
Morning Star.
At around 2 a.m., a dark-haired woman asked for a room.
Woman.
The hotel was booked, so she used a payphone several times to query other hotels.
Detected truck.
Truck.
It was the same time Frank Black's credit card
Truck.
was used at the phone.
Truck.
Around 9:10 HB.
Voorhees described the woman as being in her 30s, with brown
Woman.
hair, and standing a little over 5 feet tall.
4730 South Alameda.
Gesture
South.
showed Voorhees a
Detective
photographic lineup of 6 women.
1 and 13.
Without hesitation, the clerk picked out Lisa
Them.
Costello.
Lisa Costello was now really the primary suspect. I mean, we did have
Primary.
some evidence on her that then we
Evidence.
checked the
Evidence
car
shows
rental
it's not the
agencies
Heath's
by the
doing
West
it.
Palm Beach airport
Detected
and found out that Lisa Costello rented a car
Detected.
just shortly before the time that Frank Black's flight arrived.
Short.
Investigators found the car at the airport rental lot.
Airport.
A subpoena allowed them to impound it for an
Airport.
evidence search by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Department. Department.
But examiners would find
Department.
no trace of Frank Black in the car. There was no physical evidence linking Lisa Costello
Evidence.
to the missing businessman.
Good. Good.
Florida investigators began
Good.
covert surveillance on Lisa Costello. They followed the suspect
Detected
for days
truck.
to establish a routine and determine her contacts. They soon learned that Costello was dating a man named Alan Mackerly.
Lane.
Investigators began to tail Mackerly. Like Frank Black, he also owned a bus company in
Laser
New Jersey,
light.
but was now living in Florida.
Company. Company.
The two men had known
Company.
each other most of their lives.
Over the years, Alan
3435.
Mackerly and Frank Black built up a rivalry. The two bus companies are about 10 miles apart. So even though they each had their own contracts and their own business, they were always vying for the same contracts in the same business.
Phone records indicated recent calls to Black from Mackerly's Florida home. This seemed strange since the two men were fierce rivals.
Strange.
Detectives went to speak with the
Strange.
manager of Black's bus company.
Manager.
Manager.
Sally Roberts said Black and
Manager.
Mackerly used to be friends, but their business rivalry had made them enemies. She detailed the last time she had seen the men
Wipers.
together. It was at an industry banquet in January of 1996.
Anyway.
She and Frank
Anyway.
were talking with friends when she saw Mackerly approaching.
Approaching. Approaching.
Angry that Black had stolen one of his major bus
Approaching.
contracts, Mackerly threatened his rival.
He said he was going to get him and put him under. That could mean put him out of business, and it could also possibly mean he was going to kill him someday.
Black took the
Hi.
threat seriously. Afterwards, he wouldn't go to any meeting that Mackerly might attend unless he had someone with him. Investigators contacted Mackerly to ask him if he had seen or spoken to Frank Black
Investigate.
recently.
Investigate.
Investigate.
Mackerly
Detected
flatly
both.
denied calling him in the days
Investigate.
preceding Black's trip to Florida.
Detected truck.
Him denying that, and us knowing phone calls were made from his house to Frank Black's business.
Detected traffic light.
Money.
Was wrong.
Money.
Investigators believe that Macaulay and Costello had probably killed Frank Black. But they needed stronger proof.
Understand.
They turned to Assistant State Attorney Robert Belanger.
One of the first investigative tools that the FDLE wanted to use was wiretaps. So you have to show a really compelling reason for listening to someone's telephone conversations. So we drafted those applications and orders and obtained an order allowing us to listen to Alan Macauley's telephone conversations.
Unfortunately, investigators had very few phone conversations between Macaulay and Costello. This was because Costello was now living with Macaulay. If they were talking about Black's disappearance, it wasn't over the phone. In order to record any incriminating conversations, investigators would have to bug Macaulay's house.
Investigate.
Assistant State Attorney Lawrence Merman hoped they had enough probable cause to get inside.
Being able to actually enter someone's home and plant a listening device is extremely restrictive, and the probable cause that's required is very high. The situations that would warrant that are very limited. This case actually presented that situation.
A judge signed the warrant, and investigators planted listening devices in Macaulay's home.
Listening.
They set up outside, watching and listening. Hopefully, the couple would discuss what happened to Frank Black.
AC.
Detected car.
Alan Macaulay and Lisa Costello were extremely cautious.
Cast.
Investigators believe the couple knew they were listening.
And every time that we would hear them starting to talk, they would turn the radio up in the kitchen. So we probably have several hundred hours of tapes with nothing but music on it.
Nothing.
Once again, investigators came up empty-handed.
Our Chief Assistant State Attorney, Dave Morgan, had even commented to me after we failed to get anything on the wiretaps, it looks like Alan Macaulay's gotten away with murder.
Alan, what are you doing? East.
With Black's body still missing, Macaulay and Costello could elude authorities as long as they maintained their silence. In June of 1996, Florida state agents believed that Alan Macaulay and his girlfriend Lisa Costello had murdered 58-year-old millionaire Frank Black. But investigators had little evidence against the couple, and Black's body was still missing.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected truck.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
They checked morgues in Palm
Detected
Beach,
boat.
Broward, and Dade counties where Black
Detected surveillance.
Detective. Detective.
There were no unidentified bodies matching
Detected
Frank Black's
boat.
description.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected boat.
If Macaulay and Costello had killed
Detected
they had
surveillance.
covered their tracks well.
Detected truck. Detected surveillance.
Detected.
Florida Department of Law Enforcement
Detected
Special Agent
Department.
Michael Driscoll expressed his frustration to his friend
Detected.
FBI Special Agent Jay Miller.
We used to play racquetball together, and he'd ask me about how this case was going, and I'd tell him, a little bit about it, not a whole lot, and he'd say, well, if you ever need a hand, and I'd be happy to help out.
In June of 1996, Special Agent Jay Miller asked to be assigned the case out of the FBI's Fort Pierce resident agency.
Even though we were close friends,
Pentagon.
initially I did not know a lot of the details about Frank Black's disappearance. But
Up here.
as I could sense his frustration, I was able to elicit more information about the case. And we were able then to come to an understanding that we needed to look at this thing again from
Understand.
the start.
Share.
Though
Detected
investigators
truck.
believe Mackerly killed Black
V.
over a disputed busing contract, wiretaps and listening devices had failed to tie him to any crime.
Wire.
Investigators'
Detected
best
car.
lead was still Black's alleged
Wire.
meeting with Costello.
Detected truck.
Wire.
Perhaps if subpoenaed and
Detected
confronted
boat.
with the evidence, she would turn
Wire.
on Mackerly.
Evidence.
It was a gamble that could jeopardize the
Detected
entire
boat.
case.
Detected car.
By giving anyone,
Evidence shows
in this
it's
case
not
Detected.
Costello,
Heath's
a
doing it.
subpoena, it compels
Detected
her to come in
boat.
and give information.
Please
and it gives
go
her
away.
immunity. Hypothetically, if she
Platform.
came in and admitted she killed
Go.
Frank Black, she would be immune from that statement. You could not use that statement
State.
against her.
State.
On June 13th, 1996,
Stat.
Lisa Costello appeared before a Florida grand jury.
Contact John 245 for the disturbance. 2311.
When questioned by state attorneys, she was uncooperative and hostile.
This is a disturbance of the neighbor. He blew a
The
firework.
judge cautioned her that if she did not answer, she would be jailed for contempt.
Detected car.
Detected
Detected
boat.
Detected
Come back.
surveillance. Detective.
Costello ignored his
Detected.
warning.
Dogs fighting. There's an ongoing issue with the neighbor.
Investigators believed her refusal to
Investigate.
cooperate confirmed she was involved in Black's disappearance.
Appear.
But it would take more than a hunch to solve the case. The gamble to subpoena Costello backfired. Now that Mackerly's closest ally was sitting behind bars, investigators had no potential witnesses to turn on the suspected murderer. Lacking further leads or physical
King.
evidence, the case against Mackerly might
Detected
never make it
car.
to
Evidence.
trial.
Detected
Special
truck.
Agent Michael
Cam.
Driscoll and his team
Detected
were determined
car.
to keep this from happening.
Detected.
Ham. Detected truck.
We heard
Detected
information
surveillance.
Truck.
that,
Truck.
let's just say from a confidential source, that there was a witness who
Detected car.
wanted to talk,
Simply.
but was concerned about, one,
Simply.
that witness's
Detected
own
boat.
involvement, and two, Alan Mackerly's violence.
Detected boat.
Felt that Alan Mackerly was a violent person and that maybe there'd be retaliation if this unknown and unidentified witness
Detected
would
car.
talk.
Detected.
That witness was Bill Anderson.
Detected.
A former Marine pilot, Anderson was one of Alan Mackerly's closest friends. Agents interviewed him at his home in Florida, just
Friend.
down the street from Mackerly. Anderson had also owned a bus company in New Jersey and had been a commercial pilot after a decade of military service.
Case number 69.
So now we
Service.
had two investigators, Driscoll and myself, and a prosecutor, Alanje, all being Marines, and then the person who we believed could be the key to solving the case, Bill Anderson being a Marine. And so I think there was some camaraderie right there from the start.
Investigators felt that bond would help them develop Anderson as a witness. He told the agents his friendship with Mackerly had been strained recently, but he was reluctant to detail Mackerly's relationship with Frank Black. The agents felt Anderson knew something that could
Agents.
break the case wide open.
There was a little hesitancy
Detected
on his part.
car.
We took it easy on him and gave him a little space, gave him the opportunity to do whatever he needed to do, to confer with counsel or whatever. In our minds, we knew that we were talking to the man that had the answers, and he wasn't telling us.
The agents met with Anderson on many occasions and slowly won his
Agents.
confidence. They knew he was loyal to his friend Alan Mackerly, but
Detected
they felt
boat.
his sense of honor would eventually
Detected
cause him
car.
to turn.
Car.
Despite Anderson's lingering doubts, agents believed he was ready to talk by early August.
Detected car.
They
Detective.
suspected a subpoena
Detected
would help
car.
him justify turning against his
Detected
friend.
truck. Detected
In my
surveillance.
experience,
Detective.
good, honest, hard-working people that flew
King.
fighter jets in the Marine Corps would have a difficult time going under oath before the whole world and God and lying about it.
Investigators had to take the chance.
8018.
Like Costello, if Anderson had
Woman.
any part in the crime, his statements
Detected
could
car.
not be used to prosecute him for murder. 5 months after the disappearance of millionaire Frank Black, investigators had little evidence to support their theory that Black was murdered by his business rival, Alan Mackerly.
Detected boat. Detected car.
Looking for a fresh lead,
truck.
investigators subpoenaed Mackerly's
Detected
close
surveillance.
friend, Bill Anderson.
Truck. Truck.
Detected
Anderson
boat.
had been reluctant to
Truck.
talk, but after a month, the former Marine's sense of honor prevailed. He began by telling investigators that Alan Mackerly had purchased
Detected
a plane
boat.
earlier that year.
Him.
Mackerly asked Anderson to become his private pilot, since Anderson had experience flying fighter jets and commercial airliners.
Airline.
In
Airline.
exchange, Anderson could use Mackerly's plane as he wished. In March of 1996, while staying at a hotel in Leesburg, Florida, to supervise repairs on the plane, Anderson was contacted by Mackerly. His friend said he needed him to take the plane out over the ocean. Anderson explained that the aircraft would be grounded
Airport.
for several more days.
Detected car.
Aircraft.
He suggested they rent another plane.
Aircraft.
Mackerly
Aircraft.
insisted on using
Detected
his own
car.
plane. He didn't want anybody else to know about the flight.
Detected
Anderson
car.
asked why.
Detected car.
Detected.
Mackerly told
Detected
Bill
car.
that he
Detected.
had shot Frank Black and that they
Detected.
had wrapped his body up in plastic,
Detected
that they had
truck.
taken the body out in the ocean
Detected.
and thrown it out in the ocean,
Detected car.
and that
Ocean.
the bag did not sink.
Bag.
And he went on to tell Bill that it didn't sink, so he took a knife and stuck some holes in it, and the body did
Oh.
sink.
Mackerly told Anderson he was worried that the body
Detected
had
car.
surfaced. He wanted to fly
Detected
over the
truck.
area to make sure it hadn't.
Detected boat.
Anderson refused.
Detected
Detected.
truck. Detected
Anderson
car.
was shocked.
Stat.
Detected
I mean,
surveillance.
I think he was truly shocked.
Colt.
Anderson,
Detected
again, was
truck.
in the bus business, as was Mackerly and Black.
Bus.
And Anderson and Black were not friends. Anderson
Detected truck.
did not like Black in the
Friend.
least either. But still, over a business rivalry, you don't kill somebody.
According to Anderson,
B.
Mackerly murdered Black in the foyer of his house. The former Marine
House.
pilot confirmed what investigators had suspected all along.
Confirmed.
It was the big
Con.
break.
Detected
in this.
truck.
I mean, this was the moment we were
Detected.
all waiting for. And I remember explaining to him right away that, Bill, we're going to have to do a
Going.
covert recording of you rehashing this
Cover.
conversation with Alan Mackerly.
Without a body or murder weapon, they would need Mackerly's confession on tape. Anderson's testimony was
N.
good,
Detected
but in
truck.
court it would be his word against
Detected.
Mackerly's.
Detected boat.
Anderson told
Detected.
prosecutor Robert Belanger that he was reluctant to wear a wire.
He was afraid of Mackerly because he admitted that he had just killed someone, and Mackerly had also told him about an acquaintance up in New Jersey that got convicted of a crime because someone wore a wire, and he told Bill Anderson if anyone ever wore a wire,
Detected car.
The investigators
Detected.
promised Anderson police protection.
Detected
He agreed
truck.
to wear the wire.
Truck. Truck.
The plan was to lure Mackerly
Truck.
to Anderson's house.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
Spyware detected. Spyware detected. Spyware
FBI techs
detected.
wired Anderson for sound and hid a video camera in the kitchen.
Technology. Camera. Camera.
When the equipment was in place, Anderson called
Camera.
Mackerly. He told him he'd been served a subpoena and wanted to talk about what he should do. Mackerly said he would be right over. In case something went wrong,
Detected
Agent
car.
Driscoll would remain hidden in the house
Detected.
to protect Anderson. When the team outside saw Mackerly approaching, they would radio Driscoll to hide.
Approaching.
Well, in a minute.
While waiting, investigators spotted telephone repairmen.
Investigate. Phone.
Mackerly was paranoid
Detected
about being
truck.
bugged. If he saw the workers, he might
Detected
think they were
boat.
undercover agents.
Detected truck. Detected surveillance.
We knew that
Detective.
if he came to that house and saw these
Detected
telephone
car.
company trucks,
Truck.
that it would have been all
Detected
over as far as the
truck.
investigation.
Detected traffic
Mackerly
light.
would be there any
Detected.
minute.
Truck.
The investigators
Detected
quickly ordered the
boat.
repairmen to leave.
Detected
Detected.
surveillance.
They then concealed the
Detected
dig
car.
site.
Detected.
Detected surveillance. Detected truck.
Truck.
Detected surveillance.
The investigators made it back
Detected
to the car
boat.
just before Mackerly
Truck.
pulled up.
Detected. Detected.
Detected boat.
The
Detected.
investigators tried to
Detected
alert the men in the
surveillance.
house.
Detected
They received
car.
no response.
Detected surveillance.
They
Detected
radioed
truck.
again.
Rock.
Still nothing.
Detected
Detected.
car. Detected surveillance.
Nothing.
Detected boat.
Nothing.
They had no way to know if Driscoll had received their call.
Call.
Call not Heath's.
Call.
Detected
He
boat.
Detected.
Call not Heath's.
The agent had
Detected car.
seconds to hide.
Detected surveillance. Detective. Detected truck. Call not Heath's.
Truck.
Detected car.
Anderson led Mackerly to the
Detected
kitchen and sat
car.
down at the table as planned.
Truck. Detected
J.
truck.
He showed Mackerly the
Detected
Truck.
surveillance. Detected boat. J.
Mackerly was hesitant to talk.
I mean, he wouldn't
Detected
talk
boat.
loudly. He was pointing to the walls and
Detected car.
whispering like
Detected.
whispering so that he
Detected.
couldn't be heard
Detected
in Anderson's
boat.
house. Not that he
Detected.
suspected
Detected
Bill
surveillance.
Anderson, but because he
Detected
expected that
car.
the police were everywhere.
Detected surveillance.
They were.
Detected truck.
Detected.
Detective Liddy and the others listened to Mackerly and Anderson from the car.
They had a discussion about what Bill Anderson was to testify to and whether or not Bill Anderson should lie
Detected
for Alan
boat.
Mackerly. Bill
Detective.
Anderson even asked Alan Mackerly that
Detected
if he did refuse to testify and was put in
Fuse.
jail, if
Detected
Alan Mackerly
boat.
would come forward and then tell the truth, and Alan Mackerly assured him that he would.
Mackerly didn't want to continue talking in the house.
Detected truck.
He led Anderson outside.
Truck.
This whole thing was supposed to take place
Truck.
at Bill Anderson's
Truck.
kitchen table and no place else.
Kitchen.
And so
Kitchen.
when you heard Alan
Detected
Mackerly say,
car.
let's take a walk, we were concerned that he was walking Bill Anderson out somewhere to eliminate him.
Detected car.
No, nobody.
The
Detected.
property was
Detected
large
car.
and covered with dense foliage.
Detected
They could
car.
have walked anywhere.
Water.
But Mackerly
Water.
unknowingly walked Anderson close to the surveillance team.
Detected car.
My
Detected
car is
truck.
parked only a matter of probably
Detected car.
80 or 100 feet
Detected.
Detected
from
surveillance.
Mackerly and
Detected
Anderson.
car.
Detective.
And we could hear distinctly
Detected
on the
surveillance.
transmitter their footsteps as
Detected
they walked through
boat.
the gravel, and they walked closer
Weapon.
to my
Detected
vehicle
surveillance.
with
Detective.
very little coverage
Weapons.
concealing my vehicle.
Detected.
The four of us sat there frozen in our car wondering, is this whole thing going to be blown because he's going to see us?
Blown.
Their
wish you'd never
case
told
and
me.
their cooperating witness were in jeopardy.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
If the
Detected boat.
investigators were discovered, they might
N.
not be able to protect Anderson from Mackerly's rage.
Strange.
Investigators in Florida watched as cooperating witness Bill Anderson met with murder suspect Alan Mackerly. Anderson was wearing a wire trying to get
Ring.
Mackerly to discuss the murder of Frank Black.
Detected truck.
New Jersey
Detected.
Detective Lee Liddy feared
Detected
what Mackerly
boat.
might do if he caught
Detective.
a glimpse of the
Detected
nearby
surveillance.
investigators.
The two of
Detected
them walked
boat.
outside, which was
Detected.
very tense for all the
Detected
investigators
surveillance.
involved, because
Detected.
at this point we have no
Detected
control
surveillance.
over what happens,
Control.
where they go, or what they say. And because they
Detected
were
boat.
walking And because of the pant leg of Bill Anderson rubbing and the movement of the clothes, it was very difficult to pick up conversation.
Detected
so
truck.
At that point, we really weren't sure what was happening.
That one at the Indigo Apartments?
Before Macaulay could spot the surveillance truck, Anderson steered him away.
Detected car.
Detected.
Investigators now had incriminating statements on tape, but not a direct confession.
Detected car.
Detected.
They needed more.
Money needed. Money needed.
Macaulay's alleged
Detected
accomplice,
car.
Lisa Costello, remained in jail.
Money needed.
She had been charged with contempt of court 3 months earlier for refusing to honor her subpoena. Agents would seek information from her friends to increase the pressure on the hostile witness.
Detected car.
They interviewed Costello's former roommate.
Detected car.
She said Costello used to deal cocaine.
Detected.
Detected sedative Rufinol, which is odorless and tasteless. Depending on the dose, Rufinol can relax a person or render them unconscious.
Con.
FDLE Special Agent Michael Driscoll believed Costello sedated Frank Black with
Detected car.
We suspected, matter of fact,
Detected
from day one,
car.
that at some point Lisa and Frank Black
Detected
had gone to dinner or for drinks, and she was able to drink. Because he would not, Frank Black would not willingly or knowingly go into Alan Macaulay's house.
House.
Hoping this information might pressure her into talking, a prosecutor met with Lisa Costello in jail.
Dell.
He told her that if she didn't cooperate, she would not have immunity. She could be charged with murder. Costello remained silent, despite the warnings of prosecutor Robert Belanger.
Detected boat.
And Lisa Costello could have walked out of that jail
surveillance.
cell any day simply by coming out and honoring that subpoena.
Simply.
And telling us what she knew about
Detected
the case.
car.
But she was a tough
Detected
enough
boat.
Witness that she sat
Detected
in jail
boat.
on a civil
Detected.
contempt.
Detected
Despite
car.
Costello's silence, investigators
Detected
pressed
surveillance.
on. Assistant
Detected
State Attorney
truck.
Lawrence Merman felt they were ready to arrest.
Assist.
Detected boat.
We had an ear witness to a confession who was a very close friend of the defendant. We had a motive. We had circumstantial evidence. It was a very strong case.
Detected car.
Evidence.
On August 29th, agents began aerial surveillance on Alan Macaulay.
Agents.
A ground team assembled around the perimeter
Detected
of the suspect's
truck.
house. They made sure he was alone inside.
Detected boat. Detected surveillance.
That
Detected
evening,
car.
the arrest team positioned themselves by his
Detected
door.
surveillance.
Detected.
Detective.
They would wait until
Detected
he emerged to take him
surveillance.
down in the open.
Detected truck.
Detective.
Detected surveillance.
Truck.
Detected boat.
When he stepped out with his dog,
Detected
the
surveillance.
team struck.
Detective.
Detected.
Detected car. Truck.
Detected.
The stunned
Detected
suspect offered
truck.
no resistance.
5815, show me about
AC.
CDC, one female.
Okay.
7 months after Frank Black vanished, Alan
2.
Macaulay was arrested for kidnapping and murder.
Detected car.
With no physical evidence,
Detected.
prosecutors prepared for a difficult
Detected
trial.
boat.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
When Macaulay's arrest hit
Detected
the news, he
car.
received a call from a man with
Detected
information on the
surveillance.
case.
Detected truck.
The man agreed to give a statement.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
Robert
Detected
Senadesian
surveillance.
was Alan Macaulay's son-in-law.
Detective.
Mike 45?
He said that
Clark.
he received a call
Clark.
from Macaulay on February 25th, the day after Black arrived in Florida. Macaulay asked him to come over to help him clean his house.
Detected car.
House. House.
When Senadesian arrived on Monday, February 26th,
House.
he saw that Macaulay and Costello had already begun major renovations in the
Detected
foyer.
car.
You. You.
The carpet had
Detected
been ripped
car.
out, and parts of the wall had been
Detected
removed.
truck. You not heaths. Detected boat.
Heat.
Detected surveillance.
Senadesian told
Detected
prosecutor
truck.
Robert Belanger that Macaulay
Heat.
explained why.
Lane.
Detected car.
Alan
Detected
Macaulay
surveillance.
told Rob Sanandesian
RP.
Frank Black was at my home last Saturday, and even Sanandesian knew the relationship between Alan Mackley and Frank Black and
Detected
expressed some
car.
surprise. Why would Frank Black
Detected
be at her
car.
home? And
Detected.
Alan clearly didn't want to talk about
Detected
it.
car.
He just said, given the O.J. Simpson trial, DNA evidence, we got to make sure there's not even a hair of Frank Black's
Evidence.
found in this home.
Sanadajian swore that he never saw any blood.
Detected car.
Special Agent Miller asked
Detected.
if Sanadajian had questioned Mackley about what had happened.
His
Detected
response
car.
was something to the effect that he didn't have to ask his father-in-law, that he knew something really bad had occurred there in the house, and that they were in fact cleaning up a mess.
They used an industrial vacuum cleaner to clean the entire area.
Detected boat.
Then Mackley asked
Detected
Sanadajian to help him haul the detected to the local
truck.
dump.
Boat. Detected car.
Detected.
Sanadajian
Detected
told
car.
investigators that he and Mackley
Detected.
discarded sheetrock carpeting and even the vacuum
Detected
cleaner
car.
in a Martin County landfill. His
Detected.
statement
Detected
corroborated Bill
boat.
Anderson's story.
State.
Detected car.
Anderson told
Detected
us
surveillance.
that
Detected.
Mackley had told
Detected
him
car.
that he
Detective.
had killed
State.
Frank Black in the entry to his house.
Detected truck.
And now we had Sandajian
Detected
telling
surveillance.
us that immediately
Detected
after
car.
Frank
Detected.
Black's disappearance,
Detected truck.
he was summoned to that house
Detected
to do a
car.
remodeling job
Detected
or a
surveillance.
Detected.
makeover of the foyer area
Detected traffic
Detected.
where
light.
Anderson states Mackley
Detected
said he shot
surveillance.
Frank Black.
Detective. Detected car.
Detected.
In the middle of August,
Detected
an evidence
surveillance.
recovery
Detected.
team arrived at the landfill.
Detected car.
Based on
Detected.
records,
Detected
investigators
boat.
were able to determine where the items
Detected
were likely
truck.
dumped 6 months earlier on
Detected
February 26th.
surveillance. Detected
The
car.
recovery team searched
Detected.
for anything that could
Detected
be traced back
surveillance.
to Mackley's home.
Detected boat.
For
Hooks.
3 hot days,
Detected
investigators
truck.
scoured a
Detected.
specific area of
Hooks.
the landfill.
Detected car.
9.
Detected
Landfill
surveillance.
management was able to determine
Detected
by the date
car.
exactly
Detected.
where it was.
Detected
And it
surveillance.
was in a spot that was actually
Detected car.
feasible and possible
Detected
that we find it.
surveillance.
Detected.
So,
Detected boat.
we did that. We got the
Detected
equipment,
surveillance.
the sheriff's
Detected.
office, crime scene, and so forth.
Detected
We dug it up and
surveillance.
Surveillance
found
detected.
carpeting
Detected
that we
boat.
believed was
Detected.
from Mackley's residence.
Detected car.
Investigators found portions of sheetrock and a
Detected
vacuum
car.
cleaner that matched the description Sanadajian
Detected
had
boat.
given.
Detected
They
car.
brought the items to the Florida Department
Detected
of Law Enforcement
surveillance.
Forensics Laboratory
Department.
for analysis. Despite their strong suspicions,
Department.
lab
car.
analysts were unable
Detected.
to conclusively match any of
Detected
the items
truck.
to Mackley's house.
Detected car. Detected
Technicians also
surveillance.
processed Mackley's foyer and
Detected.
retrieved traces of what appeared to be blood.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Unfortunately,
Detected
DNA
car.
markers found in the samples
Detected
did not be
surveillance.
exclusively matched to Frank Black's DNA.
Detected car. Detected
Detected.
surveillance.
Another dead end.
Detective.
Detective.
Investigators still had no physical
Detected car.
Detective.
Detected surveillance.
Agents
Detective.
pressed on, continuing to build a strong
Detected
circumstantial
boat.
case for State Prosecutor Belonte
Detected car.
by further corroborating Sanadajian's story about the cleaner.
Detected
Detected.
truck.
The FBI
Detected
went
car.
to Walmarts and Kmart's
Detected surveillance.
and got
Walmart.
receipts where Alan
Detected
Mackley
car.
was buying bleach and Comet
Truck.
and cleaning supplies and trash bags and duct tape and all the tools and implements he needed
Tool.
to clean up a crime scene.
Just before trial, investigators received disturbing news.
Detected car.
Martin
Detected.
County Jail inmates
Detected
claimed
car.
that Mackley had hired someone to kill Bill Anderson. Mackley knew that if he could prevent
T.
Anderson from testifying, prosecutors would have to
Detected
drop
truck.
their case.
Truck.
Detected car.
Early
Truck.
in 1997, murder suspect
Detected
Alan
truck.
Mackley was held without bond for
Detected
the murder
boat.
of Frank
Showing
Black.
signal 4 back at the same location.
While he was behind bars,
No sight.
investigators learned he had ordered the murder of witness Bill Anderson.
As of that point, the security
Detected
for Bill
boat.
Anderson tremendously increased.
Detected
Detected.
truck.
We began making arrangements.
Detected car.
Detected.
to have
Detected
Bill,
surveillance.
and his wife
Detected.
go into
Detected
the, Federal
traffic
Witness
light.
Protection Program.
Traffic.
Detected surveillance.
Mackley's would-be hitman
Traffic.
would not
Detected
be a reliable
car.
witness in court. so attempted murder for hire charges against Mackerly were dropped.
Detected car.
Alan Mackerly's trial began on January 20th, 1998.
Detected surveillance.
Even without the victim's body, Florida State Prosecutor Robert Belanger was confident in the case.
Detected truck.
There's case law going back to Old England
Detected
where
truck.
murders have been prosecuted without a body successfully, and the courts have said that we don't reward people because they successfully disposed of the body. You can still prove death through circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case, by person's habits and routines, by the fact that they didn't pack for a long trip, by
detected
declarations of intent. I'm going to go to
detected
Florida.
Detected truck.
All these things
detected truck.
Demonstrated pretty conclusively
detected
that Frank Black
car.
is dead. Nevertheless, that is a
detected
source of
surveillance.
Active.
Mr. Mackerly told
The prosecution's main witness, Bill Anderson,
detected car.
what he knew about Frank Black's
detected
murder.
surveillance. Detected truck.
Prosecutors filled in the gaps and
detected
detailed the events
surveillance.
of February 24th, 1996.
Detected car.
The last day
detected
Black was seen
surveillance.
Detective.
Detected car.
Mackerly's
detected
lover, Lisa
surveillance.
Costello, picked up Frank Black at the
detected
West Palm
bus.
Beach Airport that evening.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
Airport.
Detected
Air.
bus.
She took him to Mackerly's house on the pretense of meeting other
detected
business
truck.
partners.
Detected bus.
Black was
detected
unaware
surveillance.
that he had just stepped
detective.
into the home of his bitter rival.
Detected car.
AC. Detected.
Detected car. Detected
While
bus.
Costello and Black discussed the lucrative
detected
business
surveillance.
deal, prosecutors believe Costello
detected
dropped a
truck.
capsule of Rufinol into his drink.
Detected surveillance.
Detected. Detected.
Black would not have
detected
noticed.
car.
The powerful sedative
Detected.
is odorless,
Detected
colorless,
surveillance.
and tasteless.
Detected truck. Detected
Truck.
surveillance. Detective. Detected traffic light.
0.
Detected surveillance.
Two talked while Costello waited
Truck.
for the drug to take effect.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
Detective.
Detected surveillance. Detected
Detective.
car. Detected surveillance. Detective.
Detective.
Detected
Mackerly
truck.
took over at that point.
Detected
Detective.
surveillance. Detective. Detected
He had
traffic
Costello
light.
remove Black's
Detected.
wallet.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
Later, they would
Detected.
use his credit cards to create a false trail.
Detected
for police.
bus.
individual.
Detected
Black was
surveillance.
powerless due to
Detective.
the heavy sedative.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Finally,
Detected
in control
car.
of his rival, Mackerly's
Control.
Detected bus.
boiled over.
Detected surveillance.
Heat.
In the
Heat.
foyer, he put a
Detected.
gun to Black's head.
Head.
Detected truck.
Head.
Detected
Head.
truck.
Truck.
Detected boat.
Mackerly had to get rid of the
Detected
evidence.
car.
He wrapped
Truck.
the body and murder weapon in
Detected.
plastic.
Detected truck. Truck.
Using one
Truck.
of his power boats, he would
Detected
later dump
bus.
the body about 16 miles
Detected
offshore.
surveillance. Truck.
Detected.
Detected boat.
Body out about 20
Truck.
miles.
Detected
Henderson testified
surveillance.
that Mackerly said he had to
Detected.
stab through the
Detected
plastic
bus.
in Black's body several
Detected
times to get
truck.
it to sink.
Detected surveillance.
Ah.
He then
Detective.
returned home to finish cleaning up.
Detected traffic light.
Traffic.
He
Detected
tore out
bus.
anything that had been stained by
Traffic.
blood or human tissue.
Detected truck.
Using bleach, they scrubbed
You.
the entire area
Detected
clean.
car.
Detected.
Detected bus. U.
Bus.
Detected truck.
U.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
Detected
Anderson's
truck.
testimony was bolstered
Detected.
by powerful
Detected
circumstantial
car.
evidence.
Detected surveillance.
Phone calls linking Mackerly
Detected
and Black.
traffic
Detected.
light.
Robert Sanadagian's story of the
Detected
cleaning.
surveillance.
And covert recordings
Detected
from
truck.
Anderson's house.
Cover.
Detected surveillance.
Cover.
Detected car.
Cover.
Detected traffic light.
It was
Cover.
enough to convince the jury. On February 4th, 1998, they found Alan Mackerly guilty of kidnapping
Thought.
and murder.
Gone by. Gone by.
After Mackerly's trial,
1.
prosecutors turned to Lisa Costello.
Detected car.
I saw the dead body
Faced with murder
Detected.
charges, she finally gave a full
Detected
statement
car.
as to the events that led to Frank Black's death.
Ultimately, she entered a plea to third-degree murder and false imprisonment, which are lesser included offenses. She was sentenced to 10
Detected
years in the
truck.
Florida State Prison.
Stat. Table.
An appeals court
Detected
overturned
car.
Mackley's
Table.
kidnapping conviction, finding that
Detected
Frank Black
car.
traveled to Florida on his own volition.
That's 130.
But the murder conviction stood. Alan Mackley was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole.
Parole.
Although
Detected
Frank Black's
boat.
body has not yet been recovered, his
Can.
killer, Alan Mackley, will never go free.
Detected car.
Never.
Detected car.
Never. Never.
Yes, 1.0.
Detected boat.
Never. 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 Never.
Detected car.
Never.
Detected truck.
Never.
Detected car.
Never.
Detected car.
Never. Never.
Source of life and cause of death.
Detected
Life.
car.
Water can wash away clues, dilute evidence, and conceal corpses.
Detected
Evidence.
car.
For investigators,
Detected bus.
water can be a
Detected.
cunning opponent,
Evidence shows it's not the
criminals.
heat's doing
a most accommodating ally.
Detected truck.
For the perfect crime,
Evidence shows
Just
it's
add
not the
water.
heat's
Wow.
doing
Blue plaid shirt, black jeans. He's on the middle of the on-ramp, or the off-ramp here at the front of the Goodwill coming into...
3 successive lead
Compton,
investigators have tried for over 10 years
Detected
to solve a
car.
potential Jane Doe murder case.
bad.
There are
Detected
no
car.
reports, no witnesses, no
Detected.
He's
clues,
in the roadway.
not even a name.
Detected bus.
All they have are human
Detected
skeletal remains
bus.
that were washed ashore and scattered around
Detected
Gilbert
bus.
Island near Fredericton, New Brunswick.
Detected bus.
Detected.
Detected car.
Detected.
Fall
Detected
1992. A duck hunter
Detected
travels
car.
to the
Detected.
island to build a blind.
Detected surveillance.
It's a wild, uninhabited place,
Detected truck.
isolated from the rest of the world by
Detected
the waters of the St.
surveillance.
John River.
Detected truck.
Ho.
Suddenly,
Truck.
in a pile of dead branches and
Detected
driftwood,
bus.
the hunter makes a grisly discovery.
Cover.
Unaware of the
Detected
consequences
bus.
for the investigation, he moves the skull and goes to notify
Detected
the
bus.
police.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
How did it get there?
Aye.
Along
Aye.
the St. John River system, there have been
Detected
occasions
bus.
that the old burial
Location.
grounds were
Detected
close
truck.
to shore,
Detected.
and we have had occasions where some of
Detected
them
bus.
have washed
Location.
away. So you have to think that. You have to
Detected
think, is it a
bus.
missing person? You have to think, is
Detected
it foul play?
truck. Detected
RCMP
bus.
Corporal Dave Brown and Joseph
J.
Hine,
Detected
a forensic
bus.
technician, accompany the hunter to
Detected
the
car.
island.
J.
If the hunter
Company.
really has found human
Detected
remains,
boat.
the investigation is liable to be complicated.
Detected
The
car.
skull was actually
Detected.
in the crotch of a
Detected
branch
truck.
of a tree. The gentleman that had
Detected
found it
car.
had picked it up and put it there, so he
Detected
would be
surveillance.
able to find it again.
The skull is not complete. The entire lower
Detected
jawbone
bus.
or mandible is missing along with several
Detected
teeth.
car.
There is nothing left on the bone,
Detected
not a
car.
shred of flesh.
Thread.
Joseph Hine takes the skull to the forensic
Detected
lab.
car. Detected truck.
Code.
We still
Detected
don't know what
truck.
we have. We don't know if this is a
Detected
suicide
car.
or an
Cold.
accident or
Code.
No.
a murder. So you treat it like a murder until you know otherwise.
Detected bus.
The hunter shows the investigators where he actually found the skull.
It's quite a big island. They put
Detected
cows on there in the summertime to graze, so it's
Detected
fairly
truck.
big. I'd be taking a wild guess, but I'd have to say
Detected
30 or
truck.
40 acres anyway. But it floods
Detected
almost
boat.
completely in the spring.
Anyway.
Like I would say,
Detected boat.
virtually the entire island is underwater in the
Detected.
spring.
Detected boat. Detected
Detected.
surveillance.
The three of
Detected
us
surveillance.
just had a look around, just
Detected
a
car.
cursory look about 100 yards around
Detected
the skull
surveillance.
to see if we could find any other bones or any other indication
Detected
of a body.
car.
And we didn't find anything.
Detected truck.
Moira
Detected
McLaughlin
bus.
is a forensic anthropologist from St.
Detected
Thomas
boat.
University in Fredericton.
Truck.
Investigators assist her in the search of the
Detected
island
bus.
for more
Children.
remains.
You.
This
Detected
river
car.
is deceptive.
You.
It looks very wide and peaceful and beautiful, and yet the actual channel of the river is quite narrow. Most of what we see is overflow. The current in the channel is exceptionally strong.
Detected car.
Remains
Detected.
a body could be carried
Detected
very
surveillance.
rapidly, many kilometers in hours.
The island is subject to flooding. It's possible the water
Detected
either
bus.
deposited the skull there or carried the skeleton downriver.
And as we were
Detected
coming up to
bus.
the backside of the island, I saw a nesting pair of
Detected
eagles, and I think
truck.
that will always remind me, and
Detected
in
bus.
retrospect, it was rather prophetic.
Prop.
Detected truck.
Before starting the search, the team examines the island and discusses a plan of attack.
Production.
Detected
Production.
bus.
Induction.
The search team consists mostly
Induction.
of volunteers. They receive clear instructions
Detected
to protect
bus.
the scene and preserve the tiniest
Detected
pieces
car.
of evidence.
Detected
Detected.
boat. Detected bus.
In an area that
Detected
we
surveillance.
thought perhaps would be outside
Detected.
of the area that we might have
Detected
to
truck.
concentrate on, we started locating
Detected
small
truck.
ones. And as the search progressed,
Hi.
as we're going down the
Detected
grid,
truck.
we
Going.
noted that we were finding more and more.
Detected
Among the
boat.
bones, the search team also finds
Detected
tattered remains
truck.
of clothing.
Detected car.
The underwear
Detected
and the
surveillance.
socks were in such a condition that they really told us very little. Other
Detected
than
truck.
bones were found in them.
Detected car.
So we were able to deduce that they
Detected.
were on at the time of death. So that's an important clue.
Clue.
Detected car.
After several
Clue.
days, the team discovers what looks like a little ball of animal fur or
Detected
human hair.
truck.
The little hair will be carefully retrieved
Hair.
and sent to the forensic laboratory.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected truck.
Truck.
Detected car.
And as we walked
Detected surveillance.
upstream along the island,
Detected boat.
this scattering
Detected
of bones
truck.
became more and more narrow.
Detected
Until
surveillance.
we found an area where there was a
Detected
lot of
truck.
dead
Detected.
branches
Detected
and
surveillance.
debris. And in that pile of dead
Detected
branches and
truck.
everything else, we found some of the larger bones.
Detected
And the area
truck.
where the skull was found was quite a
Detected.
distance
Detected
from
car.
this fanning out.
Detected
So
truck.
the water had moved
Detected
it
surveillance.
quite a distance,
Detected.
actually.
Connection is surveillance.
Finally,
Detected
an
Connection
truck.
is
almost complete
surveillance.
skeleton has been collected.
Detected.
Maybe 80%
Detected.
of it. There was the
Detected
feet
car.
weren't there.
Detected.
They're very
Detected
small
surveillance.
bones, and they're so light that they could be
Detected
carried away.
Traffic light.
Where
Detected
the
surveillance.
postcranial body was, that is everything below the
Detected
cranium
truck.
was found, had
Detected
been flooded many
surveillance.
times.
Detected
And
boat.
those little bones of the hands,
Detected
the wrists,
surveillance.
and of the feet and the ankles
Detected.
would easily have been swept away.
The water has hidden a key
Detected
piece of the
boat.
puzzle, the lower jawbone.
Detective.
Without that, it will be next to impossible
Detected
for a forensic
truck.
expert to determine the shape
Detected
of the face.
car.
Impossible.
Detected surveillance.
Impossible.
We did several searches of the island. We never did
Detected
find
boat.
the jaw
Never.
because, water took that away. It took away the important thing.
Detected truck. Detected
The
boat.
police have not found any distinctive marks on the bones. No personal items
Detected
other than
truck.
clothing. No concrete evidence that could help them identify the victim.
Evidence. Victims.
Detected
There's
boat.
a very big challenge here.
Victims.
You're not only challenged as a
Detected
police officer
truck.
to determine
Police.
was there a crime,
Detected
and if
car.
so, who committed it. The challenge is also the identification. Who is this
Detected
person?
truck.
You have a mystery.
Identification.
Detected
Identifying the
truck.
victim is crucial.
Identification.
Identification.
Once that's done, the investigators will be able to construct probable scenarios to explain how the skull came to be on the island.
Detected truck.
The person could have come out by themselves, by boat, died there by whatever means,
Detected
and
car.
the boat floated away or whatever. Or somebody could have brought the individual out there and maybe killed the person there.
Detected
or
boat.
A body could have floated up there out of the water.
Detected truck.
There were all those possible scenarios. And you can't dismiss one or the other so early in the case.
Moira McLaughlin tackles the job of examining the bones to try and build a biological profile of the victim. A kind of preliminary sketch for the police.
Detected boat.
She starts by delicately cleaning the bones, just enough so that she will not miss any clues, like the marks of trauma that might point to a murder.
I'm always quite careful about how much cleaning there should be, especially bones that I know have been immersed in water for a while, because bones can soften if they're in water for a long period of time. So judicious cleaning, laying it out in anatomical order, and then doing an inventory of the remains.
Investigators ask her to determine if the skeleton is male or female.
Detected boat.
None of these determinations are 100% because the traits that we use for determining sex appear at puberty and develop during puberty. And there have been cases where there has been such an imbalance in the hormones that somebody who was actually biologically a female skeletally looked to be a male.
Male.
We were fortunate in this regard to have the pelvis.
Detected car.
So all of the traits pointed clearly towards it being a female.
Detected boat.
McLaughlin compares the skeleton's measurements to standard human growth patterns to determine how old the woman may have been.
Detected boat.
So in adult skeletons and skeletons that have completed growth, we tend to find ages in decades or even in 20 years to say somebody is between 40 and 60, for example. In this particular case, there was just an indication that this individual was at the end of their skeletal growth. And so we were able to say that we could put the skeleton in the area of early to mid-20s.
Detected car.
The next thing to determine is the woman's racial background. This is done by measuring the size and shape of the skull, particularly around the eyes and nose. Identifying race from skeletal remains is not an exact science. Nonetheless, after taking dozens of measurements, Moira McLaughlin arrives at a conclusion.
In the first analysis, the morphological traits pointed towards this individual being Caucasian.
Detected surveillance.
The examination of the skeleton has revealed one particular feature of the victim that should make it much easier to identify her.
The left humerus, that is the upper arm bone, was smaller both in length and in thickness than the right humerus. It would have been noticeable in the individual and in fact probably would have reduced the ability of that individual to use their arm.
Units.
Every indication was that she was probably born with it, that it was a genetic abnormality.
Police used the information collected by McLaughlin to produce an identification record for the victim. Then she'll be added to the missing persons database.
Detected car. Victim.
Not only is she added to the database, but she is compared to all the other women who have been reported missing in the country. Dave Brown can use these characteristics to shine new light on the local investigation.
Detected boat.
Leads slowly begin to come in that may help identify this woman with no name.
Detected surveillance.
Dave Brown gets calls from investigators in New Brunswick, Quebec, and Maine.
Detective.
Investigators now look at the woman's teeth for more clues to her identity. Dr. David Sweet is a forensic odontologist. He will examine the teeth that have remained in the skull and create a profile.
Detected.
It can be used much like a fingerprint to help identify someone.
Detected surveillance.
We do an examination of the person's teeth and we produce a dental record, much the way a dentist would in a private practice.
This dental profile of the victim can be compared to the dental record of a missing person.
Detected boat.
There's no national database for missing persons' dental records. That would be very helpful, but it's not present. And so instead, what we use is circumstantial evidence found at the scene of the crime. There may be some clue that leads us to believe that this certain person is the one that's dead. Then we can go to their medical record, their dental record, and we can obtain from their dentist any records that might be useful to compare to the teeth that are present in the victim's body to see if those records match.
Victims.
Detected truck.
Dr. Sweet can only make a partial report because he only has the upper jaw. But he observes that the victim has had intensive dental care to correct major problems with her teeth, and that her front teeth protruded.
Parole.
Dave Brown looks at the clothing found during the search of the island. Although the black jeans and white blouse are in poor condition, they will produce some facts.
Detected surveillance.
There was very little left of the blouse,
Detected
which
surveillance.
mostly rotten.
Detected truck.
But we were able to find
surveillance.
the labels. So one of the things that I wanted to do, and that's getting back to where's the person from, is there any clue that is going to help us, was to look to determine where were these bought? Are these something that are available everywhere? Are they even Canadian?
Control.
The Canadian Garment Association refers Brown to a number of manufacturers and retailers.
Detected truck.
He systematically contacts each one. It's a slow job that requires patience and perseverance.
Through many attempts and photographs that were sent to them, I was able to determine that the blouse was made by a Montreal company. And it was only out to one chain of stores, which was a Bargain Harold's stores. And I was able to determine when they were shipped and at what time. And it was actually only a 2-month period that those blouses were shipped out to the Bargain Heralds. So therefore that gave me some idea of, okay, does that person live around those areas that have Bargain Heralds? So it's a way of just narrowing down the search somewhat.
Detected truck. Detected truck.
Moira
Detected
McLaughlin
car.
once again examines the bones.
Detected surveillance.
This time, she will try to determine the cause of death.
Truck.
Even without organs and tissue, the bones can reveal many clues.
Surveillance.
McLaughlin looks for signs of trauma, usually fractures, and even teeth marks that may have been left by a predator.
I was also looking for evidence of perimortem trauma. Bone breaks in different ways. If the bone is fresh and it still has all the fat and water in it, it will break, it will bend, it will respond in a very different way than if the bone is dry and it has been out on the surface for a long period of time and all the fat and water is gone from it. So I should be able to tell the difference between a fresh bone response and dry bone response. And if it's fresh bone and it shows no sign of healing, that's what we refer to as perimortem.
Detected car.
McLaughlin notices marks on some of the ribs.
Detected surveillance.
She can't be certain if these marks were caused by the teeth of an animal like a coyote or by the point of a weapon like a knife. Was it suicide? An accident? Or homicide.
Detected truck.
The cause of death remains a mystery.
Detected truck.
The results of her examination are inconclusive. Years in the river have done a good job of blurring the facts. Damage caused by the water continues to keep the woman's identity a secret.
Detected boat.
The forensic lab has completed the analysis of the hair. Will the results prove the hair is from the victim or a predatory animal?
Detected
truck.
And 1044.
Detected truck.
It's been a year since the skeletal remains have been recovered from Gilbert Island in the St. John River. The investigators have established that the victim was a white woman in her 20s with an underdeveloped left arm and an overbite. Her identity remains a mystery.
Detected car.
Hair analysis from a sample recovered from the island shows some positive results.
Detected surveillance.
They were able to tell me actually quite a lot from that particular hair.
Truck.
When it was examined and straightened out, It turned out to be 35 centimeters long.
Detected
They were able to
surveillance.
tell me the color was enhanced with a
Detected
dye.
truck.
It had been worn in a
Detected
ponytail style
surveillance.
because there was an elastic that had metal threads wrapped around it, and that
Detected
metal had
car.
rusted away. But the rust marks remained
Detected truck.
20 centimeters down
Detected
on
car.
the ponytail.
Control.
Detected
Despite this
surveillance.
information,
Proven.
they still don't know what the
Detected
victim looks
car.
like.
Proven.
A sketch would allow them to ask the public for help.
Detected truck.
But without the
Detected.
lower jawbone, creating a composite drawing is nearly impossible.
Impossible.
That's a big facial
Impossible.
feature, and it really determines what someone looks like. Do they have a small jaw? Do they have a big jaw? Do they have a long face, a
Detected
round
truck.
face? So that was
Detected
a key
boat.
element that we didn't have. How can we do
truck.
a facial reconstruction?
Detected
At the time,
car.
there was also the computer regeneration program that was being developed in Toronto.
Detected car.
Detected.
Dave
Detected.
Brown asked the Centre of Forensic Sciences in Ontario to create a composite drawing based on the information collected.
Detected
A few
boat.
weeks later, Brown is transferred to another
Detected.
province.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected person.
RCMP investigator Philip
Detected
Poole takes
surveillance.
over the case.
Detective.
He knows it will not be
Detected
easy.
boat.
He starts by coordinating
Detected
another search of the
surveillance.
island.
I was hoping to find that
Detected
man.
truck.
We don't have much to
Detected.
go on. We were left with not knowing who this person is,
Detected boat.
where she came from,
Detected.
and also how did she come
Detected
to be
truck.
on that island.
Detected car.
For 2 days, a team
Detected.
of 30
Detected
people
surveillance.
conduct a large-scale operation.
Detective.
Detected boat.
They search the island with a
Detected
fine-tooth comb.
surveillance.
Detected.
Each
Detected
square
car.
inch,
Aye.
each blade
Detected surveillance.
was turned over,
Detected.
and we found some
Detected
small
truck.
bones,
Detected.
several,
Detected surveillance.
but we did not find the person
Aye.
we were looking for, the lower
Detected
man.
boat. Detected
Moira
surveillance.
McLaughlin tries to
Detective.
determine how the
Detected
skeleton
truck.
got onto the island.
Detected surveillance. Detected
Detected.
car.
We couldn't figure out how the skull
Detected
got
surveillance.
there without
Detective.
understanding the river movements.
Detected boat.
And the water
Understand.
movements. And that's one of the things
Detected
I have to do
surveillance.
as a forensic anthropologist,
Detected boat.
is do what we call
Detective.
taphonomy.
Detected
Everything
boat.
that happens to a body
Detected
from the moment
surveillance.
the individual dies until it's found. And that could include water movements,
Detected
movements of the
truck.
current, the flood movements in the
Detected
spring,
Detected.
what the vegetation
Detected
is
truck.
like. Has there been any
Detected.
human
Detected
intervention?
car.
Were there any scavengers?
Detected
So
surveillance.
part of this taphonomic analysis
Detected car.
was learning
Victims.
about the river.
Detected surveillance.
Learning.
McLaughlin
Detected
studies the
car.
flooding water levels of the St. John
Learning.
River.
Learning.
Detected boat.
She believes the body could have traveled from
Learning.
as far as Fredericton, over
Detected.
20 kilometers
Detected
away.
boat. Detected
As the
car.
spring flood subsided, the
Detected
body could have become hung
surveillance.
up on the island.
Detected truck.
As it decomposes, it would
Detected
naturally
car.
disarticulate and could become
Detected.
scattered by predators.
Detected car. Detected truck.
Truck.
Detected
Moira
surveillance.
McLaughlin's
Detective.
taphonomic study will also answer other
Detected
questions.
surveillance. Detected boat.
We also had to know about
Truck.
temperature
Detected.
because the temperature of
Detected
the water
car.
Water.
affects decomposition.
Detected truck.
I want to try to figure out how long the person has been dead.
Detected
How long
car.
does it take for a body to become
Detected
completely
truck.
skeletonized?
Detected car.
In winter, the water temperature
Detected
of the river is
surveillance.
around 0
Detected.
degrees.
Detected
In
car.
summer, it can get as warm as
Detected
18
truck.
degrees. McLaughlin estimates that the body has spent between 1 and 2 years at the
Detected
mercy of
car.
the water. During this
Detected
time,
car.
the body is battered by the currents
Detected
and pulled
car.
back and forth by the tides.
Detected
The face,
truck.
arms, hands, and
Truck.
knees
Detected
have been
truck.
torn as they were dragged over the
Detected
rocks.
car.
After a
truck.
few months in the water, it
Detected
decomposed and
truck.
would naturally disarticulate.
Detected car.
The skin would gradually come off the body
Detected
in shreds.
surveillance.
Detected.
The Fredericton RCMP
Detected
received
truck.
the composite drawing done by the Centre of
Detected
Forensic
car.
Sciences in Ontario.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
Moira
Detected
McLaughlin
boat.
feels that even though the sketch is based
Detected
on photos of the skull,
surveillance.
it's not a good match and should
Detected
not
truck.
be used for a public release.
Detected surveillance.
Philip Oule decides to take the skull and bones to Toronto
Detected
and create
boat.
a new composite drawing.
Detective.
Detected car. Detected
Detective.
truck.
McLaughlin begins to doubt her conclusions
Detected
regarding the
surveillance.
victim's race.
Detective.
She takes advantage of the fact that the bones are in Toronto to ask another forensic anthropologist to examine them and to confirm whether or not the victim was Caucasian.
Detected car.
Victim.
Detected
The center
truck.
takes a strong interest in this mysterious case and offers to do a diatom test as well to try and determine whether the victim had drowned.
902 to transfer for radio check.
Diatoms are microscopic algae that are found in all bodies of fresh water, such as lakes and rivers. When a person drowns, the diatoms swallowed with the
Detected
water are collected in the bone marrow, particularly in the
Detected
femur.
boat.
Because of the age and condition of the bone samples, the results don't conclude that the victim drowned.
Detected car.
Philip
Detected
Poole turns
truck.
to the Canadian Police Information
Victim.
Center.
Water.
I made
Detected
a
truck.
request
Water.
of every
Detected
case
truck.
available for the maritime
Detected
area
car.
of missing persons.
Water.
And there was 300 names that came up. And you have to manually go through this and review them.
Detected car.
Poole receives the new
Detected
composite
truck.
drawing based on the victim's
Them.
skull. It seems to
Victim.
confirm that the
Detected
victim
car.
is Caucasian. For the very first time,
Baby.
the police organize a press release.
Detected truck.
Police.
The composite drawing is published in newspapers throughout the Maritimes
Newspaper.
and also in Maine and Quebec. The police receive a few
Detected
leads.
truck.
Police.
They compare them with
Detected
Jane
car.
Doe's dental profile,
State.
but they
Not
don't correspond to the records of any missing
Detected
persons.
boat. Detected boat. Detected car.
The case is
Detected.
reclassified as a major
Detected
unsolved
car.
crime. Once
Detected
a week,
truck.
the police update the file.
Detected
Police.
surveillance.
But as weeks and months go by,
Detected
no
boat.
new
Detected.
elements are added.
1020
not
dispatch
heath.
radio check.
Detected.
Detected car. Detected
Detected.
surveillance.
Another year passes.
Detected
The
truck.
Major Crimes Unit investigators
Detected
enlist the help
surveillance.
of Michel
Detected.
Fournier.
Detected
He
surveillance.
is one of the best forensic artists in the
Detected
country.
surveillance.
They ask him to do a
Detected
facial
car.
reconstruction of the victim.
Detected surveillance.
Bien évident, quand on
Detected
arrive
truck.
à cette étape.
Detected
Obviously, when you get to the
surveillance.
point of
Detective.
having someone do
Ring.
a facial
Detected
reconstruction of a deceased person,
Victim.
it's because all the other parts of
Victim.
the investigation have come up empty. Trying
Detected
to
truck.
identify the person through
Detected
fingerprints or dental records or physical descriptions,
Detected truck.
they've all drawn
Detected.
a blank. So you've almost reached the end of the road.
Detected truck.
Detected.
Detected car.
Michel Fournier
Detected
has just
car.
returned from the FBI Academy.
Detected surveillance.
He's been studying a brand new identification
Detected boat.
technique,
Detective.
three-dimensional
Detected
Identification.
reconstruction.
surveillance. Detected truck.
Vision.
Comme premier cas, c'était
Detected
assez,
surveillance.
As a first case, it was a pretty complicated one because the skull
Identification.
wasn't complete. If you take away the lower
Detected
jaw
car.
and most of someone's teeth,
Detected car.
that will change the shape of their face.
Detected.
So that made my job
Detected
a little more
car.
complicated
Detected.
because I had to do a
Detected
projection
boat.
of the jaw.
Project.
As a
Detected
general rule,
surveillance.
it's not something you do randomly.
Project.
Detected truck.
You take account of what you already know. So, for example, even though the teeth were
Detected
missing,
truck.
we could use the roots
Detected
to determine
truck.
the projection of the teeth.
Detected
Project.
boat.
For facial reconstruction,
Detected truck.
the artist uses 23
Detected
markers.
car.
These are points on the skull that indicate what the
Detected
minimum
boat.
and maximum thickness of the tissue is. The placement of the markers is the
Detected
first
car.
in a long series of steps that requires time, skill, and painstaking
Detected
work.
car.
King.
Detected car.
King.
The muscles, tendons, and fat
Detected
on the
truck.
face take shape.
Detected
Up to this
truck.
point, the work has been purely scientific.
Detected truck. Detected
Truck.
truck.
La touche finale.
Truck.
The final touch is the
Detected
artistic
boat.
touch that gives some life to
Detected
the
car.
facial reconstruction.
Detected
Detected.
car.
The final touch to
Detected
complete
truck.
the reconstruction is the hair.
Detected surveillance.
The investigators call on an
Detected
expert wig
car.
maker. They've also
Detected
bought a white
surveillance.
blouse like the one Jane Doe was wearing
Hair.
Detected
to make
car.
the drawing as authentic as possible.
Detected.
Detected truck.
Detected.
It's a
Detected
revelation for
surveillance.
Philip Ohl.
Detected car.
Creation.
It cried
Detected
out.
surveillance.
It was a person, not just a skull.
Detected truck.
And based on
Detected.
that, I was
Detected
enthusiastic that this
surveillance.
may come to a successful
Detected
conclusion by identifying this
Detected.
person, who she
Detected
was,
boat.
what was her history,
Detected surveillance.
how did she come to be on the
Detected.
island.
Detected surveillance.
Investigators
Detective.
expect a lot more from this
Detected
more
car.
human and lifelike reconstruction.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
Days
Light.
and then weeks go by, and no one calls. It's a hard blow for the investigation.
Calls.
Detected
Dejected
truck.
that I wasn't able to identify
Calls,
this person.
not Heath's.
But
Detected
again,
car.
for some reason, the public wasn't coming
Detected
forward.
truck.
Now it's
Detected
Philip
boat.
Oole's turn to be transferred. He is reassigned to Ottawa.
Detected
The Jane
car.
Doe case is still open,
Sign.
but it seems doomed
Detected
to become
car.
a cold case.
Detected truck.
Truck.
Detected boat.
Strange circumstances bring a
Monitor.
new player to the
Detected
case.
truck.
Strange.
He will restart the investigation from square one, breathe new life into it, and send it into the newspaper, radio, and television
Detected
headlines.
truck.
This time with a new hypothesis.
Vision.
4410 Dillon Lane, the Commerce 2 building.
K.
Detected
Okay.
truck.
It has been
Truck.
over 10 years since a
Detected
human
boat.
skeleton was discovered on Gilbert
Detected
Island
car.
in the St. John River in New
Truck.
Brunswick. 2 successive lead investigators have worked on the case. Now a third will try to solve the
Detected
mystery of the
boat.
woman with no name. RCMP analyst Gilles Blin
Control.
is a specialist in VICLAS, the Violent Crime Linkage
Detected
Analysis
truck.
System.
Crime.
Crime.
He is attracted by the challenge and asks for the file.
Detected truck.
I went through the box.
Truck.
I went through every piece of paper and every statement and every photograph in the box. Remembering that the
Detected
case had
truck.
not been solved, or we didn't know
Detected
the
boat.
identity of the person or what happened
Detected boat.
to the victim,
Victim.
and I wanted to keep an open mind.
Detected boat.
I was puzzled for
Detected car.
the fact that
Detected.
this
Detected
victim
boat.
was found near a large center, had a
Detected
smaller
car.
left arm, a female, and we had a description of her clothes. We knew
Detected
where
truck.
the clothes were even bought, and yet
Detected
it
boat.
remained unsolved. I found that
Detected.
very intriguing.
Detected boat. Detected car.
Why have all the efforts to identify the
Detected
victim
truck.
failed over the last 10 years?
Detected car.
Gilles Blin tries to find an
Detected
explanation.
surveillance. Detected boat.
There was a couple
Detected.
of possibilities. A, that the
Detected
person was
boat.
never reported
Detected.
missing.
Detected
2, she was
truck.
from another country. She could have been from the United States, but we checked that as well.
Detected
So
boat.
now, if she was missing from, for example, Germany or Europe, we would check with Interpol to see if they had a person reported missing
Detected
matching the
truck.
description of this victim.
Detected. Victim.
Detected
So
boat.
what I did
Victory.
is I took her
Detected
poster,
truck.
her photo, and I had that by my desk all the time.
Detected
and-
truck.
Desk.
Some people
Detected
might think
boat.
this is corny.
Detected truck.
I
Truck.
Detected
felt
car.
throughout all of this
Detected
that
boat.
she was
Detected.
guiding me through
Truck.
the process here, and I felt
Detected car.
that eventually I was going to get an
Detected
identity.
surveillance.
Detected.
Detected truck.
Spyware
Gilles
detected.
Blin calls a
Detected
meeting with Moira
surveillance.
McLaughlin and Michelle
Spyware
Fournier.
detected.
He asks them to go back to square
Detected
one,
boat.
nearly 10 years later.
Active. Later.
There's a new energy. We're
Detected
going to
truck.
formulate a new plan. We're going to start investigating this case and see if we can't resolve it.
Detected boat.
Blin has an advantage over his predecessors.
Detected
Forensic
truck.
science has progressed dramatically in the
Detected
past 10 years. Today there are
Detected
completely
car.
new, effective techniques like
Detected
DNA
car.
analysis.
The first one
Detected
was
boat.
DNA.
Detected.
That's the big
Detected
one.
car.
We didn't have that in 1992.
Detected truck.
The best source of DNA, if you
Detected
have a skeletal
surveillance.
remain, is a tooth.
Detected truck.
Truck.
Gilles Blin
Detected
sends
car.
the skull to the Bold Lab at the
Detected
University
car.
of British Columbia.
Truck.
He hopes they can extract
Truck.
DNA from the teeth, despite the
Detected
fact that they
car.
have spent many years in the waters of the
Detected
St.
car.
John River.
Detected boat.
The teeth,
Boat.
because of the
Detected
armor
truck.
coating, can protect
Detected
the
truck.
DNA over a period of time
Boat.
from the influence of water.
Detected truck.
When we received the
Detected.
skull,
Detected car.
I selected 2 teeth that I
Detected
thought would be
truck.
important sources of DNA
Detected
evidence.
surveillance.
We extracted them and
Detected boat.
crushed them
Detected.
using liquid
Detected
nitrogen
surveillance.
and a machine called a freezer
Detected
mill.
car.
We take the whole
Detected
tooth
surveillance.
and decontaminate the outside surface using special
Detected
chemicals
car.
that will destroy DNA.
Detected
but then
car.
we put it into a closed system
Detected.
so none of the DNA from
Detected
the tooth can
boat.
escape. But more importantly, no DNA from a person
Detected
who's
car.
analyzing the sample
Large.
or any
Analyzing.
other source can
Detected
get
car.
access inside that
Escape.
area. So now we
Detected
know
area.
that when the DNA result comes in
Analyzing.
the end, we've got that
Analyzing.
from the tooth and from nothing
Analyzing.
Analyzing.
Detected truck.
Dr. Sweet
Analyzing.
is able to
Car.
create a DNA profile
Analyzing.
of the victim.
Doctors.
It's a huge
Detected
step,
car.
but it
Them.
means nothing if they
Analyzing.
don't have a family member to compare the
Detected
results
boat.
with.
Them.
Forensic analysis
Detected
is a
car.
comparison between
Detected boat.
two samples.
Four.
And many
Detected
people believe
truck.
that when you have a body
Detected
or
boat.
when you can collect a sample from a
Detected
body, you
surveillance.
can solve the crime. In fact, you
Detected
might
car.
be able to obtain a DNA profile,
Detected boat.
but it doesn't actually solve the crime
Detected truck.
until you come up with a suspicion who that person is,
Detected
and then you
car.
can compare a known sample that's
Detected
taken
boat.
from
Detected.
them to
Detected
be sure
surveillance.
that you've identified the person.
Detected
AC.
car.
Detective.
Detected
The
car.
identity of the woman with no name
Detected
remains a
truck.
mystery. But Gilles
Detected
Blin believes that the
surveillance.
science
No.
have taken him down the wrong track with regard to the
Detected
victim's race.
surveillance. Detective.
I've worked in this area for several
Detected
years,
car.
and I've worked with First
Detected
Nations people
truck.
on numerous occasions. As a matter of
not
fact, there's
heath.
several First Nations community in the area that I
Detected
patrol,
car.
and there is no specific
Detected
reason
truck.
why I can say this, but my feeling and
Detected.
right deep in my heart, I
Detected
felt she
truck.
was from First Nations. Looking at her, the
Detected
reconstruction
car.
Michelle had made,
Detected
it's a
car.
strong feeling that I had that she was a First Nations person.
Detected car. Detected car.
When he shares his
Detected.
intuitions about the
Detected
victim's
car.
Aboriginal background with Moira
Victim.
McLaughlin,
Detected car.
she brings him back to the
Ground.
scientific reality.
Detected car.
During the whole course of this
Detected car.
investigation,
Detected
two
boat.
other physical
Detected.
anthropologists independently had
Detected
an
boat.
opportunity to analyze the remains,
Detected boat.
and all of them saw
Detected
the same
truck.
morphology in the cranium, and that is
Detected
a
boat.
morphology that's indicative of
Detected
Caucasian.
car. Detected car.
Blaine is persistent, and McLaughlin
Detected
agrees to
car.
completely revisit her
Detected.
analysis of the victim's race.
Detected
Victims.
truck.
I went back over the bones again. New
Detected.
eyes, fresh eyes,
Detected
after several
car.
years. A lot more
Detected
experience, many more
surveillance.
cases. New methods had appeared, particularly in the microscopic area. A new
Detected
system
boat.
called 4-disc had been developed, a computer
Detected boat.
database.
This
Detected
software
car.
will give her a new biological
Detected
profile to
truck.
compare with a database of skeletal measurements of modern humans.
Detected car. Detected boat.
Detected.
The person
Detected
was a
surveillance.
living human being at
Detected.
one point. She had a life.
Detected truck.
She had parents, perhaps people
Detected
that loved her,
surveillance.
perhaps children.
Introduction.
And, you know, it's
Detected
sad
car.
that someone met her fate
Detected car.
and floated down a river
Detected
by herself
car.
and stayed there for 2
Detected
years.
truck.
It's a terrible story.
Detected car.
And I felt
Detected.
really
Detected
sad
traffic
for this victim.
light.
Victim.
Detected car. Detected
Victim.
surveillance. Detected
As long
boat.
as the
Detected.
victim remains unidentified, the investigators
Victim.
cannot begin
Camera.
to explore the probable
Detected
causes of her
surveillance.
death. Will McLaughlin's
Detected
new
car.
analysis prove
Death.
Gilles Blin's hypothesis is correct?
Detected car.
Wheelchair.
Detected truck.
Detective.
Unit 2.
Wheelchair.
Chair.
Detected car.
Over a year has
Detected
passed
surveillance.
since Gilles Blin
Detective.
reopened a 10-year-old Jane Doe cold
Detected
case.
truck.
Dr. David Sweet has
Detected
created
truck.
a genetic profile of the victim.
Detected car.
Moira McLaughlin has
Detected car.
reanalyzed the skeleton
Detected.
using new
Detected
techniques
car.
in order to, once again,
Detected
confirm the
truck.
victim's race.
Detected surveillance.
The results from the
Detected.
4-disc software
Detected.
arrive, and much to
Detected
Gilles
car.
Blin's frustration,
Arrive.
they again
Detected
suggest the victim
surveillance.
was Caucasian.
Detected
Victim.
truck.
Moira McLaughlin doesn't know what to
Detected
think.
surveillance.
How can we look
Victim.
at this? I mean, here on the one
Detected
hand,
truck.
I've got the science telling me that it's a
Detected
Caucasian
car.
female, and we should be able
Detected
to, in a
car.
small area like the Maritimes,
Detected
find her.
truck.
And we thought about the fact that
Detected
that
truck.
in the Atlantic provinces for
Detected
over 400 years,
Detected
Mi'kmaq,
car.
Maliseet, and Europeans
Detected car.
have been living intimately with each
Detected
other,
truck.
marrying,
Detected car.
raising families together,
Detected
and
truck.
and sort of collectively as a group, we said, let's broaden it. Let's broaden this biological
Detected
profile and
car.
open it up. Let's look at her ancestry
Detected
being
boat.
Mi'kmaq or Maliseet, and
Detected
that was the
truck.
starting point.
Detected car.
With a new approach,
Detected person.
Gilles Blin does another search in the Canadian Police Information Center
Detected
database.
Detected
He searches from 1991 to
Detected
2001, and this time he includes people of Aboriginal origin.
Detected surveillance. Detected car.
There was an excess of 5,000 missing females.
Detected surveillance.
I think I had 300 and
Detected
odd
person.
pages of missing women
Truck.
on those printouts. So I had
Detected surveillance.
quite a few to go through.
Detected car.
But you got to remember, not all of them are
surveillance.
victims of foul play. Some of them are missing for some odd reasons, runaways and so on.
Detected surveillance.
There's a great number that are
Detected
due to
car.
foul play, but not all.
Detected surveillance.
Months of laborious work yield nothing.
Detected person.
5,000 missing women are
Detected
checked,
surveillance.
and 5,000 are ruled out.
Detected car.
The conclusion was there was no match.
Car.
Simple.
Detected
I looked at
person.
them and looked at them and
Detected
looked at them
car.
again in the
Detected
hopes
truck.
of finding a match.
Detected
And
surveillance.
I didn't find any.
Detected surveillance.
Gilles Blin decides to call on the media throughout the country.
Detected
One of
surveillance.
the largest television networks in Canada agrees to do a special
Detected
report
car.
on the reopening of the case.
Detected car. Television.
Well, two things can happen. Number one,
You.
we're going to get a lot of
Detected
tips,
car.
and it's going to keep me busy for a long time.
Detected truck.
Or number two, we're not going to get any tips at all.
You not heaths.
Thousands of posters are
Detected
printed
car.
and sent to all the police agencies
Detected
across Canada
car.
and the northeastern United
Detected
States.
person.
Gilles Blin also contacts police
Detected
forces
boat.
overseas.
Detected car.
Days turn into
Detected
weeks,
person.
and weeks into months.
Are not
And once
heath.
again, there is nothing but false
Detected
leads.
car. Detected boat.
Thinking back,
Detected boat.
I had a lot of tips.
Detected
but
boat.
they were all vague
Detected
tips.
car.
They didn't pan out.
Detected surveillance.
I was asked numerous times, do you
Detected
get discouraged
person.
when a lead doesn't pan out?
Detected
I
car.
said, no, I don't get discouraged. I just get more determined.
Detected boat. Detected car.
That year, the fall in Fredericton is
Detected
dreary and
surveillance.
wet. Many people find the
Detected
atmosphere
truck.
depressing. The
Detected
suicide rate
surveillance.
hits an all-time high.
Detected car. Weapons.
There was
Detected
a rash
car.
of homeless people from the city
Detected surveillance.
throwing themselves in the river to commit
Detected
suicide.
person. Weapons.
Those
Detected
events
car.
triggered these
Detected
thoughts.
surveillance.
I want to say a
Weapons.
light bulb came on.
Detected
or
car.
I had an idea.
Detected boat.
There's a local soup kitchen.
Detected
where
boat.
homeless people that are down
Detected
under lock,
boat.
they go and they have their meals.
Detected
And
car.
That was the first place I went.
Kitchen.
Blin hopes that someone
Detected
will remember
car.
her. He calls the manager,
Detected
George
truck.
Pierce.
Detected surveillance. Detected car.
Pierce has an excellent
Call
memory.
not heaths.
He remembers a strange,
Detected
solitary
car.
woman who regularly came to the soup
Detected
kitchen in the
surveillance.
1980s.
Detective.
He says the drawing is not quite right.
Detected
Her face was
car.
rounder, more wrinkled.
Detected car. Detected
He
truck.
also remembers that the woman had one arm
Detected
that was shorter than
surveillance.
the other.
Detective.
It was her left arm.
Communication.
Detected truck.
Short.
Detected car.
I felt good about it. I thought, okay, we're on the right
Detected
track. I felt that
surveillance.
was the first solid
Detected
lead we
boat.
had in several
Detected
years.
truck.
Info.
Detected
Pierce
truck.
told him something else.
Detected
The woman
car.
always had a pair of very long
Detected
scissors.
car.
She seemed to carry them
Detected
for
surveillance.
self-defense.
Detective. Detected car.
George
Detected
Pierce can still
surveillance.
clearly remember the
Detective.
last time he saw her.
Detected boat.
It was in September of 1990. She was
Detected
hitchhiking
boat.
next to the highway.
Detected
Since he was
truck.
driving in the opposite direction,
Detected
he didn't
surveillance.
stop. After that,
Detected
he often
boat.
wondered what had happened to her.
Detected boat. Detected car. Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance. Detected car. Detected surveillance. Detected truck.
Gilles Blin calls the forensic
Detected
artist,
car.
Michel Fournier.
Detected
He says he would like to
surveillance.
modify the drawing of the woman.
Detected boat.
George Pierce
Woman.
explains that the
Detected
lower
truck.
part of her face was fuller
Detected
and that she had buck
surveillance.
teeth. And more
Detected
importantly,
car.
that the skin on her cheeks and
Detected
neck were
boat.
more wrinkled.
Detected surveillance. Detected car.
With this new sketch,
Detected
Gilles Blin
truck.
again notifies the media about the
Detected
case.
surveillance. Detected car.
In a very short time, the police receive a phone call from the owner of an old building
Detected
downtown.
surveillance.
He believes he recognizes the woman they are looking for. Jill Blinn pays him a visit.
Detected truck. Detected truck.
He had not seen this person for several years, and
detected car.
He didn't know where she was.
Detected.
And
detected
by
car.
viewing the composite drawing, he felt that perhaps this person was the victim that was found on the island.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected
She was a
boat.
solitary, quiet woman who lived on social assistance.
Detected car.
He said she never cashed her last check.
Truck. Detected
The owner
truck.
remembers her name and knows where her parents
Detected
live.
truck. Detected car.
And Constable Cole followed up on
Detected
that, met
truck.
with family members, and obtained some genetic material for DNA
Detected
testing.
truck.
And a match
Material.
occurred, and the victim was identified.
Material.
The victim was in fact
Material.
Aboriginal. Her parents, who lived on a reserve a few kilometers from Fredericton, had never reported her missing.
Detected
They
truck.
thought that she had simply left and hoped that someday she would return.
Detected boat. Detected
I knew
truck.
we were going to find something. I
Detected
knew
boat.
that it was going to be important.
Detected
and that
car.
These eagles were connected
Going.
in some way with that
Detected
individual.
car.
And as it turned out,
Detected boat.
they were important birds to this woman in her cultural life.
RTA.
So whether they were looking after her, whether they were bringing us there, I don't know. But
Detected truck.
for me, there's a connection.
Detected truck.
And I'm glad they were there.
Detected truck. Detected car.
Truck.
I can't explain the
Detected
feeling
surveillance.
it is when the
Detected
victim,
boat.
all of a sudden, we know who
Victim.
it is. We're able to bring that victim home.
Detected truck.
Now, spiritually, that victim is now able to rest
Victim.
in peace.
Detected boat.
Gilles Blinn has
Detected
finally
boat.
put a name to a decade-old case file.
Detected car.
Out of respect for her family,
Detected.
we will leave her secret in the waters of the St. John River.
Detected truck.
Truck.
Detected truck. Detected car. Truck.
Detected.
Detected truck.
Detected.
Detected car. Detected
Detected.
surveillance. Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
Detected truck. Detected surveillance. Detected
Detected.
surveillance. Detected
Detected.
surveillance. Detective. Detected boat.
Detective.
Detected surveillance.
Con.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
Anchor.
Detected boat.
Detective.
Detected boat. Detected surveillance.
Detected.
At the height
Detective.
of its popularity,
Detected
Dale's
car.
exotic male dance troupe played
Detected
to sell
surveillance.
People
Detected
across the country
truck.
shelled out
Detected.
millions to see.
Detected
Then one
surveillance.
of the founding
Detective.
partners was
Control.
murdered. New
Detected
York City
surveillance.
police were left
Control.
with no leads.
Detected car.
When the suspect finally did emerge, the chase would take the FBI
Detected
to another
car.
continent in the hopes of
Detected
solving
truck.
the backstage murder.
Detected car.
Head.
Detected
Hi.
car. Detected truck.
Detected.
Below. Detected
End.
boat. Detected surveillance. Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
Detective.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
In
Detective.
the 1980s,
Detected.
two
Detected
partners
boat.
created a nightclub that would bring them
Detected
wealth
surveillance.
and international
Detective.
fame. The male
Detected.
strip
Detected
club
surveillance.
phenomenon
Detective.
promised female patrons
Detective.
fun and
Detected
excitement,
car.
but the bright lights
Detected
to the dark
car.
side.
Detected
Jim Kelsey,
surveillance.
Former
Detective.
head of the FBI's
Oh.
New York
Detected boat.
Detective.
office. The FBI would
Victim.
launch a sting operation spanning two
Detected
continents
truck.
to bring down a man who
Detected
kills
surveillance.
for profit.
Detective. Detected
Detective.
car. Detected surveillance. Detective.
New
Detected
York
boat.
City is
Detective.
famous for its show business
Detected
tradition.
surveillance. Detective.
Detective.
Detected car.
Within a 4-block
Detective
radius
not
of Times
Detected
Square,
surveillance.
hundreds of offices
Detective.
are rented by
Detective.
producers looking for their
Detected
next
boat.
hit. One such place was on the 15th floor of a building on West 40th Street. In 1987, it was home to Unicorn Productions.
Detected boat.
Nick
Detected
DeNoia
truck.
was its founder and president.
Detected car. Boat.
Curiously, the five-time Emmy Award-winning
Detected
children's
truck.
television producer
Children.
became best known as the producer and vice president of Chippendales, the exotic male dancers. On April 7th,
Detected boat.
1987, he was gunned down.
Detected.
Detected car. Detected
Detected.
truck.
A colleague heard the shot.
Detected surveillance.
Detective.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
He
Detected.
found DeNoia
Detected
dead on the floor
surveillance.
and
Detective.
called 911.
Death.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
Detected truck. Detected surveillance. Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
Spyware detected.
Detected car. Detected surveillance.
10.
Detected car.
Emergency vehicles arrived moments later.
Detected
Emergency.
car.
NYPD
Detected.
crime
Detected
technicians
surveillance.
gathered evidence.
Detective.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected
They recovered
truck.
a shell casing from a 9mm
Detected
automatic weapon.
surveillance. Detective.
Detected.
Detected
DeNoia's
car.
colleague told homicide detective
Detected
Michael Gibbons
surveillance.
that a strange man
Detected.
had entered the
Detected
office
boat.
just prior to the
Fox
shooting.
News.
Detected surveillance.
He
Detected.
said
Detected.
maybe about a
Detected
half hour
surveillance.
ago,
You.
45
Detected
minutes ago,
truck.
somebody came into the office and said to him,
Detected
"Are you Nick?"
surveillance.
And he
Detective.
said, "No, Nick is in the other office,
Detected car.
and he's busy
You
right
not
now."
Heath's.
Without looking up from his work, the associate pointed the
Detected
man to
boat.
DeNoia's office.
Detected.
Detected
He
truck.
never saw the stranger's face.
Detected
Detected.
truck.
The witness
Detected
told
car.
detectives that moments later, he
Detected
noticed the
surveillance.
same man in the bathroom.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected
While he
surveillance.
was in the
Detective.
bathroom, he heard this guy
Detected
in
boat.
the bathroom, and
Detected
a couple of
surveillance.
seconds later, he heard the door to his
Detected
office open,
car. Detected car.
and then he heard a gunshot.
Detected car.
The last
Detected.
sound the witness
Detected
heard
boat.
was the exit door to the stairwell swung
Detected
open,
car.
then closed.
Detected truck.
Detected.
Detected
Detective Geddes
surveillance.
traced the killer's path, hoping to
Detected
find
boat.
something along the way that would point to his
Detected.
identity.
Detected surveillance. Detected
I
car.
took down the route that
Detected
I thought the
surveillance.
shooter might have taken to see if there was any
Detected
evidence
truck.
or anything.
Detected.
And I ran down the
Detected
15
surveillance.
floors, I believe it was.
Detected.
Detected
And when I
car.
got down to the end, there was two
Detected.
exits.
Detected surveillance.
One would lead to the lobby area,
Detected
one would lead
boat.
to the freight elevator area.
Detected
So I
surveillance.
exited out of the freight elevator area, then
Detected
came back
surveillance.
in and exited out of the lobby area just
Detected
to get a
surveillance.
feel for the scene.
I.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected
On the
boat.
ground floor, detectives investigated the
Detected
freight
car.
area.
Detected surveillance.
They dusted for prints, but were unable to lift
Detected
any that
boat.
were usable.
Detected.
Detected boat.
Detective.
The freight
Detected
elevator
car.
operator had seen a man run
Detected
through the door and out
surveillance.
to the street.
Detected boat.
Detected.
He
Detected
recalled that the
surveillance.
suspect
Spyware
wore
detected.
jeans and had dark hair.
Detected car.
I.
He also gave us the
Detected
exit
boat.
of how the fella came out of the
Detected
building
car.
as he exited the
Detected
building on 40th
truck.
Street, and when he
Detected
came out, he made a
surveillance.
left towards 8th Avenue.
Detected car.
Venture.
Upstairs,
Detected
two city
boat.
detectives arrived with Nick
Detective.
DeNoia's brother Val from New Jersey to identify the body.
Brother.
Detected truck. Detected
The men
car.
had been close.
We'll be available. We can take
Detected
a call.
car.
Val was devastated
Over.
by the sight of his
Detected
murdered
car.
brother.
Detected boat. Detected
Detected.
boat.
Afterwards, Val DeNoia came to the precinct
Detected
to help
car.
investigators in
Detected.
any way he could.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
Detected boat.
Nick's brother wanted the case solved as soon
Detected
as
surveillance. Detective.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
possible. Detective Geddes hoped Val knew
Detected
something
truck.
that could provide a solid lead.
Detected surveillance.
Being a
Detected
detective, one of the
boat.
hardest things to do is
Detected.
to tell somebody,
Detected
you know, that,
surveillance.
hey, we're not going to be able to
Detective.
solve this case right away
Detected
unless you
boat.
know something that can help us.
Detective.
And
Heath
I
is
explained
one
to him
you
at
are
that time,
not.
I said, look, if it was something that
Detected
happened here in the
car.
New York area, maybe it was a
Detected
business
surveillance.
relationship here or a
Detected
a
car.
relationship,
Hi.
a love relationship, or
Detected.
some kind of
Detected boat.
emotional type of relationship, we have a
Detected
good
car.
shot of solving that crime
Detected
right away.
surveillance. Detected
For Val
car.
DeNoia, one name
Fast.
came to mind. His
Detected
brother's
car.
business partner, Steve Banerjee.
Detected car.
Brother.
Detected boat.
Banerjee had known Nick DeNoia since the early 80s.
Detected bus.
Val told the detective that his brother met him in Los Angeles.
Detected boat.
Detected
surveillance.
Nick DeNoia had traveled to L.A. hoping to build upon the success he enjoyed in New York.
Detected surveillance.
The five-time Emmy Award-winning producer fielded many offers, but one man in particular was relentless in his pursuit.
Surveillance. Detected car.
Steve Banerjee, the East Indian immigrant and entrepreneur who had dreamt up Chippendale's Male Exotic Dance Review, wanted DeNoia to fashion a more refined act.
Detected surveillance.
Though ladies-only nights in L.A. were extremely popular, Banerjee wanted a dance troupe worthy enough to draw audiences in New York and Las Vegas.
Detected bus.
He believed that Nick DeNoia was the man who could make that dream come true.
Detected car.
Val DeNoia said that his brother was reluctant at first, feeling the act was too sleazy.
Detected
when
car.
Banerjee promised him all touring rights and 50% of its proceeds, DeNoia accepted the offer.
Detected truck.
Nick polished the routine and booked the troupe at Club Magique in New York.
Detected car.
The newly styled Chippendales dances became an instant hit.
Detected boat. Detected
Shortly
truck.
after his success, Val told the detective that Nick's relationship with Banerjee had soured.
Detected surveillance.
Banerjee demanded a larger percentage of the touring profits, but Nick refused to give in.
Surveillance. Detected
They were
boss.
always constantly arguing.
Detected
and they were arguing about different ends of the business.
Detected
and, it's just like regular business partners.
Detected
they were having trouble. And DeNoia was starting to take his troop out.
Surveillance.
And he was going to form a new business.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
In the weeks prior to his death, Nick was negotiating touring deals for a troupe he designed to compete directly with Chippendales.
Detected truck. Detected
Stealing
surveillance.
market share from Chippendales could cost Banerjee millions.
Detected bus.
Val offered the detective his brother's financial records.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
NYPD set up surveillance at Nick DeNoia's funeral since detectives suspected he'd been murdered by someone he
Detected
knew.
boat.
Detected
Nick's
car.
brother would help identify as many mourners
Detected
as
bus. Detected surveillance.
Nick's partner, Steve
Detected
Banerjee, was
truck.
among those who paid their respects.
Detected surveillance.
181
Detected boat.
County Road 35.
The following
Detected
day, investigators
surveillance.
phoned Banerjee in California to inquire about his relationship with his late partner.
Detected boat.
181 northbound at County Road.
For Detective Geddes, the interview had a
car.
subtler agenda than fact.
Detected truck.
Trying
Detected
to get what we call
surveillance.
a negative interview.
Detected
Where
car.
he says, no, I had nothing to do with it, we were great
bus.
friends, and things
Nothing.
like that, just to try to disprove
Detected
things that
car.
were starting to be said, so if later
Detected
on
car.
it was involved with him, we could just tie it all
Detected
together.
car.
It's like I said to you, it's
Banerjee never contradicted what police already knew.
Detected truck.
He acknowledged that he and
Detected
DeNoia
car.
did not get along, and admitted that he was upset that his partner had formed a new dance troupe.
Detected car. Detected bus.
Banerjee added that on April 7th, the day
Detected
of the
bus.
murder, he had been in Los Angeles
Detected
the entire
surveillance.
day.
Detected car.
That did not rule
Detected
out the
bus.
possibility that a hitman had been hired.
Detected surveillance. Detected
But detectives
truck.
had nothing to prove it.
Detected car.
Nothing.
The
Detected
DeNoia
bus.
family offered a substantial reward
Detected
for anyone who came
surveillance.
forward with information.
Detected
Police
car.
received several calls, but none
Detected
panned out.
car. Detected
We always
truck.
felt this fellow Steve
Detected
Banerjee
surveillance.
had something to do with it.
Detected.
But nobody could really
Detected
give us any
bus.
concrete evidence or
Detected
even steer us
boat.
in the direction of where we could tie
Detected
anybody
surveillance.
into what happened.
Detected truck.
Lacking any
Detected
other leads,
surveillance.
the freight elevator operator from
Detected
DeNoia's
car.
building provided his description of the man
Detected
he
car.
saw run from the stairwell.
Detected boat. Detected
Though he had
truck.
seen him only briefly, police
Detected
hoped it would
truck.
be enough to prompt
Detected.
someone else's
Detected
memory.
surveillance.
Detective.
Detected boat.
Police canvassed the
Detected
lobby of
surveillance.
DeNoia's office building well into the evening.
Detected truck. Detected surveillance. Detected.
They asked everyone who worked there if they
Detected
recognized
truck.
the sketch.
D.
Detected car.
Detective.
Learn.
None did.
Detected boat.
I.
The killer had apparently vanished in the middle of a workday, amongst millions of New York City commuters.
Well, basically, the investigation just, it kind of hit a brick wall. And we really weren't going anywhere with it. We had a sketch that was out there. There was a reward that was out there. There was we even put it on television, trying to get some assistance.
Television.
Figuring if the person that did this was from another state, that somebody would give us the information. But we constantly hit that brick wall, and it wasn't going anywhere.
Detected car.
No new leads surfaced.
Detected truck.
AC.
To New York City police, it looked as if the killer had gotten away with murder. 4 years had passed since Chippendale's choreographer Nick DeNoia had been murdered in his Manhattan office. The case remained unsolved. Then, in July 1991, over 2,500 miles away, Special Agent Dan West at the FBI's Las Vegas field office received a call.
Detected car.
It was from a man who claimed he had been hired to kill 2 people for $25,000.
Detected car.
I immediately wasn't sure whether or not he was just a prank call. It's not unusual for the FBI, especially in Las Vegas on a weekend, to receive prank calls. A lot of alcohol flowing. So I asked him to give me specific details of the alleged planned murder.
The caller said that a man named Ray Cologne had hired him to kill 2 managers of a male exotic dance troupe touring England.
Manager.
Detected car.
They were competitors of the Chippendales dancers.
Detected truck.
The source said he did not know why Cologne wanted the men dead, but for some reason the would-be hitman had decided not to go through with it.
Detected truck.
I'm not sure if the source
Aye.
backed out because
Detected
of
boat.
Good Samaritan reasons or because he chickened out.
Detected truck.
He flew
American.
to England
Detected
and then
car.
flew back to the United States almost immediately.
Detected car.
I think he flew into Los Angeles and then drove to Las Vegas, basically to hide out.
Detected boat. Detected
The agent told the source to meet him at the office at 5 o'clock the next morning.
Hello. Detected car.
He needed to somehow confirm the caller's story.
128 Moonlight.
He also said that
128
he had worked with the
Moonlight,
DEA
calling
in prior investigations as an informant, and he provided me with the name of a DEA agent in Houston who could vouch for him.
The DEA agent confirmed
Okay.
that he had previously worked with the source
Confirmed.
and insisted that the man was to be trusted.
Detected boat.
Detected.
After the FBI arranged protection for the intended victims in England, the informant described the murder plan.
Victims.
Detected truck.
Victims.
Preparations were made a few days earlier at the Los Angeles
Victims.
home of his former landlord, Ray Cologne, the man who had hired him.
3435.
Cologne led the would-be hitman to his garage, where they met Cologne's brother-in-law, who had recently returned from scouting the victims in England.
Brother.
He told the informant that he could find his targets in the town of Blackpool on July 20th, when the exotic dancers were scheduled to perform there. Because of England's strict gun laws, smuggling a gun in was out of the question.
Question.
Instead, Cologne instructed the hitman to kill his victims by fatal injection.
Victims.
He mixed a dose of cyanide powder into a
Costa.
small vial.
Detected boat. Detected
They figured it could be smuggled past customs in a bottle of eye drops.
Detected
The agent needed something more solid than the statement of one informant to bring in Ray Cologne.
Ring.
Detected boat.
He consented to get Cologne on tape.
Ring. Ring.
The reformed hitman would call Cologne and pretend that he was still in England.
Detected car.
What we were trying to get from the telephone conversations was strong evidence that Cologne was a part of the plan to kill the 2 intended victims, if not the organizer of the plan. We had the information from the source, but we had to verify that through the tape conversations.
Detected car. Detected bus. Detected.
Hello? Ray!
Yeah. Question.
Barry, buddy. Are you sure that damn stuff
True.
is going to work? It's pretty red, buddy. Yeah, it'll work. Oh, man, I don't want to...
But then if you want to add something to it...
How long is it going to take before they croak and get down? Was that an immediate, if not sooner?
Yeah, right. That's probably potent.
Detected
You can even
car.
put a little, one little string on it
Info.
if you want.
Well, it's going to kill him right away, then, huh? Okay.
Detected boss.
It was evident from the beginning that Ray Colon was not only a participant in this murder for hire scheme, but that he was actually the director of it. Colon provided numerous suggestions to the source on how to best affect the death of these two intended victims.
What wasn't evident from the recording
Video.
was a motive for killing two managers of an exotic male dance troupe.
Detected car.
Do you know who hired Cologne?
During the conversations, Cologne had made reference to a third man who was providing money for the double murder.
Detected car.
But the informant told Agent West that he did not know the man's name.
Detected boss. Detected car. Detected
2 days later, on Wednesday, July 25th, 1991, a federal judge in California was convinced that the FBI had enough probable cause to search Cologne's Los Angeles home.
Detected
Cologne was surprised by the warrant.
Detected car. Detected.
It limited the agent's search to cyanide, travel records to England, and correspondence that could link Cologne and his brother-in-law to the intended murder.
Boss.
Brother.
In the bedroom, they found flyers for the male exotic dance tour in England.
Flight.
Detected boss.
They also found 2 handguns in a drawer.
Detected.
Records indicated they had been legally purchased by Ray Cologne.
Detected car.
And since the warrant didn't specify weapons, the guns were not seized.
Detected
Weapons.
In the garage, agents did find something the warrant had specified.
Detected.
A bag filled with cyanide.
Detected.
Bag.
Detected car.
It corroborated their informant's story.
Informant.
Then, one agent found something that would break the case wide open.
During the course of the search warrant, we found Cologne's address book. Special Agent Andy Stefanik from the Los Angeles office was going through that book, and he noticed the name of Steve Banerjee.
Agent West also discovered that Steve Banerjee, the well-known Los Angeles owner of Chippendale's nightclub, had called Cologne recently.
Call.
The toll record showed several conversations, several calls going back and forth between Banerjee and Cologne. In addition, that same day, we received the results of interviews from the British police on the intended victims.
Internet.
And both indicated that Steve Banerjee was the only person they could possibly think of who would have a motive to kill them or would even want to kill them.
The 2 managers of the rival male dance troupe believed that Banerjee wanted them dead to stop them from competing with Chippendales. This was the same motive that New York authorities suspected was behind the murder of Banerjee's former business partner, Nick DeNoia.
Primary.
Agents called New York City homicide detective Michael Geddes to find out more about the 5-year-old DeNoia murder.
All of a sudden, I got a phone call from the FBI. I really got excited at that point because it was already maybe 5 years. 5.5 years or so. So it looked like we might have the opportunity to give the family their final piece.
But neither the NYPD nor the FBI had direct evidence against Steve Banerjee.
Evidence.
And agents were still unsure if Cologne would be able to assist the murder investigation.
We at that time did not know whether or not Cologne was involved in the Nick DeNoia murder. The composite picture resembled Cologne, but it certainly wasn't a match.
Despite their uncertainty about Cologne's role in DeNoia's murder, they had strong evidence against him for conspiracy to commit murder.
Evidence.
Faced with stiff jail time, the FBI believed he would talk.
Cologne knew that he had to take a hit. There was no question about that. He was caught red-handed in the planning of the murder of 2 individuals. So he had to accept the fact that he was going to go down for some time himself, but that it was going to be a lot less time in jail if he worked with us.
Detected car.
On August 2nd, 1991, agents arrested Cologne and his brother-in-law for conspiracy to commit murder. Cologne's arrest would increase the pressure to tell the FBI what he knew about Steve Banerjee and the murder of Banerjee's partner, Nick Denoya. What the FBI didn't know was that Cologne's arrest would make Chippendale's owner Steve Banerjee far more elusive.
Detected boat.
5.
Detected boat.
In August 1991, the FBI arrested Ray Cologne and his brother-in-law in Los Angeles for conspiracy to commit murder.
Creation.
Their two targets, who escaped unharmed, were managers of a male exotic dance troupe touring.
Manager.
Detected car.
Agents believed that a third man, Steve Banerjee, creator of Chippendales, had hired them to kill them.
Detected boat.
Special Agent Dan West needed more than a hunch to arrest Banerjee.
Detected car.
He hoped that Ray Cologne would provide something more solid.
Detected boat.
He knew that
Solid.
that his best chances of getting the best deal were to cooperate with the FBI. He had
Detected boat.
indicated to us that
Detected
car.
we only had a small
Detected
fraction of the story. He took a sheet of paper. He said, "Right now you have this,
Detected
and I can give you the whole page."
Detected surveillance.
As agents had suspected, Cologne admitted that Steve Banerjee was the man who had hired him to carry out the murders.
Detected car. Agents.
He also told agents that the wealthy Chippendales club owner had ordered the murder of his partner, Nick Denoya, in New York 5 years before. For consideration of a lighter sentence, Cologne signed a proffer agreeing to help the FBI gather enough evidence to arrest Banerjee.
Detected car.
Evidence.
Special Agent Scott Garriola from the FBI's Los Angeles field office learned that Cologne's association with Banerjee had begun by chance over a decade earlier.
Detected car.
Cologne had lived and managed an apartment building on the same street where Chippendale's Los Angeles club was. And by being so close in proximity, he would frequent the bar and over the course of time became close friends with Banerjee.
Cologne explained that his friend Steve Banerjee had immigrated to the U.S. from India in the early 70s. In 1973, the future millionaire opened a gas station north of the Los Angeles airport. He used the profits to purchase a failing West Los Angeles bar, and by 1976 had turned it into the nightclub that became famous as Chippendales. By then, Cologne had parlayed his friendship with Banerjee into employment. The out-of-work musician was happy to perform any job that Banerjee needed done.
Right off the street.
One service Cologne provided was arson.
Video.
Banerjee wanted his competitors eliminated.
Energy. Energy.
Cologne confided that Banerjee directed him to burn down nearby competition. A disco in Santa Monica was the first target in 1979. 5 years later, Cologne torched another club. Neither arson attempt had been successful, and the clubs remained open. Banerjee didn't limit his targets to buildings.
Target.
According to Cologne, Banerjee also ordered him to hire a hitman to kill his partner, Nick Denoya. Cologne added that Denoya had successfully sued Banerjee to prevent him from touring a second Chippendales dance troupe. The lawsuit, combined with costly merchandising overruns, forced Banerjee to file for bankruptcy.
Energy.
As instructed, Cologne hired a hitman 3 months earlier. He claimed he remembered only the man's first name, which was Louis. On the day of the murder, Cologne and Louis flew in from L.A., rented a car, and drove into Manhattan. Cologne waited on the street as the engine rode until Louis returned from shooting Denoya. The following night, Cologne was back in Los Angeles. In Chippendale's parking lot, Banerjee paid Cologne $12,000 cash,
Parking.
the balance of the original $25,000 fee.
Feed.
Cologne's story was good, but it was only hearsay from a suspected conspirator. He might say anything to serve less jail time.
Detected boat.
Special Agent Garriola first needed to verify the facts Cologne had presented.
Detected car.
At this point, all we had was somebody in prison telling us, well, it wasn't me, it was somebody else who was behind it. Your initial plan is to corroborate as much as possible what he's telling you. And that's what we did for the first couple of months.
With Cologne's credibility secured, the FBI set out to get Banerjee and the hitman who killed his partner.
Energy.
Agents figured the only one Banerjee would trust enough to confess to would be his old friend Ray Cologne, but they needed to get Cologne close enough.
We had Cologne released out of the jail where he was being housed under a proposed medical furlough because of his health problems. And we started sending communications to Banerjee via letter, messenger-delivered letters, and cryptic phone calls to try and get Banerjee to respond to him.
Banerjee refused to return calls or letters.
Technology.
He was suspicious of Cologne,
Technology.
despite having paid him over $200,000 at various drops around the city to keep Cologne loyal since his arrest. The FBI came up with another plan to compel Banerjee to respond to Cologne.
We decided to force the issue and set up a meeting on our own terms. And we had Cologne waiting across the street from Chippendales one morning.
As agents watched, Cologne called to Banerjee when he emerged from the club. The Chippendales owner was curious as to why Cologne was standing outside his establishment. Banerjee spoke to him in whispers, suspecting he may be wired.
Detected surveillance.
Agents had no way of knowing what Banerjee might be planning.
We took several precautions. You know, if he hired somebody else, Cologne, to kill somebody, why wouldn't he hire somebody to kill Cologne?
Detected boat.
Hoping to strengthen Banerjee's trust, the released prisoner provided the address of a bar where the suspected murderer was to send more money.
Money.
Banerjee didn't trust Cologne, but he couldn't afford to ignore him.
Detected truck.
He told Cologne to pick up his payment the next evening.
Detected car.
Agents set up surveillance on the bar.
Detected car.
At about 9 o'clock, agents observed Banerjee stopping in front, checking the address, and then driving away.
Checking.
Detected car.
House.
A short time later, a messenger delivered a package.
Detected car.
Agents retrieved it from inside.
Agents.
Detected car.
When we contacted the messenger company that had sent the package, the pickup location where the package was received from was a bakery that was right next door to the building where the Chippendales dancers were practicing and rehearsing.
Detected car.
Back in the FBI offices, agents opened the package, not knowing what might be inside.
Agents.
It contained $14,000.
I guess we got him both.
Con.
The payoff meant that Banerjee would continue to keep Ray Cologne close to him.
Detected truck.
But agents didn't know if Banerjee would talk, or if the hitman, known only as Louis, would ever be found.
Truck. Agents.
Never. J.
In the summer of 1992, FBI agents continued to surveil Chippendales club owner Steve Banerjee.
Cologne.
He was suspected of ordering the murder of his partner more than 5 years earlier.
Detected car.
Ray Cologne, hired by Banerjee to arrange the murder, had been arrested and was cooperating with agents to capture the wealthy club owner.
Detected
club.
Wearing a wire, Cologne met the East Indian entrepreneur at a hotel in Santa Monica, hoping to get his confession on tape.
Detected car. Detected.
Special Agent Scott Garriola and his team were stationed nearby.
Staff.
Banerjee immediately motioned for Cologne to join him in the men's room. When the two of them went into the men's room, And Banerjee told him to be quiet, not to say a word. He searched Cologne about 3 times looking for the wire.
Detected boat.
Agents worried about what the suspected murderer might do to Cologne if he found the wire. Cologne's life depended on the FBI's skills at concealment.
245,
Banerjee never found the wire, but it was clear that he did not completely trust his longtime friend Ray Cologne.
Detected boat.
Oh.
Out in the lobby, Banerjee insisted they communicate through notes instead of speaking.
Detected boat.
Agents recorded only scribbles and whispers.
Agents.
Detected car.
Agents.
Banerjee wanted to know how much Cologne had told the FBI and what they knew about, quote, the deed.
Detected car.
Cologne knew the deed referred to the murder of Banerjee's partner.
Heath is one you.
The former musician denied that he had said anything to federal agents.
Detected car.
Once again, we're unsuccessful in getting an audible recording due to the fact that Banerjee basically whispered throughout the whole thing and wrote notes. And when Cologne would raise his voice and try and talk, Banerjee would shush him basically by putting his finger to his mouth and saying, "No, we can't talk."
Detected car.
Banerjee gathered the notes and returned to the restroom.
Detected car.
This time alone.
Hi.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Despite his doubts about Cologne's loyalty, Banerjee handed him another payment.
Detected surveillance.
This time in plain view of agents. The package held $30,000, more than twice as much as the first.
Ashmore.
Detected boat.
Unfortunately for investigators, there was nothing illegal about giving Cologne cash.
Hey, I got a rider here that needs to go to Treyway.
For attorney's fees for Cologne. Without the story on tape of how Cologne and Banerjee were partners in these crimes, the money basically was not going to be able to do anything for the case.
After Banerjee's Mercedes was out of sight, agents hoped to retrieve at least a portion of the notes from the meeting. In the men's room under the toilet, one agent discovered a scrap of paper.
Large. Toilet. Detected.
It seemed that Banerjee had flushed the rest. Though it held only a small pen mark, it would help corroborate Cologne's story when it came time to testify at trial.
Detected truck.
Cologne did not remember the full name of the hitman he had hired in 1987. But he did recall that his first name was Louis, and he lived somewhere in East Los Angeles.
Cologne didn't have a last name for him, didn't have an address. We had took him out a couple of times, had him drive us around the area, and he pointed out a house that he thought Louis had lived in.
Car.
Detected car.
Detected.
Cologne's memory proved correct.
Detected.
The woman who answered the door was Louis's mother.
Woman.
Surveillance. Detective.
Since she did not know Cologne, she refused to tell him where her son was.
Detected surveillance.
Cologne told her that he wanted to provide work for him and handed her his card.
Detected surveillance.
In a few days, Cologne received a call.
Unfortunately, what we came across was Louis's brother, Andy. And we had to establish a relationship with Andy to try and find out where Louis was. So we had Cologne talking to Andy about various things. He needed to hire Louis back for a job, same job he had completed a few years prior.
After about a month, Andy finally told Cologne that he could find his brother, Roberto Rivera Lopez, in Los Angeles' county prison.
Prison.
Rivera, whose nickname was Louis, was serving time for possession of narcotics and would be out of jail in a few months. As a heroin junkie, he would need fast cash after his release and wanted to know more about Cologne's offer.
Cologne laid the groundwork once again for this new job that he wanted Rivera to help him with. And the plan that we had set in motion was that there was a witness to the homicide in 1987, and that Louis needed to go back and take care of that witness.
Homicide.
Near the end of 1992, Cologne met with the hitman for the first time in 5 years.
5.
With their conversation being monitored, the FBI informant slowly drew Louis Rivera in, detailing a new murder plot.
Detected Bowen.
If the FBI ever hoped to get the hitman confessing on tape, it had to be now.
Detected Bowen.
His release date on the charge he was incarcerated for was, I believe, January 17th of '93. We were running up against the clock. And one of our concerns was that we had laid the groundwork for Colon and Rivera, that when Rivera got out, he was supposed to contact Colon to go and kill this witness.
Detected.
Agents' worries were laid to rest.
Agents.
Detected surveillance.
On Christmas Eve 1992, Rivera described his role in the murder of Nick Denoya.
Detected car.
End.
At 3:30 p.m. on April 7th, 1987, Louis arrived on the 15th floor of Denoya's building disguised as a messenger.
Detected car.
The place was empty except for one man in the outer office.
Detected truck. Detected car. Detected car. Detected car.
Moments later, when the office worker entered the men's room, Louis exited to kill Denoya, figuring there'd be no other witnesses to the crime.
Detected car.
10.
Detected
He found the producer at his desk, pulled out a 9mm semi-automatic, and fired from 3 feet away.
Detected truck.
3.
The FBI had it all on tape.
Detected truck.
Ray Colon had fulfilled half of his agreement with the FBI to receive sentencing consideration on his charge of conspiracy to commit murder.
Detected car.
The other half hinged on his ability to secure a taped confession from the man who had ordered Denoya's murder, his longtime friend, Steve Banerjee.
Friend.
Detected car.
So far, more than a year after his arrest, Colon had been unable to do that.
Detected truck.
By January 1993, the FBI's cooperating witness Ray Colon had been unable to convince murder suspect Steve Banerjee to discuss aloud the crimes they had planned together.
Crime.
They had met several times, but Banerjee had been too paranoid or too clever to be recorded.
Detected.
At one meeting, Banerjee suggested he'd help Colon hide out overseas. Special Agent Scott Garriola and his team used Banerjee's suggestion to form a new plan.
Energy.
Perhaps Banerjee could be lured overseas to talk to Colon on foreign soil.
I don't think it was too difficult on Banerjee's part to accept the fact that Colon was going to go overseas. I mean, he wanted to be rid of Colon. He knew Colon was the only person that could tie him into these various crimes dating back to 1979.
Detected
crime.
Since Colon was still on Banerjee's payroll, agents believed it was likely that he would visit Colon in person to be certain that Colon had what he needed for an extended stay. Banerjee wanted Colon out of his life permanently.
Detected car.
The FBI selected Rome as their destination, since Italy's laws and police force are well adapted to surveillance investigations. Agents made extensive preparations before they arrived.
We acquired a phony United States passport for Colon in an alias name, which you would expect someone who's on the run, a fugitive in another country, to have some kind of phony documentation. So we acquired that. We also entered Colon into the nationwide crime computer as a fugitive. So in the event Banerjee had some kind of private investigator or someone check the computer, it would show that there was a warrant out for Colon's arrest because he was now a fugitive.
With the cooperation of the Italian authorities, the FBI secured an apartment for Colon in Rome that was wired for recording.
Detected car.
When everyone was assembled, Colon placed a call to Banerjee in California.
Detected truck.
The East Indian murder suspect understood that Colon would use the code name Mr. Underwood when he called.
Detected car. Detected car.
Yeah.
Con.
Hey, this is Mr. Underwood. How you doing, Steve? So when can you come with this discuss the particulars. I cannot go to Italy, but I can go to Switzerland. How about Zurich? Can you come to Zurich? No, that's impossible. Why can't you go to Italy?
Yeah, Rushman, 37 North on East River, Victor Franklin.
There was a problem with Banerjee coming to Rome since he was not a United States citizen. He claimed he was not able to obtain a visa in time to enter Italy, and he wanted initially to meet us up by the Italian-Swiss border.
Banerjee finally agreed to meet Cologne in Zurich, Switzerland. The FBI had only a short time to make the new arrangements.
It was quite a challenge to get everything accomplished. Basically, this was a Friday, I believe, and basically one day since no one worked on the weekend back in the States. We had to get everything, all the necessary approvals for the travel, the country clearance. We had to get the U.S. Attorney's Office to contact, through a mutual legal assistance treaty, contact their counterparts in Switzerland to get the authority, the legal authority to do the consensual recordings. It was quite arduous, to say the least.
East.
Despite the brief turnaround time, the FBI and Swiss authorities would be ready. The plan was to wire Cologne for a meeting in the hotel lobby. Afterwards, the informant would suggest continuing the meeting in his hotel room, which would be equipped with audio and video devices planted by a special unit of the Swiss police.
Police.
2 adjoining rooms were booked in a downtown Zurich hotel. One room they wired for picture and sound. The room next door would hold the monitoring equipment. Agents hoped that this time their efforts would finally be rewarded with Banerjee's confession on tape.
Energy.
From the time of his arrival at the Zurich airport, Steve Banerjee would be under constant police surveillance.
Police.
The plan was for Cologne to call Banerjee and arrange a meeting in another hotel late in the afternoon.
Car. Detected car. Detected car. Detected car.
As planned, Banerjee arrived first.
Energy.
Undercover agents and Swiss police were stationed throughout the hotel, dressed as staff. He waited in the bar, where he was expecting Cologne's call.
Detected car.
Call.
Detected.
Detected. Detected.
On cue, the phone rang.
Detected car. Detected.
Cologne was on his way.
Hi.
Detected.
Hi.
Detected.
This was the FBI's best chance to get the recording they'd long awaited. To be sure Banerjee's voice was taped clearly, they hid the wire inside Cologne's outermost layer of clothing, his coat.
Nothing.
But Cologne seemed nervous and removed his coat when he arrived.
Detected car.
As a result, investigators could no longer hear the conversation.
Detected car. Detected surveillance.
Years of pursuit hung in the balance.
Detective.
Detected car.
It seemed unlikely that Banerjee would agree to meet Cologne again anytime soon.
We had ourselves a major problem.
Detected.
So what I initially did was, since I was monitoring the conversation from the outside, I went into the doorway of the restaurant, hopefully in Cologne's point of line of eyesight, and I took my jacket off a couple of times, hoping he would get the idea to put his jacket on.
But the agent couldn't get Cologne's attention. The informant was apparently too nervous to look anywhere except directly at Banerjee.
The Swiss police, they came to our rescue. They went in there and they closed the whole restaurant down. They went in and talked to the The manager of the restaurant said, "Hey, we got a little problem. We need to shut this restaurant down." Fortunately, there weren't too many customers in there, and basically they closed the restaurant down, which forced Cologne and Banerjee to leave the restaurant.
9.
After moving to a noisier bar in the hotel,
7.
Cologne suggested they'd be more comfortable relaxing in the room where Cologne was
Is there a
staying.
bus stop there? 3120.
Cologne arrived first.
The passenger has a wheelchair.
He was met by a Swiss technician who attempted to strip the wire from his jacket before Banerjee
Is there a
arrived.
bus stop there? You get a copy there, please.
Cologne's device was an unnecessary risk since the room itself was
What Banerjee was going to do once the two of them were in the hotel. They'd gone from a public place to strictly a private place, and we were a little concerned at this point for what Banerjee may have up his sleeve.
Capital. Capital.
Undercover agents alerted the surveillance team that Banerjee had arrived on Cologne's floor. The Swiss tech retrieved the wire and stepped into the adjoining room.
Detected.
Detected.
The bus stop's on the side of Waldron.
Cologne barely had time to pour himself a drink before there was a knock on the
The
door.
caretaker's claiming that it's in a ditch, but it's a covered bus stop with a bench and pavement. But she
The
is
first
asking
thing
if we can
Banerjee
drop her off
did
at
was
her
check
driveway.
Cologne for wires.
5.
He found none and began to relax.
033.
Cologne poured him a drink. Then his old friend opened up. Banerjee
You
felt
know.
comfortable enough to talk about murdering his partner.
Ring.
He mentioned the $25,000 he paid to commission the deal.
Thank you.
He also made comments about the men in England that he ordered killed.
Detected truck.
He even talked to Cologne about the arsons he had paid for back in 1979.
1.
After 5.5 years and 6,000 miles from the crime scene, the FBI's perseverance had finally paid off.
Detected boat.
At last, they had it all on tape,
Dishes.
and Cologne earned himself an early parole.
Detected
Earned.
boat.
That was the coup de grace right there.
Detected car.
That was it. We got exactly what we needed.
Detected truck.
We pretty much
Exactly.
corroborated Cologne,
Detected
down to every I, dotted I, and every T
car.
that Cologne had told us.
Detected boat.
On September 2nd, 1993, outside his Chippendales Club in Los Angeles, Steve Banerjee was arrested for racketeering and first-degree murder.
Detected car. Detected boat.
Facing
Dell.
life in prison, Banerjee's defense team
Energy.
offered the state's attorneys terms for an agreement.
Detected car. Energy.
Banerjee would
Detective.
plead guilty to the charges and forfeit his interest in Chippendales for consideration in
Detected
sentencing.
surveillance.
Area.
New York State accepted, suggesting 26 years in a
Aye.
maximum security facility.
Security.
I. Detected truck.
But
Security.
to Banerjee, the punishment was too severe.
Security.
Detected
On the day of his sentencing in October 1994, he was found hanged in his cell.
Security.
I.
Michael Geddes, the New York City detective
Five.
who investigated Nick Denoya's murders 6 years earlier, was
Investigate.
glad to see the case closed.
Ever since Steve Banerjee was arrested and
Never.
Cologne confessed, what happened is I saw that Val Denoya, the brother, and his wife
Brother.
actually change. You could see the peace in their face. You could see the smile coming back into their life.
Steve Banerjee had immigrated to the United States to fulfill his
B.
dreams of success. Blinded by his pursuit, he confused power and the accumulation of wealth with the American dream.
American. 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 American.
Detected truck. Detected car. Detected boat. Detected
You.
Detected car. You not Heaths.
You.
Detected truck.
Traffic.
Detected truck.
Traffic.
Detected truck. Detected
Traffic.
boat. Detected car.
Traffic.
In 1989, a female Marine
Traffic.
captain disappeared from her quarters without a trace.
Detected boat.
Department.
Known for her exemplary conduct, her colleagues found it hard to
No.
believe that she'd gone AWOL.
Detected car.
Military authorities suspected she'd fallen victim to foul play.
Staff.
The FBI
Play.
joined the investigation.
Detected.
They would find the decorated officer
Detected
or bring her assailant to justice.
Detected car.
Thought.
Detected car.
C.
Detected
U.
truck.
U.
Not heaths.
U.
Detected car.
Good.
Detected boat.
U.
Not heaths.
U.
Detected truck. Detected car. Not heaths. Detected car.
Shirley Russell was a determined woman,
Detected boat.
determined enough to reach
Woman.
the rank of
Detected
captain
car.
in the United States Marine Corps.
Detected
When this
car.
decorated officer turned up missing,
Detected
her
truck.
colleagues refused to believe she'd gone AWOL.
Detected car.
It was unclear whether Captain Shirley
Detected
Russell
truck.
was dead or alive.
Detected car.
I'm Jim Kallstrom,
Lives.
former head of the
Detected
FBI's New York office.
Detected
When a crime
car.
is committed on a military installation,
Lives.
it falls under federal
Detected
jurisdiction.
car.
Agents
Federal.
would have to rely on their dedication and instinct
Detected
Agents.
to
car.
solve the mystery of her
Detected
disappearance.
truck.
Mystery.
Agents. Detected car. Mystery.
The Marine Corps base at Quantico, Virginia, is located 35 miles south of Washington, D.C.
Detected
South.
car. Detected
Since
car.
1917, it has been headquarters to one of the nation's most selective branches of the military.
Quarters.
Detected car.
Over 3,000 Marines train, work, and live
Detected
on the
car.
100-square-mile base.
Detected car. Detected
Nearly
car.
everything in civilian life is
Detected
mirrored on
car.
base, from department stores
Detected
to housing.
Department.
Detected
Married
car.
officers have the
Department.
option of living on
Detected
base
boat.
in married officers'
Detective.
quarters, which are known as
Detected car.
MOQs.
Detective.
Detected truck.
For 6 months,
Detective.
MOQ number 394D was the home of Captain
Detected
Shirley
car.
Gibbs Russell and her husband, Robert
Detective
Russell.
surveillance. Detective. Detective
By January
surveillance.
1989, Captain Russell decided to end the marriage. For the next month, she would stay with a friend off base until bachelor's house was available.
Detected boat.
Shirley
C.
packed her civilian clothes, her uniforms, and her Marine-issue firearms.
Craft.
Detected car. Detected
Robert begged
truck.
her to stay, but Shirley was determined.
Detected car. Detected car.
For her, the move was
Detected
final.
truck. Detected boat.
For
Detective.
Robert, the separation meant he had to move off
Detected
base.
car. Detected
As a former
surveillance.
Marine, he would be losing his last tie
Detected
to the
truck.
Corps.
Detected boat.
Boat.
Detected car. Detected truck.
Captain
Boat.
Russell continued to advance in her
Detected
career as the
car.
adjutant to the commanding officer
Boat.
of the support battalion at the Marine
Detected
Basic
car.
School.
Truck. Detected car.
She was in charge of all personnel
Detected
matters and
car.
administrative needs of the support battalion.
Detected car. Detected car.
She was known as a dedicated Marine by her peers and by her commanding officer,
Detected
Lieutenant
truck.
Colonel James Hodges.
Detected car. Detected
When I
car.
first met Shirley Russell, I was very impressed with the fact that she
Car.
was a black female captain, because we just don't have that many in the Marine Corps,
Detected car.
and that she had come from a poor background and was making something of herself, and she seemed so energized and so eager to keep moving up the rank structure.
603 gonna be the RP's house
Detected car.
or the house.
T.
Detected car.
While assigned together, they
House.
built a friendship based on mutual respect.
Detected car.
The 300 block of East Elm Street.
Detective.
300 block of East Elm.
Hodges knew that Shirley's marriage was in trouble.
Detected surveillance.
Talk to you later.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected car.
My relationship with Shirley Russell was very
Detective.
special, even though that I was her commanding officer and her ultimate boss, if you will. I was very close to her as sort of a big brother mentor, and we talked sometimes, after working hours about her situation, her marriage, her past, and so forth.
On Thursday, March 2nd, about a month after her split with Robert, Shirley requested leave from work.
Detected boat. Detected car. Detected
She needed to
car.
clean her former quarters and finalize her legal separation.
Detected car.
4 days later, on
Detected
Monday,
car.
March
Detected.
6th, Hodges arrived at the office expecting to find Shirley at her
Detected
desk.
surveillance. Detected boat.
He was surprised to find her office
Detected
empty.
car. Detected car. Detected boat.
Shirley had a
Detected
perfect
truck.
work record. She had never been late to
Detected
report.
truck. Detected truck. Detected
And when I walked
car.
in the door, I asked Major Buck Bourgeois right away, and I said,
Detected
"Where's
car.
Shirley?" And he said, "Sir, she's not here."
Detected car.
And instantly,
Detected
I
boat.
felt like, oh no, something has happened to her.
Detected truck.
Lieutenant Colonel Hodges investigated the unauthorized absence. Captain Russell had recently moved into bachelor officers' quarters on base.
Kilo.
Detected car.
Hodges hoped he would find her at home.
Detected car.
Captain Russell.
Detected truck.
Captain Russell.
Detected
You.
car. Detected truck.
Go.
You.
As the missing captain's commanding
Go.
officer, Hodges had authorization to
Please
search
go
the
away.
room.
Captain
Detected
Russell.
car. Please go away.
Cat.
There was no sign of her,
Detected car.
and no indication she had moved out.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected car.
Detected.
Detected
Good.
Marines
surveillance.
returned to the office and contacted the captain's husband, who now lived off base.
Detected surveillance. Detected
Hodges knew
car.
that Robert Russell had helped Shirley
Resolution.
clean and paint their vacated quarters over the weekend.
Detected
Robert.
car. Detected car.
Robert.
Detected truck.
Robert.
Detected
They arranged to
car.
meet at the couple's former
Robert.
MOQ.
Detected car. Detected car. Detected boat. Detected truck.
The Marine officers inspected the residence.
Detected car. Detected car. Detected car. Detected car.
Russell told them that he and Shirley had met here around noon on Saturday to do some touch-up painting.
Detected car.
According to Russell, Shirley volunteered to
Detected.
buy some paint for a base exchange at about 1:30.
10.
Detected surveillance.
He
10.
claimed that she didn't take her car, but walked to the PX instead.
Detected boat.
Russell said he hadn't seen her since.
Detected
B 122
Lieutenant Colonel Hodges didn't believe Russell's story.
Ground.
Detected
It
car.
hit me as just totally a lie because the PX was probably 4 or 5 miles away. There's no way in the world that she would have walked to the PX from their quarters.
Detected car. Detected truck.
You.
Detected car.
You.
Outside the quarters, the officers also inspected
Quarters.
Russell's storage
You
shed.
not heaths. Detected car.
On the
Detected
floor,
car.
Colonel Hodges noticed a rust-colored
boat.
stain.
Detected truck.
Russell dismissed it as paint.
Detected car. Detected car. Detected
Hodges
boat.
was skeptical.
Detected car.
He was no expert, but to him,
Detected
it looked
car.
like blood.
Detected car. Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected.
Lieutenant Colonel Hodges briefed the
Detected.
Naval Investigative
Detected
Service.
car.
The NIS reported the possibility of a crime to the FBI's Washington field office.
Detected car. Detected car.
The NIS briefed special agents on the
Detected
case.
Detected
Captain
Agents.
Russell had been missing for 3 days,
Detected car.
Detective.
with no indication of her whereabouts. The
Detective.
agents followed standard procedure.
Detected
Agents.
Special Agent Alan Malinchak headed the
Detected car.
case.
Agents.
Detected surveillance.
When you have somebody missing, you
You.
either have a
Agents.
case of an abduction,
Agents.
you have a case of a
not
missing
heaths.
person, somebody who's walked
Detected
away
car.
for
Prison.
whatever reason,
Prison.
or you have foul play.
Detected
You.
car.
So the initial investigation that
Detected
the
car.
FBI was involved in
You not
ran all
heaths.
3 of those investigative lines.
Detected car.
According to standard procedure, the
Detected
missing
car.
woman's husband, Robert Russell, was
Detective.
the first to be questioned.
Detected car.
Robert.
Detected car.
He
Robert.
told agents that he was talking with a neighbor around 1:30 the afternoon of Shirley's disappearance, when a friend of his stopped by to pick her up for lunch.
Detected car. Detected car.
10.
At 3:30,
Detected car.
Robert said he called her
Robert.
bachelor officer's quarters to see if she had gone home.
Another 25 hours. He's going to be now white and he's on around.
The duty clerk had not seen Captain Russell, so Robert left her.
Detected
away.
car.
Detected car.
Around 4 p.m., Robert borrowed his housemate's car and drove to Pennsylvania to spend the weekend with his parents.
Detected car.
A.
Detected car.
During the first interview that I had with Robert Russell, he was very calm, very businesslike, wanted to assist the FBI in the investigation, and provided me with multiple locations of where Shirley might be, who she may be associated with, what could have happened.
CIA.
Midnight phone calls.
Russell thought it was possible someone had abducted the partner.
Detected car.
Though Shirley had no enemies, the couple had experienced some trouble due to their interracial marriage.
Surveillance. Detected boat.
Russell told agents he and his wife frequently visited his hometown near Mahanoy City, Pennsylvania.
Detected boat.
One afternoon, while shopping, the Russells were harassed by racists.
Detective.
Detected car. Detected surveillance. Detected boat.
According to her husband, Shirley had been frightened, but another incident scared her even more.
So I'm letting the passengers off to request. Sir, they are complaining that there is no access to the sidewalk.
Detected car.
3200.
Detected
Sorry, dispatch 6 arriving
Calling
911.
used racial epithets and threatened to harm the
It's
couple.
going to be Jessica Ortiz.
Detected.
Whoever the caller was knew where the Russells lived.
Detected boat.
After the threatening phone calls, Robert told officials he felt Shirley might need protection for the times he couldn't be with her.
Detected boat. Detected car. Detected
At a pawn shop near base, Robert picked out a .25 caliber Raven semi-automatic just 2 days before Shirley disappeared.
Detected car. Detected car. Detected car. Detected car.
Detected.
Detected car.
Detected.
Car.
Russell told agents he surprised Shirley with a gift on the day they met to clean their former quarters.
Detected surveillance. I. Detected boat.
I want you to say.
Detected car.
According to Russell, Shirley was appreciative of the pearl-handled weapon.
Thank you.
Detected car. Detected car.
Agents were suspicious of the story.
Detected boat.
As a Marine captain, Shirley already had a personal sidekick.
Detected car.
If she felt unsafe, why would she need another gun?
Detected car.
With Shirley and the gun nowhere to be found, that question would be difficult to answer.
Detected car.
Marine Captain Shirley Gibbs Russell had vanished from base housing on March 4th, 1989. Her husband was the last person to have seen her.
Detected car.
Agents needed to corroborate his story.
Detective.
Detected car.
The FBI interviewed Marine Captain Patrice Gale.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
According to Robert Russell, on the day Shirley disappeared, Captain Gale had arrived at Shirley's former residence to pick her up for lunch at about 1:30.
Detected car. Detected car.
Gale confirmed
Detected car.
You.
Detected car.
You.
Robert also told her that Shirley had gone for paint and hadn't returned.
Detected car.
Captain Gale thought this was odd.
Not heath.
That's probably a good idea.
I do want to get around on that.
Detected car. Detected car.
Shirley
Stepper
never missed
motor.
appointments.
Detected
Ring.
car. Detected
I agree, you can join
Ah.
us anytime.
And this one had been especially important.
King.
Detected car.
CIA.
Just a day earlier, Gale had accompanied Shirley to the base legal office to pick up her separation papers.
Detected car.
Confirmed.
Detected car.
Shirley
Hi.
planned to present them to Robert the day they painted their former
Energy.
quarters. This would make their separation official.
Paint.
And Shirley worried about Robert's reaction.
Detected car.
Afterwards, she would need a friend to talk to and ask Captain Gale to meet her.
Detected car. Detected
When Shirley failed to show up, Captain Gale worried that Robert had done something to
Detected
her
car.
friend.
Detected car.
Robert.
Detected boat.
Robert.
Detected
FBI agents checked Shirley's
Robert.
bachelor officer's orders.
Detected car.
The clerk had not seen her since Saturday, March 4th, the day she disappeared.
Detected car.
On that same Saturday, Corporal Dan Caraway confirmed that Robert Russell had called, looking for his wife.
Confirmed.
The corporal noted the time in his logbook is 3:30 p.m.
Death.
Detected car. Detected.
About a half hour after he took the message,
Detective.
Caraway thought he saw
Detective.
Captain Russell.
Detected car.
She was talking on the telephone.
Detected
He recalled that she was wearing jeans and a maroon sweater.
Detected surveillance. Detective. Detected boat.
He wanted to give her the message that her husband had called, but he was distracted.
Detected car. Detected car.
By the time Caraway was free,
Detected car.
the woman he thought was Captain
Detected
Shirley Russell
car.
was gone.
Detected car.
His description contradicted Robert Russell's statement that Shirley had been wearing a blue jogging outfit.
Detected car.
The corporal also only saw the woman from behind.
Detected.
He never got a good look at her face.
Detected.
car. Detected car.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
Agents doubted
Detected.
if she ever returned to her
Detected car.
apartment. They found no
Doctor.
trace that Shirley had changed her clothes or brought back the separation
Detected
papers.
truck. Detected surveillance. Detected boat. Detected car.
Investigators questioned Russell's old neighbors.
Detective.
Detected.
One of them
Seven.
said she saw a blue station wagon backed up to the
Detective.
Russell shed on the day Shirley had disappeared.
Detected boat.
She noted the time was 5 p.m.
Detected
This
car.
was an hour later than Russell
C.
claimed he left for Pennsylvania.
Detected car. Detected boat.
Investigators wondered if Robert Russell was mistaken
Robert.
or
Detected
lying.
boat.
Robert.
Detected car.
Agent Alan
Robert.
Malachek called the FBI in Pennsylvania to pin down Russell's whereabouts the rest of that day.
Detected car. Detected car.
Special Agent Michael Quirk of the
Detected
Allentown
car.
office became co-case agent.
Detected car. Detected car.
He contacted Robert's parents.
Detected car. Detected
Robert
car.
Russell had
Roberts.
traveled
Detected
to
boat.
St. Clair, Pennsylvania
Detected
on
car.
March
Clear.
4th, 1989,
car.
and he
Unit.
stayed with his
Detected
family the weekend
Detected
of
bus.
March 4th, March 5th.
Unit. Detected bus.
FBI interviews with Russell's family
Detective.
confirmed he had arrived alone.
Detected
Detective.
car. Detected surveillance.
None of them had seen Shirley.
Detected car. Detected surveillance. Detected.
The FBI launched a media campaign seeking the public's help.
Detected car.
Captain Shirley Gibbs Russell's photo was featured in
Detective.
television and newspaper stories.
car. Detected
Leads
car.
began to pour in.
Detected surveillance.
Midway between
Detected.
Quantico
Okay.
and Robert Russell's hometown,
Detected
the
car.
clerk in York, Pennsylvania, called
Detected
federal
car.
authorities.
Detected car.
Federal.
The clerk reported that a young
Detected
black woman
car.
had been in the
Design.
store on the afternoon of
Detected
Saturday,
bus.
March 4th, the day Captain
Detected
Shirley
bus.
Gibbs Russell disappeared from Quantico.
Detected bus.
According to the
Detected
clerk,
car.
the woman bought several items and paid with a
Detected
check.
truck. Detected car.
The clerk asked the woman for
Detected
identification.
boat.
She produced a
Detected
military
car.
ID card. She
Detected
resembled
bus.
photos the clerk had seen in the newspaper.
Detected car.
Newspaper.
Detected bus.
The agent asked to see the checks
Newspaper.
received on that day.
Detected truck.
He found that
Detected
none
car.
of them were written by Shirley
Detected
Gibbs
boat.
Russell.
Detected boat.
Assistant U.S.
Detected
Attorney
truck.
Lawrence Leiser worked with the FBI
Detected
on the
bus.
case.
Detected
He noted
car.
another detail that suggested the
Detected
woman in the
boat.
store was not Captain Russell.
Detected car.
The color
Detected
of the
car.
ID and the
Paint.
location of the picture in the
Detected
ID
boat.
described as belonging to Shirley
Location.
Russell was the
Bus.
ID of a dependent military
Detected
person,
boat.
not of an active duty
Detected
military
car.
person.
Active.
There had been
Detected
no
bus.
activity since March
Active.
4th in Captain
Detected
Russell's
truck.
bank or credit card accounts.
Detected car.
Nor had she called her family or
Detected
friends.
boat. Detected
Considering
boat.
Shirley's stable character,
Detected
her
car.
disappearance didn't make sense to Agent
Detected
Alan
truck.
Malachek.
Wounds.
Detected
She was the
car.
type of person who was going
Detected
to
car.
do very well in the Marine Corps.
Wounds.
She would be promoted.
Detected car.
She had that capability. She
truck.
was sharp. She was squared
Detected
away.
boat.
She easy to make friends.
Detected
Everybody
bus.
that worked with her liked her.
Detected
She
truck.
had a lot of stability in her life with
Detected
regard
car.
to church and family.
Detected bus.
For her to just disappear of her
Detected
own
truck.
accord just didn't make any
Detected
logical
boat.
sense.
Detected car.
With no
Detected
word
car.
from her or a
Car.
kidnapper,
Detected
agents
truck.
believed it was likely that Captain
Detected
Shirley
car.
Gibbs Russell was
Car.
dead.
Detected bus.
They were now searching for her body.
Detected boat. Detected car. Detected
Dozens of
bus.
Marines
Detected.
fanned out across the huge
Detected
base.
car. Detected surveillance.
They searched hundreds of
Detected
acres
boat.
of dense woods the Marines used for training.
Detected boat.
They found no trace
truck.
of the missing captain.
Detected car.
Perhaps
Detected
Robert
car.
Russell knew more about his wife's
Detected
disappearance
car.
than he was telling the FBI.
Detected car. Detected car. Detected bus.
Agents asked him
Detected
to
boat.
submit to a polygraph examination.
Detected boat. Detected
He
car.
agreed.
That the last time
Detected
I saw
car.
her, you were painting your quarters, and it was
Detected car.
Care.
sometime prior to 3
Detected
p.m. on
Detected.
Saturday, March 4th.
Detected truck.
As before,
Detected
agents found him to be
surveillance.
cool and cooperative.
Going.
Detected boat.
For almost 3
Detected
hours,
car.
Robert Russell answered dozens of
Detected
questions
truck.
relating to Shirley's whereabouts.
Detected truck.
He was subjected to
Detected
3
truck.
separate exams.
Was this red
Detected
spot paint,
truck.
Mr. Russell?
Detected
Yes, it
car.
was.
Detected car.
Each time, Robert
Detected
Russell was
car.
found to be deceptive.
Robert.
Detected truck.
When agents told him the
Detected
results,
car.
Russell seemed unfazed,
Detected
almost
car.
smug.
Detected car. Detected truck.
Truck.
Detected truck. Detected car.
He even
GSM.
consented to be fingerprinted.
Detected car.
Perhaps he was aware that
GSM.
polygraphs
Detected.
were inadmissible in the federal
Detected
court of law.
surveillance.
Select.
Detected car.
Select.
Detected
Without a
car.
body, agents would need something
Detected
stronger than
Select.
a hunch to prove that Russell
Detected
had
car.
killed his wife and
Detected
disposed of her.
car. Detected boat. Detected car.
In the spring of
Detected
1989, the FBI
Detected
continued
car.
to hunt for the body of Marine Captain Shirley
Detected
Gibbs
car.
Russell.
Detected car.
With their search for
W.
answers, agents delved
Detected
deeper
boat.
into the background of
Eyes.
their prime suspect,
Detected car.
her husband, Robert Russell.
Detected car.
Special Agent Michael
Robert.
Clark learned that Russell was already married before he met Shirley.
Detected car.
He had 2 children with his first wife.
Children.
Detected car.
Children.
Marriage only lasted
Children.
6 years.
902 airport, 902 airport at Corpus Christi.
In 1986, Russell told his wife he wanted a divorce.
Detected car.
He
Detected
left
car.
Pam and their children on Christmas Day.
Detected
4.
car. Detected boat.
6 months later, Robert
Detected
married
truck.
Shirley while
Robert.
they were both stationed at Parris Island, South
Detected car.
Carolina.
Detected car.
The
Detected
FBI learned
car.
that Shirley was transferred to Quantico a
Detected
short time
truck.
later.
Detected truck.
They
1.
also learned that
Detected
Robert told
car.
friends that the distance
Robert.
was hurting his
Detected car.
marriage.
Heath is one you
He
are
claimed
not.
he was leaving the Marine Corps to join
Detected
Shirley in
car.
Quantico in order to stabilize their
Detected
relationship.
Detected car.
But agents discovered a different motive
Detected
for the
truck.
move.
Detected car.
Agents believed it
Detected.
was unlikely Robert would voluntarily
Detected
relinquish his
car.
rank as captain.
Detected surveillance. Detected car. Detected
Being in the Marine
car.
Corps was Robert's whole life and whole world.
Detected car. Detected boat. Detected truck.
O.
Detected car.
Military
C.
records showed that in February of
Detected
1988, while stationed at Gulfport,
Detected
Mississippi,
car.
Robert's superiors found that his passion for the Corps did not seem to apply to its
Detected
regulations.
truck. Detected car. Detected car. Detected truck.
They issued Robert a
Left.
less than
Detected
honorable
car.
discharge for dereliction of
Detected
duty
car.
and defrauding the government.
Left.
V.
Detected
He was
car.
escorted out of his office
Detected.
and was prohibited from
Detected
taking
car.
anything with him except his own
Detected
clothing.
car. Detected surveillance. Detected car.
Although Robert was no longer a
Detected
Marine, he moved into officers' quarters at Quantico based on Shirley's rank of captain.
Detected truck.
Going.
Detected boat.
Detective.
While Shirley
Detected
supported
car.
him, Robert tried to get
Detective.
his life back
Detective
on track by becoming a teacher in a
Detected
nearby high school.
surveillance. Detective. Detected
But his
truck.
drinking started to become excessive.
Detected
Detected.
surveillance. Detected car.
He was getting drunk more
Detected
often and
surveillance.
staying out later.
Detected car.
Robert?
Later.
Detected car.
Shirley was distraught.
Detected
She
Robert.
joined Al-Anon, a support group for the loved ones of alcoholics.
Detected boat.
When Robert
Detected
became
car.
physically abusive, Shirley
Detected
finally
Robert.
left him.
Detected boat.
Robert.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Lawrence Leiser believed
Robert.
that Robert's problems left Shirley few alternatives.
Detected car.
She realized the marriage was going nowhere,
Brother.
began to get
Detected.
counseling from
Brother.
local counseling center that was made available to members of the Marine Corps.
Detected
She also
surveillance.
consulted with a
Can.
Navy
I couldn't
lawyer
afford
to begin the divorce process.
My tires were too big for the bike rack. They
Russell's
wouldn't fit on.
instability and abusive behavior
Oh,
reinforced their belief that he was capable of killing Shirley.
what do you care?
Detected
Killing.
His personality could not tolerate the fact
boat.
that this
Detective.
black woman,
Detected car.
his wife,
AC.
was a
Detected
Marine Corps
truck.
captain who was successful,
Detected surveillance.
who was succeeding in her career, and to
Detected
top it all
car.
off, wanted to divorce him.
Detected boat. Detected car.
Agents learned that during her separation,
Detected
Shirley
Hi.
had sought refuge
Earned.
off base with her close friend, fellow Marine Captain
Detected.
Ann
Hi.
Mack.
Detected car. Below.
Captain Mack told Agent
Detected
Malachek that
boat.
Shirley was afraid of her husband.
Detected car.
She
Detected
intended to
car.
leave him, but needed a place to stay.
Detected car. Detected boat.
She had asked Captain Ann Mack if she
Detected
could
boat.
stay with her at her townhome in the
Detected car.
Springfield, Virginia area,
Detected
and
truck.
Captain Ann Mack agreed
Detected
and laid
truck.
out some ground rules about Bob
Ground.
Russell not being there, not coming
Detected
into the
boat.
house, nothing
Detected
like that
car.
whatsoever.
Nothing.
Detected truck.
Nothing.
Detected
But it was
boat.
not enough to keep Robert away from Shirley.
Nothing.
Car.
Mack was
Detected
worried
bus.
about it.
Nothing.
Detected boat.
Mack told
Nothing.
investigators that
Detected
Robert was
car.
stalking Shirley.
Detected
On several
car.
occasions, he showed up at the house
Detected
early in the
car.
morning as Shirley was leaving.
Detected car. Detected car.
He
Detected
harassed
boat.
his wife until she agreed to spend some
Detected
time with
car.
him.
Detected car. Detected car. Detected truck.
Mack said that
Detected
Robert
boat.
Russell was living off base.
Detected boat.
He had moved in with one of his new
Detected.
colleagues.
Detected car.
Detected.
car. Detected
Detected.
surveillance.
Precinct
An
3
FBI
cover
agent
NB6.
checked the address.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
32500.
Detected car.
6134.
Detected surveillance.
Charlie 2 area.
It was the home of Sandy Flint.
Detected surveillance. Detected truck.
Sandy Flint offered little.
258.
She said she knew nothing about Robert's missing wife.
Can.
Detected truck.
Nothing.
Detected car.
Nothing.
Detected car.
Nothing.
Detected
Clear.
On the way out,
Detected
the
car.
agent met Robert Flint, Sandy's
Detected
father-in-law.
Roberts.
Detected car.
He was a
Robert.
retired painter who had worked at the base at Quantico for 10
Payne.
years.
Detected boat.
Mr. Flint told the agent about a
Detected boat.
conversation he had with Robert Russell 2 days after Shirley's disappearance.
Detected truck.
Robert Russell asked him how to clean up
Detected.
stains from concrete floors.
Detected
And the father-in-law had told Bob Russell
Detected
that
surveillance.
you could just use chlorine or soap and water, and that would pretty
truck.
much clean it up or dilute it.
Detected
And
car.
Bob had asked him, well, what if it's blood?
Detected
And the father-in-law had
Detected
said, well, you could
Detected.
use muriatic acid.
Detected car.
Them.
Mr. Flint
Detected
told the
surveillance.
agent something else of interest.
Detected car.
Sandy and her husband
Them.
had recently
Them.
separated.
Detected boat.
He suspected
Detected
Sandy was
car.
now having an affair with
Them.
Robert Russell.
Detected car. Detected
With
car.
each new person agents interviewed,
Detected
they
car.
found more deception from Robert
Detected
Russell.
car.
If Sandy
Detected
was
boat.
indeed involved with Russell,
Detected
she might
boat.
know if he had killed Shirley.
Detected car.
Agents would inform her it would be
Detected
unwise
car.
to obstruct
Detected.
a federal murder
Detected
case.
boat.
Federal.
Detected surveillance.
240.
Federal.
Detected car.
245.
Detected
Sandy agreed to speak with the FBI.
Detected car.
This time,
Detected
agents found her
car.
to be far more cooperative.
Detected car. Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected car.
She described her
Spyware
role
detected.
in Robert
Detected
Russell's
surveillance.
obsessions.
Spyware
Detected
She had
detected.
admitted to having an
Detected
intimate affair
car.
with Bob Russell while Bob
Detected
Russell was
car.
still married.
Master.
She
Detected car.
advised us that she,
Detected
at Bob's
car.
request, she had surveilled
Advise.
Shirley
Detected
Russell.
boat.
She could report to Bob Shirley's activities and
car.
whereabouts.
He
Activities.
enlisted her as his spy.
Detected car.
Active.
Sandy told the
Detected.
FBI Russell was
Active.
convinced
Detected
that
car.
Shirley was having an
Take
affair.
all that.
Detected car.
He
Detective.
wanted to know where Shirley went and who she met.
Detective.
Detected surveillance.
Detective.
Detected
Sandy
car.
followed her
Detective.
everywhere, but
Detected
found nothing to
surveillance.
support his
Detective.
delusional
Detective.
fixation.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
1.
Detected.
And he was so compulsive. He wanted to catch his
Detective.
wife cheating. Of course, the irony of all of this is she wasn't cheating on all of his heat. He was cheating on her.
Robert was too far gone. He refused to believe the assurance of his mistress.
Detected car.
In his own way, if he was cheating, so was Shirley.
Detected truck. Detected
And he would
car.
go to any length to prove it.
Detected car.
Detected.
He told Sandy that he broke into his wife's car and planted a voice-activated recorder.
Simply.
When it failed to record anything incriminating, he decided he needed to get closer.
Detected car. Detected car.
Detected.
Robert broke into Ann Mack's house to bug Shirley's bedroom.
Detected surveillance.
Robert.
What happened next
Detected car.
told Sandy that her lover's obsession had
Robert.
completely consumed him.
Detected car.
4.
Detected car.
Robert called his mistress from his wife's bedroom, speaking in a whisper.
Detected.
Detected car. Detected.
He told
King.
Sandy he was drinking Shirley's wine and reading her
Drink.
journal.
Detected car.
Then he said something she would never forget.
Detected car.
He had informed her
Never.
that if Shirley
Detected
comes
car.
missing, it'll be me. I'll have
Detected
taken
boat.
care of her. And
Detected
she had
boat.
said, we can't do that.
Detected
They're
car.
going to look for her. Says,
Detected
if anybody questions you on
Going.
this, deny it.
Detected
Don't
truck.
even admit to the conversation.
Question.
We're having
Detected
now.
truck. Detected
Truck.
Sandy's
car.
statements were incriminating,
Detected car.
but it was her word against
Truck.
his.
Detected
To
car.
corroborate her story, the FBI
Detected
needed
car.
physical evidence.
Detected car.
We
Detected
requested a
boat.
consent search of Captain Ann Mack's
Detected
residence,
truck.
and retrieved several items, and
Detected
some of those items, one was a
Detected
telephone,
car.
and one was a wine
Detected
glass, and when we
car.
sent those to the FBI
Detected
laboratory for
car.
analysis, we were able to
Detected
develop
car.
Robert Russell's fingerprints on those items.
You can have me to the
Detected
people.
boat.
The FBI now had its
Detected
first
You.
piece of physical evidence to corroborate
Detected
that Robert Russell
Evidence.
obsessively stalked his wife.
Heaths. Detected
But without
car.
Shirley's
I.
body, it was
Evidence
still
shows
not
it's
enough to
not the
charge
Heaths
him
doing
with
it.
murder.
Detected boat. I.
In March of
Detected
1989, there was little evidence to
Detected
link
car.
Robert Russell to the murder of his wife,
Detected
Marine
Evidence.
Captain Shirley Gibbs Russell.
Charlie, chicken, Google only for
Evidence
Early in the
shows
investigation, agents learned the suspect had been having an affair with Sandy Flint.
Detected car.
Flint now told the
Traffic.
FBI more about the day Shirley Gibbs Russell
Detected
disappeared.
car. Detected car.
She said Robert
Detected
Russell had
car.
borrowed her car, a blue station wagon, to drive to his parents' house in Pennsylvania.
Detected truck. Detected
Head.
truck.
She remembered he left her house sometime after 4 p.m.
Detected car. Detected car.
Sandy
Detected.
thought this was strange because he could have used his own
Detected
pickup truck.
truck. Detected surveillance.
Assistant U.S.
Video.
Attorney
Detected
Lawrence
truck.
Weiser believed Russell borrowed her car
Detected
that
truck.
day to transport
Truck.
Shirley's body to Pennsylvania.
Detected car.
The reason he asked to
Detected
use that
car.
car was because he had an
Detected
open
car.
bed pickup truck. The
Pickup.
body was still in the storage shed,
Detected car.
and he had to dispose of the body.
Detected
And he couldn't
car.
do it in an
Detected.
open bed pickup truck, so he
Detected
borrowed
surveillance.
the closed station
Detected
wagon
truck.
of his girlfriend to
Friend.
dispose of the body.
Detected truck. Detected
Truck.
Agents hoped to substantiate this theory.
Detected car.
They
Lies.
returned to Russell's
Detected
former
truck.
residence, where his neighbor had seen the
Detected
same blue
truck.
station wagon backed up to his
Lies.
shed.
Detected boat.
Investigators needed to
truck.
take a closer look at the floor, where
Detected
Lieutenant Colonel
car.
Hodges had seen the rust-colored stain.
Detected boat. Detected car.
But
Detected
the stain was
boat.
gone, at least on the surface.
Detected.
Detected boat.
And as
East.
they were chiseling the
Detected boat.
whitewashed pieces of the concrete up,
Detected boat.
Bob Russell had asked them what's going
Detected
on,
truck.
and they had told him that they're taking these samples
Detected
to determine
car.
what the substance is on the
Detected car.
concrete.
So it's just a
And
Detected
Mr.
boat.
Russell had voluntarily told them, well,
Detected
I had
boat.
cleaned that up with some muriatic acid.
Detected boat.
The FBI lab
AC.
confirmed that
Detected
muriatic acid was present on the
Detected
concrete.
Confirmed.
truck. Detected car.
Confirmed.
The same
Detected
substance that
car.
Mr. Flint had suggested Russell
Detected.
use to remove blood from cement.
Detected truck. Detected
Technicians found
car.
no trace of blood or paint on the
Detected
chips.
Detected car.
B77
What could have been a key
Car.
piece of forensic evidence had been destroyed.
Evidence.
Victor, actually, Charles.
Detected.
Agents hoped Sandy Flint's car would reveal more.
Detected car.
FBI examiners scoured the station wagon inside and out.
Detected car. Detected car. Detected car.
AC.
Detected car.
019 radio check.
It was
AC.
unusually clean for an older car that had so
One.
recently made a round trip from Virginia to Pennsylvania.
Detected car.
It
Detected
turned out
truck.
to be another dead end.
Detected car.
As the investigation stalled in
Detected.
Virginia, Robert
Detected
Russell
car.
split up with Sandy, packed his things,
Robert.
Car.
and moved to Pennsylvania to start a
Detected
new life.
surveillance. Detected car.
The FBI's
Detected
investigative focus turned north as well.
Detected car.
Agents followed
Detected
Robert's
boat.
every move.
Roberts.
They observed that while he relied on his parents for support, he was very close to his brothers Mike and Ron.
Detected boat.
Agents approached the brothers on several occasions.
Brother.
Detected boat. Detected truck.
Mike
You.
Russell agreed to
Detected
meet with
boat.
agents.
Detected car.
He told them
Detected
that the day
car.
after Robert arrived in Pennsylvania
Detected
following
car.
Shirley's disappearance,
Detected
Robert
car.
took Sandy Flint's station wagon to a
Detected
nearby
boat.
21 Charles.
Detected car. Detected car.
Robert and his brother thoroughly cleaned the inside of the car, vacuuming
Brother.
it and spraying it with deodorizer.
Detected boat.
Agents believed Robert's actions demonstrated his intent to remove any evidence that Shirley's body
Do we
had
have
been
a
in the
description
car.
of what the female was
Detected
wearing?
boat. Detected
Male.
Mike Russell told agents he never saw
White
a
female,
body.
hoodie, blue jeans, and
Never.
pants, named Samantha.
He did concede that
Found
his
by there to
brother's
be a white
behavior
truck.
seemed desperate
One
for
time,
Shirley
another
left
call
him.
for engineer. White truck.
2 months before she disappeared, Mike and his older brother Ron drove to Virginia to take away Robert's
Detected
guns.
boat.
Agent Quirk recalled that his brothers felt this was necessary to prevent Robert from
Detected
hurting
car.
someone.
Detected boat.
He was depressed in the
Detected.
fact that he was no longer in the
Detected
Marine
boat.
Corps.
Detected.
That he loved the Marine
Detected
Corps.
boat.
He didn't have money.
Detected.
He was a
Detected
captain in the
car.
Marine Corps. Now he's a
Detected
special
truck.
education teacher.
Detected surveillance.
Shirley had removed him from her
Detected.
checking account,
Detected
so
car.
he was
King.
having problems financially.
Detected surveillance. Detected car.
Circumstantial evidence was mounting,
Detected car.
but the FBI lacked one crucial
Detected
piece of
boat.
evidence for their case.
Detected boat.
Shirley Gibbs Russell's body.
Detected boat. Detected boat.
The first question was where to look.
Detected boat.
Question.
Agents learned the answer from Robert Russell's first
Detected.
wife, Pam.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected car.
Robert's boyhood
Detected.
home was in Schuylkill County, a rural mountainous region in northeastern
Trapper.
Pennsylvania.
34968920.
Detected boat.
3496.
Thousands of coal miners, mostly abandoned, are scattered throughout the rugged county.
Detected boat.
Some are hundreds of feet deep
Detected
and
boat.
partially filled with water.
AC.
Detected boat.
As a young man, suspect Robert
Oh.
Russell had spent much of his time hiking and hunting in the region.
Detected boat.
One way, what?
His family said he
Detected.
knew the
Detected.
place like the back of his hand.
Detected car.
109.
A
Detected
search
surveillance.
conducted in this terrain would be daunting,
Advising that there's
Detected boat.
3 kids
but nobody
that
ever
are
questioned whether
breaking
it
glass
should be done.
windows
Detected
in an
car.
abandoned
Kids.
building.
Detected
You
car.
advise that they look like to
150
be under
people
10 years
participated
old.
in the
There's a
extensive
girl
ground search
wearing
for Shirley Gibbs
black
Russell
and
in
red
early
hat,
May.
Detected
pants, long sleeves,
Volunteers from the
shirt, and the
FBI,
other
the
one with
Marines,
jeans
the
and a
Naval
black shirt.
Investigative Service,
You.
and the Pennsylvania State Police participated.
Detected car.
Department.
You not heaths.
Department.
None of them were more eager to find the missing
Department.
Marine than her own peers from the United States Marine Corps.
Detected boat.
28 flyers, November
Stat.
2025, on
9
2013
helicopters
Chevy
and 6
Carrier,
transport
silver color.
jets filled with
Oh, there's
Marines
going to be a
were
nobody
deployed.
token out of Houston,
Over
negative
3
cement
days,
insurance
they
and
searched
verified manually.
2,000 acres of land.
27 comes back to the nobody token out of Houston, Geo Clear, expires
They never
2022,
found
negative
Captain
cement.
Russell's body.
Detected
Agents
car.
would soon develop a theory as to
Never.
why the search was not more fruitful.
Detected
Agents.
car. Detected truck.
Agent Quirk learned about a
Agent.
strange phone call Ron Russell received
Earned.
from his brother Robert.
Detected truck.
Robert.
Robert had asked Ron if he could get him some
Detected
dynamite.
Robert.
And
Detected boat.
Robert had stated that, that he couldn't get dynamite in
Robert.
at Quantico because it was too expensive.
Robert.
And Ron had asked Robert, why do you want dynamite?
Robert.
And Robert's response was, I want to blow up Shirley.
Detected car. Detected car.
Ron never bought it.
Detected car.
But agents now wondered whether Robert Russell had thrown Shirley's body into a mine shaft, then sealed her grave with an explosion.
Detected car.
The search did yield one surprising result.
Detected boat.
An agent found what appeared to be the grip of a gun handle.
Detected traffic light.
Up here.
Detected car.
It was sent to the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit of the FBI's lab in Washington, D.C. for analysis.
Detected car. Detected car.
By comparing the samples to hundreds of other guns, examiners determined that it was consistent with the grip of a .25 caliber Raven semi-automatic.
Detected car.
It was the same type of gun Robert Russell had purchased from a pawn shop on March 2nd, 2 days before his wife disappeared.
4.
Detected car.
Detected.
Unfortunately, the tantalizing discovery would not help with the prosecution.
Detected surveillance.
3, 4, 4,
Detected
Agents never found Robert's fingerprints on the gun.
Roberts.
Detected car.
To prosecutors, it looked as if the ex-Marine had covered
Roberts.
his tracks well.
Detected bus.
Without a murder warrant or a body, it would be next to impossible to
Impossible.
convict Robert Russell of murder.
Detected.
Impossible.
Detected truck.
After an investigation spanning 2 months,
Truck.
2 states, and thousands of man-hours, the FBI was no closer to arresting their prime suspect, Robert Russell, for the murder of his wife, Marine Captain Shirley Gibbs Russell.
Detected car.
Though agents had gathered a significant amount of circumstantial evidence, Assistant U.S. Attorney Lawrence Leiser didn't have enough physical evidence to prosecute Russell for the crime.
We didn't have a body, we didn't have eyewitnesses, we didn't have weapon, and it just took a tremendous amount of investigative skill and effort to put the pieces together, to go out and search out the leads, tremendous amount of hours and energy that these FBI agents took to gather the evidence.
Agents.
Detected
RP 20 and P30 for the welfare.
Authorities
Welfare
didn't
check
even have enough
4021
evidence to
cancel
make an
register
arrest.
RP decline contact.
Agents were frustrated, as were the hundreds of Marines whose lives had been touched by Captain Shirley Russell.
Detected.
It was like the loss of a child or a dear friend, and there was nothing you could do about it. And what frustrated me so much was she was so close to being extricated from her bad marriage.
Detected boat.
And for her to be killed, it still bothers me to this day. I mean, it's just one of those things that you just never really totally get over.
It looked as if Robert Russell was going to get away with it.
No emergency. No circle.
But Russell's past indiscretions would come back to haunt him.
We had been contacted by the Naval Investigative Service at Gulfport, Mississippi, that there was some evidence in a locker there that they had maintained from when Bob was discharged from the Marine Corps. And so they sent it to us, and it turned out to be a floppy disk.
Detected truck.
It had been confiscated when Russell was relieved of duty in Mississippi, a year before Shirley Russell disappeared.
Detected car. Detected.
For security reasons, no service member who has been relieved of duty is allowed to go through their documents after dismissal.
Detected surveillance. Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected truck.
One of Russell's former superiors found the disc and read its menu of contents.
One of those items that he saw on the menu was the word murder. And he pushed the mouse for that on that word murder, and up came 26 steps, very detailed and elaborate steps on how Robert Peter Russell was planning the murder of Captain Shirley Gibbs.
Robert.
Detected boat.
Robert.
Russell's plan clearly documented his intentions.
Robert.
Detected boat.
Table. Table.
The 26 steps was a very revealing piece of
Table.
evidence because it showed the man's state of mind, his willingness to even contemplate murdering another human being, let alone his wife. Step one is leave Thursday, January 18th for Paris Island.
1042.
Who was at Paris Island? Shirley Russell.
1042.
Make it look as if she left. Well, that's exactly what he tried to do when he did murder his wife. And then the last thing he says is blame it on her own kind. Obviously referring to her race. This is a man who clearly had the mental wherewithal and intent and motivation to do this kind of act.
Detected truck. Mental.
On February
Truck.
8, 1991,
Mental.
the computer file convinced federal prosecutors to bring charges against Robert Peter Russell for the murder of his wife, Captain Shirley Gibbs Russell. Ironically, Russell was arrested in a prison.
Detected boat.
Federal.
Delta 135, Delta 2, I'm going to give you a phone call.
Recently taken a job as a substance abuse
Delta.
counselor at Pennsylvania's Graterford State Correctional Institution.
Truck. Detected boat.
York.
Detected car.
But prosecution would not be easy.
Detected boat.
Let's go make some notes.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Lawrence Liza would
Assist.
have to assemble all the pieces of circumstantial evidence like a mosaic.
Detected truck.
Hopefully, the jury would see the portrait of a killer emerge.
Detected truck.
See what we got here.
Assistant U.S. Attorney
Truck.
and co-prosecutor Michael Rich would help to
Detected
prepare the
traffic
case against
light.
Russell.
Truck.
It was clear that we were going to have to make it on, circumstantial evidence.
Detected
A lot of that circumstantial evidence
Detected.
was
Detected truck. Detected
as a
Advise.
result of what
Detected.
Bobby Russell had been saying and doing since
Detected
his wife's
surveillance.
disappearance
Detective.
in 1989.
Up here.
So
traffic light.
the plan was to assemble all that
Detected truck.
into some sort of coherent scheme and present that.
Detected boat.
Never before had the federal
Detected-
government
Never.
attempted to try someone for first-degree
Detected
murder
boat.
based solely on circumstantial
Detected
evidence.
truck.
Evidence.
shoreline.
At trial, the prosecution asserted that
Desk.
Robert Russell intended to
Jen.
commit murder when he bought the .25
Detected
caliber Raven semi-automatic on March
Detected
2nd.
truck.
Sweet. How much?
Detected boat.
Several of his co-workers
Detected.
reported that he had
Detected.
told them a .25 caliber is a
Detected
perfect
traffic
weapon.
light. Detected surveillance.
It leaves little evidence behind.
Detected traffic.
He said there's
light.
virtually no blood spatter,
Detected
and the
car.
bullet usually lodges in the body.
Detected traffic light.
On Saturday, March 4th, when
Detected
Shirley
boat.
gave him the separation papers,
Detected
he
boat.
refused to sign.
Detective.
Detected boat.
Detective.
Just after noon that day,
Detective.
prosecution believed
surveillance.
Robert Russell
Detective.
snuck up on Shirley in the shed.
Detected boat. Detected surveillance. Detective.
What was
Robert.
that last part?
Detected
Detective.
boat. Detected truck.
Going. Going. Going.
He had to wait for nightfall before he could remove the body.
Going.
To establish an alibi,
Driving
he
and
talked
Going.
with a neighbor and lied to Shirley's friend about his wife walking to the base exchange to buy paint.
Okay, that's probably a good idea.
Around 4 p.m., he went to Sandy Flint's house and borrowed her station wagon. After night fell, he wrapped Shirley's body in a tarp and placed it in the back of the car. Their neighbors saw it backed up to the shed.
Detected boat.
37 northbound and upriver.
North.
Victor Paul Robert, 8634.
Mind.
Victor Paul Robert, 8634, 37 north river.
Route 21, American.
High.
He then drove 4 hours to
Go.
St. Clair, Pennsylvania, with the body in the back of the car.
Please
Go.
Detected boat.
Go.
Please go away.
Go.
Detected boat. Please go away.
Go.
Detected boat.
Once there, he
Please
knew
go
exactly
away.
where to go.
Exactly.
Detected
There were
traffic
hundreds of
light.
abandoned mines to choose from.
Please go away. Detected boat.
Then, Robert Russell, who had once sworn to uphold honor as a member
Robert.
of the Marine
Detected
Corps,
boat.
dumped his wife's body into a
Department.
mine shaft.
Detected boat. 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 Detected boat
He threw dynamite in to bury the evidence under thousands of pounds of rock.
Evidence. Evidence.
The jurors were convinced. On May 3rd, 1991, Robert Peter Russell was convicted of murdering his wife, Shirley Gibbs Russell. Robert Russell was sentenced to life. There is no parole in the federal system.
Life.
He will never leave prison.
Federal.
Alive.
Detected boat.
Federal. Federal.
Detected car. Detected boat.
Brother.
Detected boat. Detected boat.
Chair. 10. Info.
Detected boat. Detected truck. Detected car.
A nightmare scenario erupts in Holland. 60 adults and over 100 children are taken hostage and threatened with death.
Children.
As the crisis escalates, negotiations break down.
Break.
A special forces unit is deployed to end the stalemate. They are the Netherlands' elite anti-terrorism force, the Royal Dutch Marines. In an era of global violence, a new breed of warrior has emerged to counter the threat. Superbly trained, fearless, and equipped with massive firepower, these men are an elite few. Their teams are hand-picked, their operations covert, their missions deadly. From around the globe, these are the untold stories of the Special Forces.
Force. Force.
On May 23, 1977, Dutch commuters took the morning train from Rotterdam to Groningen. It started out like any other workday. But today was anything but ordinary.
You.
One of over 60 passengers aboard the train was Annie Brouwer.
Just before Heron, the train suddenly stopped. Immediately, I understood that something was terribly wrong.
9 heavily armed terrorists rushed down the aisles. They appeared to be South Moluccan, members of a large ethnic community in Holland. They ordered the passengers to cover the windows with newspapers.
Left. Newspaper.
At the other end of the train, the crew and several passengers were able to escape. They immediately notified authorities of the hijacking. As the police and military units rushed to the scene, a government crisis team assembled at The Hague. The Ministry of Justice spokesperson was Toos Faber.
We were called that something with a train was happening in the northeast of Holland, and that we were requested to come immediately.
15 miles from the train, morning classes had just started at an elementary school in Bovensmilde. A second group of terrorists attacked the school.
AC.
They took 105 children and their 4 teachers as hostages. The school's principal, Eve van der Vliet, was immediately singled out.
They pulled out the gun and the pistol, and they poked in my ear with it, and said, "This is a gijzeling. This is a hostage." It was indeed, it was terrible.
Kilo.
For Dutch police responding to the school, it was an ominous scene.
See you later.
The windows were covered with newspaper, but they could hear the sound of children screaming inside.
Children.
When we discovered that we did not have only a train to deal with, but a school with over 100 children, it was a catastrophe.
Children.
Because what on earth are you going to do when 100 children are in danger?
Children.
Police secured perimeters around both hostage sites and called for reinforcements.
Force.
The terrorists sealed off the school. The Hague deployed 2 close combat teams from the Royal Dutch Marines. They are Holland's elite counterterrorism force.
Force.
These highly trained commandos are on call 24 hours a day. They can be anywhere in the country in under 90 minutes. Kees Kommer was the deputy commander of the Royal Dutch Marine Sharpshooter Unit.
We got a call from the military police.
Call.
All the close combat members were to go to Assen. We went as quickly as possible to be there when the unit was gathering.
One team deployed to the perimeter around the train.
We relied on the Marines immediately. They came within, I think within an hour even, because they are ready for any form of assistance at any moment.
A second team surrounded the school.
AC. U.
The police made the first move.
Police.
They tried to establish a phone link to the terrorists.
Phone. Terrorist.
First thing you do, a police officer goes there and asks whether they want a field telephone, whether they want to have communication, which they always want because they want to have the demands met.
The Moluccans had their own agenda. The Marines held their fire. They couldn't risk firing blindly into a school full of children. The operation was coordinated from a command center near the train. Reports from the school were ominous. The terrorists weren't interested in talking.
King.
The Marines watched and waited.
Discipline is very important in our unit. No one pulls the trigger without orders from the Central Firing Command. Negotiations were up to the politicians and the Crisis Center.
At The Hague, the commander of the Royal Dutch Marines briefed the crisis team on their emergency plan. With so much at stake, the rules of engagement had to be clear.
The first plan the Marines had to make was an emergency plan when the first victim would be executed. The emergency plan would come in action, and the Marines had to storm the train and the school with, of course, all the risks for the hostages.
The emergency plan was a worst-case scenario, but without intelligence, it was all they had.
Intelligence.
The Marines needed time to prepare a safer, more deliberate assault plan. It was crucial for the government to draw the terrorists into lengthy negotiations. As night fell, there was still no word from the terrorists. While the Marines studied blueprints of both locations, the government worked on a profile of the terrorists.
The first thing you have to know is which terrorists are there. What kind of people are they? Are they very violent? Are they intelligent or stupid? Who are we dealing with? And that you discover only after a certain amount of time.
According to the train crew who had escaped, the terrorists were South Moluccan.
Escape.
In 1977, 40,000 South Moluccans lived in the Netherlands.
South.
As refugees of a former Dutch colony, they were considered stateless persons. They were unwelcome in their homeland, but rejected Dutch citizenship.
Homeland.
18 months earlier, another group of Moluccan radicals took their cause to the world press by hijacking a train. The ill-conceived plan turned bloody. By the time it was all over, 3 innocent people lay dead.
They executed the driver of the train by firing through the door. They didn't aim to kill him. The second and the third, they did aim to kill, to put pressure on us and to impress us that their demands should be met.
As the current crisis unfolded, passenger George Flopper feared for his life.
Of course, you think you are in danger because you know what happened 1.5 years before. And that's what we are afraid of.
The Marines made another attempt to establish contact with the train. They sent in a phone technician, stripped to his underwear. That way, the terrorists could verify he was unarmed. For the Marines, any contact with the terrorists was an opportunity to gather intelligence.
Intelligence.
The gunman who accepted the phone was indeed South Moluccan. He also handed over a letter for the Dutch government.
Go. Go.
The terrorists' demands were complex. They wanted Dutch diplomatic support for an independent state in the Moluccan Islands. They also wanted 24 South Moluccans released from Dutch jails. Many of these terrorists had been convicted in the 1975 train hijacking. Finally, they wanted a jetliner to take them and the free prisoners to a country of their choosing. They gave the authorities until 2 p.m. the following day to meet their demands. The government alerted the Marines. If the terrorists' demands were not met, they would blow up the train, along with the school and 105 children.
Children.
The government had exactly 30 hours to respond.
Exactly. Exactly.
As the commandos held their positions, the government finally made phone contact with the terrorists. The crisis team called in psychiatrists to act as negotiators. Dr. Henk Havinkha's first goal was to identify the leader of the group and keep him calm. He found himself talking to a man who called himself 747 after the train's route number.
He said 747, hear always the same person, we could hear it, always the same voice, and then you try to communicate the things. What do you need? It was very hot, it was summertime. Do you need food? Do you need drink? And first they said, no, we want to leave this moment.
The government's first message to the terrorists was firm.
The children must be let free. Before that happens, we won't react on any of your demands because it's outrageous what you have done, and you have to free the children first of all.
Children.
The terrorist leader refused. Instead, he had an additional demand.
Fuse.
Detected car. Detected car.
They wanted to have a telephone connection between the school and the train. We gave it to them. We bugged it, of course. It's better that we know what they're both up to than that we are getting surprises on one side or the other.
The phone tap confirmed that the terrorists on the train were in control.
Control.
The man who called himself 747 was leading the entire operation.
Operation. Operation.
On Wednesday,
Operation.
as the 2 p.m. deadline neared, the children's parents became frantic.
Children.
They heard a chilling sound from inside the school.
The terrorists had got the idea that they could press the Minister of Justice by putting the children before the windows in the school and shouting, singing, we want to be free, we want to get out, Minister, give us our freedom. It was a terrible thing to see.
Detected boat. Read. Detected car. Detected traffic.
The terrorists threatened to throw hand grenades into the crowd of children.
Detected car.
Principal Vandervliet was determined to protect his students.
Detected truck. Detected car.
I talked to the teachers, and we said to each other, it's impossible to let that happen. Throwing a hand grenade in the midst of the children. So we made an appointment that whoever was closest to the hand grenade would jump on it.
Frantic parents surrounded the school. The Marines stood ready to implement the emergency assault plan, a blind attack on both locations.
Location.
When the moment approached of the first deadline, we in the crisis center were completely still. No one looked at no other. We just held our hearts. What's going to happen?
Lane. Going. Go.
169 lives were at stake.
Lives.
All of Holland waited in terror for the shooting to begin.
Solved.
The Royal Dutch Marines surrounded a primary school in Bovensmilde, Holland.
Primary.
Inside the school, South Moluccan terrorists threatened to kill over 100 school children if their demands were not met. A second group of terrorists threatened to kill 60 passengers aboard a nearby train. The terrorists' demands were extensive. They wanted 24 fellow Moluccans released from Dutch prison. They also wanted the Dutch government to support their homeland's bid for independence from Indonesia.
Homeland.
Finally, they wanted a fueled jetliner to take them to a country of their choosing.
Detected person.
The government had until 2 p.m.
Over.
As the deadline neared, the Marines readied their weapons. If a single hostage was harmed, Deputy Commander Kees Kommer was ordered to attack both targets.
Target.
The operational plan is decided on the spot because no situation is ever the same. We must determine which possibilities we have and from which positions the shooters have the best shot. The plan is, when all the tangos or terrorists are in view, and the shooters have confirmed that they are aiming at the targets, at that moment the command to fire is given, and all the tangos are taken out. Not all -1, all of them.
Negotiator Henk Havinga kept the terrorists talking as the seconds ticked by.
It's one of the most difficult things in negotiation, to try to persuade people not to react on the clock, but wait a little bit, and then you gain some time, and gaining time is very important.
As the clock struck 2, Principal Vandervliet prepared for the worst.
The most dangerous moment for the children was Wednesday, 1400 hours.
Children.
The moment when the ultimatum was ended.
5. 5. 5.
The 2 o'clock deadline
5.
arrived.
Arrived.
The Marines prepared to storm the school. There had been no time to gather intelligence. The terrorists' positions were unknown.
Detected boat.
The lives of 105 children hung in the balance.
Children. Children.
Crisis team member Toos Faber.
Children.
When the deadline expired, not a few moments, but say a quarter of an hour, half an hour, then we all sighed and said, well, nothing happened.
Negotiating had worked, for now. But if talks again broke down, the Marines would be ready. Strategists began working on a plan to take down the terrorists without putting the hostages at risk.
Detected boat.
For that, they needed accurate intelligence from inside the school, as well as the train.
Intelligence.
Detected boat.
Intelligence.
Later that day, the terrorists allowed food to be brought in. Each delivery gave the commandos a glimpse of the terrorists and their weapons.
Weapons.
Now they needed to know how many gunmen they were up against and where they were posted in relation to the hostages.
Posted. Key.
A request for cleaning supplies suggested the terrorists were digging in. Government negotiators had bought the Marines enough time to conduct electronic surveillance.
Agents.
The challenge was bugging the interiors.
J.
Marines tried from the start to get listening devices in the train. The first possibility was to bring it in, the devices, with the food. But boxes in which the food was brought in were thrown out again.
There was only one way the Marines could get surveillance equipment on the train. They would have to plant it there themselves. A Marine electronics expert made it to the tracks. He installed sensitive listening devices to the train's undercarriage.
Listening.
These devices would transmit conversations inside the train cars directly to the command post.
Listening.
State-of-the-art surveillance cameras were concealed in the tree line.
Detected boat.
Detected. Detected. C.
The infrared cameras could detect body heat from inside the train cars and translate it into thermal images. The Marines were now able to study the patterns of the terrorists as they moved inside the train. But there was still no way to know what was going on inside the school. On day 4 of the siege, the terrorists released a single student. Her name was Astrid Tingen, and she was seriously ill.
Ik kan me herinneren dat ik zoveel
I
had
had vomited so much that blood came from my nose and throat. My teacher decided something had to be done.
Soon, more students fell ill.
Nuts.
We cleared the classroom and made that a sick bay. But very soon there were so many sick children that we couldn't handle it anymore.
Children.
One of the gunmen agreed to talk to a doctor on the phone. The physician asked him to describe the children's symptoms.
Children.
He especially asked if they had fever, and when you have those symptoms, with fever, then it could be meningitis.
Detected.
Meningitis, a highly contagious infection, can cause mental retardation and death without treatment.
Mental. Screen.
The terrorists were on edge, but they refused to release the children.
Children.
As their condition deteriorated, the crisis team ordered the Marines to stand by to launch an assault on the school. If the children were seriously ill, they couldn't afford to wait.
Children. Children.
In the Netherlands, combat teams of Royal Dutch Marines worked round the clock to contain a double hostage crisis. Two groups of South Moluccan terrorists held 60 hostages aboard a commuter train and 105 children inside a suburban elementary school.
Children.
On day 4, crisis team member Toos Faber learned that the school hostages, mostly young children, had become violently ill.
Children.
The children became at a certain moment sick, one after the other, and then more and more, and that was a great tragedy for the terrorists. They didn't understand. They thought they might be contaminated as well.
Oh.
The terrorists released a few of the children, but only the most critical cases. By day 5, they were overwhelmed. They released the rest of the children.
Children. Children.
Medical exams showed no sign of meningitis. In fact, there was no medical explanation for their illness.
Now, nobody ever believed us that we did not put anything for the children in their food to make them ill. We didn't.
Children.
The children recovered quickly.
Children. Cover.
From their statements, the Marines developed a detailed picture of the number of terrorists and their movements. The information was crucial to rescuing the principal and the teachers.
8. Hi.
The terrorists had been dealt a significant blow. They could no longer use the children as bargaining chips. Now they offered the government a chilling reminder. They were still deadly serious about their demands.
Arena.
They wanted their comrades released from prison, and they wanted safe passage to a jetliner.
Detected.
They also wanted the Dutch government to support independence for the South Moluccan Islands.
The terrorists in the train put one and later another one of the hostages outside the train with a rope round their neck and saying that they would be hanged if their demands would not be met.
Negotiators felt confident it was grandstanding. They told the terrorists to be patient. Their demands were complex. In the meantime, the Marines cut off communications between the terrorists.
Okay, so after the children were released, the communication between the school and the train was not interesting anymore, so we cut the line.
Money.
The terrorists were frantic. They could no longer coordinate between the school and the train. Electronic listening devices revealed tempers aboard the train had boiled over. A passenger tried to rush one of the terrorists. The outburst was troubling.
Come on.
At least 2 of the terrorists were temperamental and willing to kill hostages. They also picked up a name, Max Papalaya. He was the leader of the group and the man who called himself 747. The others obeyed his orders, even when they disagreed. Most importantly, Max Papalaya understood that if his men harmed a hostage, the Marines would strike.
Ik ben de baas hier.
Marina.
Max was an intelligent man. He had learned from the first hostage case, in which he did not partake at all. But he knew very well what he wanted, and they wanted to go through with it. He was a firm opponent.
From a command post near the train, Marines coordinated input from infrared cameras and listening devices. This state-of-the-art technology allowed them to track the position of each terrorist, codenamed Tango, in real time. Deputy Commander Kees Comer.
In this case, there were two groups, the passengers and the tangos.
Ring.
The passengers were in several compartments.
Ring.
The tangos were in different parts of the train, in the cabin for their observations, and in the back, and they had their fixed sleeping places.
It was an important find.
AC.
At night, the terrorists and the hostages slept in separate compartments. The Marines also learned that the terrorists had separated the hostages by gender. All the female passengers slept in the second car from the front.
The one headed inbound to the station that's right in front of it, but there's one across the street.
The male passengers were being held in the third.
A road barrier.
Terrorist guards were stationed between cars and at both ends of the train.
Ground.
The combined technology gave the Marines an electronic eye inside the train. They were able to track the movements of each and every terrorist. In the event of an assault, they now knew where to shoot.
From that moment on, the Marines were ready to get in the best, safest way for the hostages. For that was the aim. The hostages' welfare was our utmost interest. Not,
Internet.
I'm sorry to say, the welfare
Internet.
of the terrorists.
Was that called in by the CSO?
10 days into the siege, the Marines were ready to stage a simultaneous assault on both the train and the school. With over 60 lives still at stake, failure was not an option. 10 days into a dangerous double siege in the Netherlands, the Royal Dutch Marines were ready to make their move at any time. Terrorists had taken over a commuter train and a suburban school. They held over 60 hostages at gunpoint.
Over.
If negotiations failed, the Marines would move in. Using thermal imaging to identify their targets, Kees Comer's sharpshooters would take out the terrorists.
Shooters.
Our men are trained so well that they can fire 5 shots at a distance of 300 meters into this target. So if tangos have to be taken out at a distance of 100 to 150 meters, they can do that. To increase the effectiveness beyond 100%, we use 2 riflemen. There's also the psychological effect that the rifleman can afterwards say that his colleague hit the tango.
As the Marines moved into position, the Dutch government continued to press for a peaceful solution. To avoid bloodshed, the terrorists and the government agreed to accept 2 prominent members of the South Moluccan community as mediators.
Unit.
Josina Simulkil had been married to a South Moluccan hero, Ministry of Justice spokesperson Toos Faber.
Mrs. Simulkil was the widow of a freedom fighter in the Moluccans who was killed there, and therefore a kind of monument to the Moluccan society, to all the Moluccan people. The mediator and the intermediators both had the instruction, bring them to reason. and tell them to end this situation as soon as possible and without casualties.
Detected boat.
Detected.
The mediators informed government officials that the terrorists were firm on one demand.
Detected boat.
They wanted a jet and safe passage out of the country. The Dutch government countered that unless another country offered the terrorists asylum, a jet was out of the question.
Operation.
As a show of good faith, the South Moluccans released a pregnant passenger, Annie Brouwer. The terrorists were doing just enough to avoid an assault.
We liepen zo langs die trein naar een boerderij.
We walked along the train. There were ambulances and police. And immediately they asked me to tell them how things were in the train. Now I understand. But then I didn't like the fact that they asked me so many questions on my way to the hospital.
According to Mrs. Brouwer, the hostages had not been treated badly. But the prolonged stress was taking a severe toll.
Ja, langer. Hè? Ik heb daar...
I had been there about 14 days, and that's a long time to be in such a situation without having anything to do. Having to wait and see if there will be any negotiations, whether we will be freed or the train will be stormed. The days were very long. Sleeping was difficult, especially on those seats that were not designed for being slept on.
As the crisis headed into its third week, Dutch officials wondered how much longer the passengers could hold out. The boredom and high stress were a dangerous combination.
Detected boat. Detected boat.
Detected. Detected.
The longer it went on, the more likely a hostage or terrorist might snap and ignite a crisis.
After 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks, doctors came to tell us that you can't have a situation like that go on forever. That would ruin the hostages' health. So we knew that very well.
On day 19, the South Moluccan mediators were called in one last time. They had to persuade their countrymen to give up. The move backfired.
4.
The last time the intermediators went to the train, we heard later and experienced later on that Mrs. Sumukil had brought with her a note that Benin, an African country, was willing to receive the terrorists. It said, well, there is a way to get into Benin in a half-legal way. We didn't know about that. But after their visit, Max Papilaya, the leader of the terrorists, got terribly aggressive and didn't want to speak about anything anymore.
The terrorists rallied at the prospect of safe passage to another country. They suddenly reverted to their original demands, including a fueled jetliner. With asylum in reach, Max Papilaya became belligerent with negotiators.
Detected boat.
Negotiator Henk Havinga realized that a peaceful resolution was now unlikely.
You could taste it, you could feel it, and he became at the moment very threatening. And when that slowed down, he said, well, okay, Christmas. And that was 6 months later.
Papilaya had clearly made up his mind, freedom or death.
Mind.
He bluntly told the psychiatrist that if his demands were not met, he would kill all the hostages. The authorities believed it was better for the Marines to act on their own plan than to react to a situation created by the terrorists. They would attack both sites simultaneously.
We hebben hier een ingang aan wat aan
Detective.
geeft voor.
The commandos packed wooden frames with plastic explosives to breach the doors of the train. An armored vehicle would be used to force their way into the school. On the morning of the assault, the crisis center was businesslike, but tense.
It was a terrible situation. No one spoke anymore.
Terrible results.
No one practically braced anymore.
Terrible results.
For we didn't know what would happen, and we knew there would be. We knew very well that there would be a number of casualties. The only question was how many.
Question. C. Detective.
The negotiations were over.
Over.
For the Royal Dutch Marines,
Over.
it was time to take action.
Ja, meneer.
Fuck.
On the morning of June 11th,
Truck.
1977, a team of Royal Dutch Marines launched precision raids on 2 hostage sites. After 3 weeks, Toos Faber and the crisis team were finished negotiating with the terrorists.
The Marines, they drove right through the walls to the total shock of the teachers and the total shock of the terrorists.
Intelligence gathered from surveillance and witness statements allowed the commandos to breach the building safely.
You.
We knew where they were sleeping. So they didn't drive right into the hostages.
Weeks of preparation had paid off. They knew exactly where to find the terrorists.
Exactly. 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 Exactly.
Principal Vandervliet was relieved. They surrendered without resistance.
They immediately started crying, "Don't shoot, don't shoot, we give up, we give up." And well, they obviously hadn't the intention of having themselves shot. So they didn't fire one single shot.
The terrorists were apprehended without incident. The school was now secure. The teachers were finally safe. The raid on the train was more complicated.
Cat.
There were more hostages involved,
Sean.
and the terrorists were on edge. The commandos approached the train from a mile away.
Mile.
Just before dawn, sharpshooters took up their positions beside the tracks.
Shooters.
Case Comer and the Marines had to avoid casualties. They devised a unique strategy to immobilize the hostages during the assault.
Hoe hou je die op de stoel?
You.
How do you keep people from moving in the train when you attack? The idea was to use planes to create a lot of noise, to stun both the passengers and the tangos.
At 4:48 a.m., Dutch fighter jets flew over the train at an altitude of barely 100 feet.
Ze maakten een rondje. En
They dove toward the train, and when they pulled up, they switched on their afterburners. This caused the extra noise and flames from the exhaust.
The roar of the afterburners was deafening. George Flopper and the rest of the hostages dove for cover, as predicted.
When I was laying, I was under my bench. I could see only a little bit. I only saw fire, flames. I didn't know at that moment that it were jet fighters. But it was very much noise.
The Thunder departed
But
with
we
the
also
MCR
hear
2100
the shoot over.
35, no damage.
An armored personnel carrier moved into position as machine gunners riddled the first car with armor-piercing bullets.
Three. I don't know.
6 of the 9 terrorists died instantly.
Stage.
Sharpshooters concentrated their fire in between the train compartments to pin down the surviving terrorists. As long as the hostages remained on the floor, they were safe.
Ja, op dat moment konden wij ons vuur uitbrengen. En dat deden wij in
At that moment, we directed firepower at certain compartments. A rifleman would shoot at both ends of the compartments, and the machine gun teams would fire at the section in between.
Na dat moment kreeg je gewoon stop, stop, stop. Alle schutters stoppen met vuur.
Then, the order to stop was given.
Eenheid, de Close Combat Unit.
Stop.
The Marines went to the train, attached the explosives to the doors, and entered the train.
Go. Oh.
In a classic assault, 3 teams of commandos stormed the train, one for each of the 3 cars.
Clear. Clear. Clear.
They entered the different compartments, and each group of Marines had to take care of its own compartment. And they did.
Stop.
Well, the last terrorist, the youngest one, it was, as far as I remember, was so scared he tried to get out. But, well, you can't escape the Marines.
Escape. Escape. Detected.
Jij, opstaan! Kijk jullie ook! Opstaan!
As the commandos entered the women's car, they were shaken by the sight of a dead hostage. She had been accidentally killed in the firefight.
The problem was we didn't know that one of the hostages, a young girl, had went to sleep on one of the balconies of the train, while normally everybody slept in the compartments.
Weapons. 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 Two. Him.
De mariniers gaan de trein in.
After about 10 minutes, the train was taken, and the sign that all were safe was given.
Zeg maar dat ik denk, het is gelukt. Het is gelukt.
At that moment, I felt a great sense of accomplishment, but wondered how many Marines had been killed.
Achteraf bleek gelukkig dat.
Fortunately,
Marina.
none of them were.
Dat was een hele opluchting.
Marina.
20 days of confinement left many of the hostages confused, exhausted, and weak. Some passengers had to be removed on stretchers. With the evacuation of the school and now the train, the Marines had helped to save 167 lives.
Lives.
2 hostages had tragically died.
Call.
To our great regret, also a second hostage was killed because he stood up and came into the line of fire.
2 Marine commandos were wounded.
8.
6 of the 9 terrorists on the train were killed, including the leader, Max Papalaya. 25 years later, the operation is still considered the successful completion of a mission impossible.
Zeker gezien het feit dat je je doelen niet zag.
You.
We couldn't see the targets, and yet we eliminated a large number of the tangos. Most importantly, almost all passengers left the train alive.
Maar het allerbelangrijkste is dat, zeg maar...
So operationally speaking, it was a good, successful action.
Good.
The surviving terrorists served 9-year sentences and have long since been released from Dutch prisons. The double hostage siege was a turning point in counterterrorism.
Als je bij een eenheid als de BBK werkt,
when you work in the close combat sharpshooter unit, you know that you may be ordered to kill people. That is very unpleasant.
Dat de politiek beslist dat er ingegrepen moet worden.
25 years later, I still feel the deployment of our unit was a correct decision.
Om mensen dood te schieten.
There was no other way.
Decision.
The psychological effect? Simple.
Decision.
You get your orders and you carry them out, taking out the tangos.
King.
Today, the close combat unit of the Royal Dutch Marines continues counterterrorism operations in the Netherlands and within NATO.
Operation.
The 1977 double siege is still their most famous mission. From surveillance to strategy and execution,
FBI surveillance.
the Marine operation became a textbook example of how to handle a hostage crisis. It continues to be studied by counterterrorism units worldwide.
Engine 14 is going to be for Gulf 5607 Everhart, 5607 Everhart, Bombs Machine Rehab, ESC 6007, work off our dispatch at 1657.
Detected boat. Detected boat. You.
Detected boat.
Detected boat. Vehicle, the corner of
You not heaths.
From the Caribbean islands to the east coast of the United States, a deadly drug gang makes millions. But its leader remains a mystery.
Never.
As their cocaine trafficking business thrives, the violence rages out of control.
Desk.
To destroy the gang, agents and police know they must identify the leader and take him down.
Him. You. Street.
The United States is one of the most profitable drug markets in the world. For ruthless and sophisticated drug traffickers, it is truly the land of opportunity. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. In the 1990s, a violent drug organization moved thousands of kilos of Colombian cocaine to the Virgin Islands and into Georgia. It would take a task force of dedicated agents and police to shut down this multi-million-dollar operation and destroy a cocaine empire.
King.
Deal expired 4/30 of 1991. 4/30 of 1991.
The U.S. Virgin Islands are a tourist's paradise. Lush tropical islands and miles of sandy beaches, all in America's backyard. But these islands hold a dark secret. Law enforcement refers to them as the cocaine funnel. Because they are located halfway between South America and the U.S. mainland, drug gangs use the islands to ship large amounts of cocaine into the U.S. Starting in the early 90s, a drug gang called the Island Boys shipped thousands of kilos of cocaine into the U.S. through the Virgin Islands. They chose the unlikely city of Augusta, Georgia as their main point of entry. There they turned the cocaine into crack.
AC.
FBI Special Agent Tim Cox.
FBI.
It was primarily the population that drew them in. At the time, there were several projects that were ripe for selling crack cocaine. It's also a 2-hour city. You're 2 hours away from Atlanta. You're 2 hours away from Savannah.
But the competition between the island boys and local drug gangs is brutal. Eugene Smalls runs the Augusta operation for the island boys.
Operation.
Business is good. In 1991, the gang is raking in millions. And Smalls makes a big target. There are rumors he keeps $1 million in cash in his safety deposit box. He wears the key around his neck.
You.
Detected car. Detected car. Detected boat. Detected boat. Detected boat. Detected car.
By the time Augusta police arrive, Eugene Small's safety deposit box is empty, and the powerful drug dealer is fighting for his life.
Detected boat.
Life.
He survives, but his injuries are severe.
Detected boat.
The rising violence in Augusta concerns police, and the island boys are at the center of it. The Augusta police discuss the problem with the FBI. They start by explaining what they know about the gang.
The local authorities, through their contacts with informants and some of the arrests that they'd made previously, knew that there was an increasing number of these gentlemen coming up from the Virgin Islands. The informants had given indication that they were moving more and more cocaine into the area.
In October 1992, the FBI and U.S. Customs worked to build a federal conspiracy case against the island boys. Cox suspects the island boys are working with a major Colombian cocaine cartel. One thing is clear, they are as mysterious as they are deadly.
We didn't have any inroads into the group, so we were having to put together as much intel as we could by bits and pieces.
Agents assemble photos of suspected gang members taken by the local drug squad. Former U.S. Customs agent Larry Sapp.
Larry.
So we didn't know who they were. We'd put them in there to see if somebody would later identify them.
Larry.
They also scour every report they can find that has any connection to the island boys. One report stands out. A month earlier, 2 DEA agents spotted Eugene Smalls at the airport in Atlanta. Despite his injuries, the local drug boss personally picked up a passenger on a flight from the Virgin Islands. The DEA decided to follow Smalls. Agents radioed the Georgia Highway Patrol and asked them to pull the car over for speeding.
DEA had enough of following them and joined the locals there and they got them all out the car, searched them, took all their money, tried to interview them all.
Smalls could barely walk. His passenger, James Springett, was carrying a passport from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Agents also searched the car. They found nothing. No drugs, no weapons, and surprisingly little cash. The DEA photographed the 2 men as well as their credit cards and IDs and had to let them go.
Them.
Agents can use the credit card information to track the movements of all 4 suspects. But there's also a downside.
Then they know that they've been watched or being watched and may affect their behavior in the future. They may be more careful of surveillances and more careful of movements and things of this nature.
Care.
Agents wonder about James Springett. And what role does he play? Eugene Smalls picked him up at the airport personally, even though Smalls was still recovering from bullet wounds. Obviously, James Springett is important.
Ring.
Special Agent Cox contacts the local police to see if they have any information. The Richmond County Sheriff's Department Narcotics Squad have been fighting the gang since it first arrived in Augusta. but they have never heard of James Springett.
Never.
If law enforcement hopes to take down the Island Boys, they're going to have to do it the hard way, from the bottom up.
We started on the street level, doing surveillances when we could, getting information from the local authorities, and trying to develop some other inroads into the group.
Again, they hit a brick wall. The Island Boys have a dangerous reputation. Even paid informants were afraid to talk about the group.
It was hard to develop informants because this group was known to be violent, and informants were afraid to do anything with them because they had a reputation for hurting and killing people.
Federal authorities conduct surveillance. They observe that members of the gang frequently use motel rooms to do business. After they check out, teams of agents search their rooms.
You'd be surprised that you find phone numbers, photos, different things. This whole case was like somebody had filled a room with puzzle pieces, and we're trying to dig our way out and figure out who is who.
Figure out.
The pressure is constant and intense. Too intense for Eugene Smalls, the head of the Augusta Island Boys.
We were putting a lot of heat on him.
Heat.
Eugene Smalls decides to relocate to Virginia.
Good.
I personally think that the reason Eugene left was things were getting too hot for them around Augusta.
In Small's absence, a man named Shaquem Gabriel becomes the new leader of the Island Boys operation in Augusta, Georgia.
Operation.
Agent Sapp alerts Virginia authorities. Eugene Smalls is heading their way.
They were on him as soon as he got up there, and we worked him and ran a good case up there.
Smalls is arrested in Virginia Beach for drug trafficking and eventually convicted and sentenced to 90 years in prison. In Augusta, agents focus on Shaquem Gabriel, the new leader of the Island Boys. They suspect the gang is bringing drugs in through the Atlanta airport.
When you look at the amount of money that they were running, plus the amount of cocaine that we knew they were putting on the street, it was obvious they were having to run lots of loads of luggage through and use lots of couriers.
On June 14, 1995, agents in Atlanta find a suitcase containing 7 kilos, more than 15 pounds of cocaine.
James, we can change this around. Who are you delivering the coke to?
Investigators question the courier. He tells agents the drugs were going to Shaquem Gabriel in Augusta.
We had enough corroborating information, through phone calls and to substantiate exactly what the courier was saying.
Based on the courier's statement, authorities are able to obtain an arrest warrant and a warrant to search Gabriel's home. On June 15, 1995, authorities serve both warrants. As the agents close in, they have no idea what Gabriel has waiting for them behind his door.
Hi.
In Augusta, Georgia, the FBI, along with U.S. Customs and local police, work to take down a violent drug gang.
Police. Mile.
Investigators arrest Shaquem Gabriel, the man they believe is the new head of the Island Boys in Augusta. Gabriel is accused of attempting to receive 7 kilos of cocaine from a courier from the Virgin Islands. A search of his home turns up documents, photos, and $15,000 in ones. Special Agent Tim Cox.
Apparently, Shaquem felt it was beneath him to spend dollar bills, so he wouldn't spend dollar bills, he would stuff them in these jars.
For law enforcement, Gabriel's arrest is a big success.
Force.
But it doesn't stop the Island Boys.
Stop.
As soon as authorities take Gabriel into custody, agents suspect that new leaders are already emerging to take over the gang.
Whenever we would take people off from the group, make an arrest or anything else, other people from the islands would arrive back in the States and take their place in the group, distributing around Augusta area.
Investigators continue to go after the island boys using the same techniques they used to take down Gabriel. But it's not working. It seems the island boys have changed tactics. They must be using another means of getting their drugs past customs at the airport.
Airport.
Agents have to find it. Customs expands its searches both in the Virgin Islands and in U.S. airports.
Airport.
On February 6, 1996, agents get a break when a random customs check finds cocaine in a suitcase arriving in Atlanta. The bag belongs to a teenage girl from a housing project in Augusta. The gang has been eluding police by using couriers that don't fit the usual profile. Former U.S. Customs agent Larry Sapp.
They would find young girls that had no money, no future, and ask them would they like to go to the Virgin Islands for a week, free vacation. And of course, anyone would say yes. And the only stipulation was you had to bring back a package for them.
Detected car.
Package.
These were easily influenced young people that just saw an opportunity to make some money. Granted, it was illegal, but in a sense, they were victims of this group as well.
Victims.
They couldn't bring a lot to the table for us, but what they could tell us is who offered the deal, what the deal was.
The courier tells investigators she was hired by the girlfriend of Brian Gustav. Shortly after Gabriel's arrest, Gustav and his girlfriend arrived from the Virgin Islands. They've been running the Augusta Island boys. The girl also gives them the names of other women who have worked as couriers. It takes more than a year to gather all the evidence against the new local leaders, but investigators have enough to arrest Gustav and his girlfriend. Brian Gustav is convicted of drug trafficking. His girlfriend takes a plea deal. Agents have taken out the leadership of the island boys in Augusta once again.
When you do take them down and the next week the same group is up and operating again, it gets a little frustrating, but that's why we work to go up and get to the head of the organization, because that's eventually the only way you're going to be able to stop them.
Arresting drug dealers in Augusta is not stopping the flow of drugs into the U.S. Agents know they must find out who is running the Island Boys operation. Their leader must be in the Virgin Islands.
In 1996, the U.S. Virgin Islands became designated a HIDA, which stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area.
Detective Chris Howell is on the DEA task force formed to target drug traffickers in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
2 minutes out. And up until this time frame, there hadn't been a lot of targeting of these people with established routes and cocaine trafficking. So the traffickers, by this point in the game, had become pretty powerful, and they had a lot at their disposal. So we had a lot of catching up to do.
Agents begin questioning informants and learn that in St. Croix, a prominent local family is involved in the cocaine shipments from Colombia.
Intelligence information that was gained from confidential sources stated that one of the family members was the St. Croix girlfriend of James Springett.
Investigators recognize the name. In 1992, DEA agents photographed Springett after Eugene Smalls picked him up at the Atlanta airport.
And that informant also told us that he was the biggest drug trafficker in the islands. And so our focus kind of started to begin to switch focus from this prominent family over to James Springett.
Investigators discover that Springett's girlfriend has more than half a dozen cell phones in her name. These phones may hold the key to cracking this dangerous drug gang.
When we began to look at those phones and look at the toll information off those phones, other names that came up through informant information began to appear on those tolls. And it was obvious that this girl had, something to do with what was going on.
While agents pursue the cell phone lead, they continue to work the streets. From informants, agents learn that a small shipment of cocaine is scheduled to leave St. Thomas via seaplane. The surveillance team spots a suspected courier carrying a cardboard box aboard. The seaplane takes off for the largest of the U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Croix.
We let them board the plane and get airborne on their way back to St. Croix. And we established surveillance where they were going to dock here in St. Croix.
When the seaplane lands, Detective Chris Howell and the DEA are waiting.
Detective.
They suspect the box the courier is carrying is full of cocaine.
Detected surveillance.
Agents are in place for a routine takedown, but the plan changes.
Detected traffic light.
Rangers. Rangers.
Detected boat.
Something has spooked the courier.
Rangers.
Agents must move in.
Agents.
Detected boat.
The individual who was carrying the box ran straight to the ocean, jumped off the dock into the ocean.
Ocean.
As he tore into the box, kilograms of cocaine began to float out into the water.
The courier is trying to destroy the evidence.
He knew that if he could get those packages open, once that cocaine hit the water, it would just dissolve into nothing. But I wasn't going to take a chance. I wanted to get all 7 kilograms. I didn't want him to tear into anything.
Detective Howell rescues several kilos of evidence and a cell phone purchased by Springett's girlfriend.
Friend.
The courier is in serious trouble and he knows it. Still, he refuses to tell authorities who he's working for.
In the islands, it's very rare to see people cooperate. Very rare. When we arrest somebody, even when they're facing serious jail time, they'll just do their time, and that's it.
As a result of the operation, the island boys are now on high alert. They know the feds are watching them.
Operation.
They quickly change their tactics.
Springett made an executive decision that they wouldn't bring cocaine directly into the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Instead, the gang will use the island of Tortola to warehouse their drug shipments.
The British Virgin Islands is literally a 5 or 10 minute boat ride away from St. Thomas, so you could be in British waters and a minute later and you're in U.S. waters or international waters for that matter.
As a British possession, Tortola is outside the jurisdiction of U.S. law enforcement. On June 19, 1996, the island boys bring 1.5 tons of cocaine on shore in Tortola.
You're talking about loads that are worth millions and millions of dollars at a time. And very rarely does a group run that much dope without having some firepower behind them.
Heavily armed Colombians are present to verify the delivery.
Those people's job was not only to look after the South American interest, but also to protect the load.
American.
Cocaine is loaded into 2 vehicles, a truck and a van. This shipment is so important that James Springett personally oversees the transfer.
Over.
The 2 vehicles head for a safe house to store the cocaine. The drug dealers are unaware the Royal Virgin Island Police are waiting for them. Officers have been watching the van for over a month. Every 2 weeks, it travels from the east end of the island to the west end, weighted down with something heavy.
They suspected it could be drug trafficking, but they also suspected it might have been involved in some burglaries that had been occurring on the east end of the island.
When a pickup and van approach, the Royal Virgin Island Police move in.
Thank you.
The pickup manages to squeeze through the roadblock, but the van is stopped in its tracks.
Hands up! Out of the car! Out of the car now! Out of the car! Boom! Put your hands up right now!
The suspects open fire with automatic weapons. The police are outgunned.
Most of them had 6-shot revolvers, shotguns with 3 rounds, and weapons of this nature. And they stood up and returned fire against automatic M16s, firing at full burst.
One officer is hit.
The round passed out the side of his head. He was lying in a pool of blood on the street. And so they basically, at that point, began to try to keep him alive.
The van gets away. The wounded officer is rushed to a hospital.
corner. Just the shock, the impact alone didn't kill him. But it put his eye out, and they got him to the hospital. He lost his eye, but he did live.
The next day, police find the van a mile down the road.
Police.
The tires, the radiator, and the engine have been shot to pieces. In the back of the van, police find 1,260 kilograms of cocaine. They also find night vision goggles, GPS devices, and lights for signaling aircraft.
Aircraft.
The Royal Virgin Island Police believe the drug runners will try to escape to a nearby island. They contact police commissioners in the U.S. Virgin Islands and the surrounding area asking for help. Authorities know they must locate these dangerous men fast. If they're willing to shoot a cop, no one is safe. In the British Virgin Islands, a firefight erupts between heavily armed drug runners and the Royal Police. The drug runners make a daring escape, but investigators seize a van full of cocaine. The Royal Police warn their counterparts on the surrounding islands to be on the lookout.
It was almost like a Caribbean all-points bulletin.
Detective Chris Howell.
They put it out to all the police officers that this occurred, and you know, to be a lookout on the beaches and so forth, marinas, docks, you know, boat yards and everything, that these individuals may be heading our way.
Detective.
Police around the islands are on the alert for anything unusual.
Nothing.
Early the next morning,
Nothing.
officers stop a suspicious boat.
Nothing. Nothing.
There are no drugs or weapons aboard, but there is a large amount of cash.
Large.
They were questioned and then later released by police as there wasn't enough evidence at the time to hold them. Those individuals were linked through informant information as being Springett's boat crew.
They were the same boat crew that brought in the cocaine that had been recovered by police in Tortola. A few days later, U.S. Virgin Island police find the body of one of the men from the boat. He's been shot in the head twice, execution style.
To me, all that was an indication that Springett's organization was not going to accept failure. There had to be a cost to losing that load, even if that meant the life of one of his own.
At the roadblock, the gunman may have escaped.
Escape.
But the cocaine they lost was worth millions.
Escape. Escape.
You don't lose 1,260 kilograms of cocaine without someone paying for it. Springett had to go back to South America and explain this to the people he was getting cocaine from. And he didn't want to go back without there being a body attached to the loss.
For Springett, it's a temporary setback.
Kilograms of cocaine were, during this time frame, were almost on every commercial flight heading to the U.S. mainland. They had dirty baggage handlers that would put cocaine in bags, sneak them past customs, put them on the aircraft, and then a mule would actually take custody of that bag when it arrived in a U.S. city and move it on forward.
In Georgia, FBI Special Agent Tim Cox and Customs Agent Larry Sapp are working leads of their own. They've been watching a man named Ronnie Pemberton. They believe he's the latest drug dealer to head the Augusta branch of the Island Boys. 3 months after the Tortola shootout, FBI Special Agent Tim Cox decides to send a message to Pemberton at the Atlanta airport.
I had heard through our street sources that Pemberton had called me a punk and said we were never going to catch him. And so I thought I would at least introduce myself. So I went to the airport when he came back in and went up and introduced myself and said, "Hi, Ronnie, welcome back to the country. I'll be around. Come see me if you'd ever like to talk."
But as agents know, Island Boys never talk.
Never. Never.
Months pass.
Never.
In the Virgin Islands in early 1997, the two agents get the break they've been waiting for. A member of the Island Boys sells cocaine out of a hotel room in St. Thomas. A fellow gang member and a buyer sent to kill the dealer pay him a surprise visit.
Detected boat.
The island boy tries to warn his friend by using a special knock signaling danger.
Sign.
The dealer gets the message.
Sign.
Truck. Sign. Detected
Sign.
He escapes out a back window.
RP.
Detected truck.
RP.
The island is a small place to try and hide. Gang members are everywhere. The terrified dealer secretly turns himself in to authorities. In exchange for protection, he agrees to tell the FBI what he knows about the island boys and their dealings in Georgia.
Both Larry Sapp and I were very excited because we knew that if we actually had someone that could identify more of these people and put us in touch with the routes they use, the methods they're using to transport this stuff, it could be a huge break in the case.
Former U.S. Customs agent Larry Sapp.
Larry.
He was the first one to give us all the ins and outs, who was the leaders, how they smuggled, how they distributed, who were the distributors, and things of this nature. It's a real big break in the case.
I know.
Agents are finally starting to get inside this dangerous gang. They begin trying to make their case against the suspected leader, James Springett.
We would search customs travel records. We would find out when he had gone in and out of different countries. We would find out when he would show up on either wire intercepts or show up in conversation with someone else. By doing that and by tracking the shipments, you can put Jimmy in the same area. This all goes to circumstantial evidence that ties Jimmy with it.
Springett is careful to keep his hands clean. He does his dirty work through intermediaries and rarely comes in contact with the coke. At the same time, on the island of St. Croix, the DEA convinces a federal judge to allow them to wiretap the prominent family suspected of drug smuggling and of having ties to Springett.
We applied for the first ever Title III in Virgin Islands history.
DEA agents secretly install the wiretap in a switching station and hide the equipment.
We'd already received information that they had individuals that worked within the phone company that were checking their phones regularly to see if they were tapped. And so we had to hide that equipment within the phone company's regular wiring.
For 1 month during the summer of 1997, investigators listened to the wiretap and conduct simultaneous surveillance. They hear frequent references to Springett's girlfriend, but nothing concrete. The island boys are careful about what they say on the phone.
You could tell the conversation was starting to get good. And the next thing that we'd hear is, "Let me call you back." And then surveillance, watch him hang up the phone, jump in his car, and drive down to a payphone, and he'd finish the call at the payphone. Almost from the onset, they knew we were on that phone. Certainly when you go up on a wire, you expect when the wire goes down, there's going to be a roundup very shortly thereafter. We weren't there with this wire.
The wiretap does provide enough evidence to justify search warrants.
Evidence.
On August 7th, agents launched simultaneous raids on 22 island homes and businesses. They have enough to go after several members of the Island Boys gang, but they need a lot more to take down James Springett and dismantle his entire drug trafficking organization.
King.
In the Virgin Islands, the DEA and police raid 22 locations.
Police.
They need enough evidence to put suspected drug lord James Springett out of business forever. His girlfriend's house is a prime target. In her bedroom, agents find $500,000 in cash and a business card for an attorney in Panama.
Flight.
They also find Springett's U.S. passport.
Flight.
The passport is stamped with the dates the drug lord visited other Caribbean islands, as well as Colombia, Venezuela, and Europe. By comparing those dates to intelligence on large drug shipments, agents can show whether Springett was in the same country when the drugs arrived. Virgin Islands Police Detective Chris Howell flies up to Augusta, Georgia to meet with FBI Special Agent Tim Cox and Customs Agent Larry Sapp.
Question.
We hooked up with Chris Howell, and it was another one of those breaks in the case. Chris had a wealth of information down there about activities in St. Thomas. We had a wealth of information about activities going on in the States. And when we compared the two, we found out that his departures were our arrivals. We cross-matched some of the trips, who was going, who was coming. It was great information that we were able to collaborate on.
Authorities finally have enough circumstantial evidence to nail James Springett.
Independently, we could have probably put together a case in the islands, and likewise, they probably had the ability to do that there in Georgia. But you combine the two cases together, it seems like it's an unstoppable force.
Chris Howell wants all the cases tried in Georgia. It will be too difficult to convict Springett in the Virgin Islands.
He'd evolved into a monster by this point. I mean, he was very well established in South America. He had his own routes here. He had his own assets available to him. So anything you can throw into that on your end is beneficial.
It would help their case if they could find a more specific link between Springett and the cocaine shipments. Agents review the evidence one more time.
Evidence.
When we had done the search warrant at Springett's St. Croix girlfriend's house, we had found business cards for a Panamanian attorney, and we also found business cards in the name of Omega Sea Cargo.
According to customs records, a freighter owned by Omega Sea Cargo was stopped a few months after the Tortola shootout. The ship was searched. 8 tons of Colombian cocaine was found in the cargo. Working on a hunch, agents research Omega Sea Cargo. The company is owned by James Springett.
It was huge. It was a huge chunk of the case right there. I mean, now we had 6,000 kilograms on Mr. Springett. That was a good feeling.
Federal authorities develop a plan to dismantle the Island Boys, starting in Augusta, Georgia. December 15th, 1997. Ronnie Pemberton, the local head of the Augusta gang, attempts to buy 2 kilos of cocaine from a Virgin Islands supplier. The FBI is watching. In the motel room next door, Customs Agent Larry Sapp and FBI Special Agents Tim Cox and Mike Varacalli videotape the buy via hidden camera.
Our ultimate goal was to tie the organization all the way back to a Colombian connection, find out where the drugs were being processed, and at what point they were being handed over to Springett and his organization, so we could get to the highest level we possibly could.
Ronnie Pemberton came in, met an informant. We got it all on video with him holding up the keys and hand balancing, weighing to see which one weighed a little more than the other.
Pemberton takes his time examining the bags of cocaine.
Finally, he picked 2 he wanted.
Brown. Brown.
All right, roll over. Sit up.
Brown.
Special Agent Tim Cox personally arrests Pemberton.
I said, "Hello, Ronnie, remember me from the airport?" And he nodded, and I said, "Well, who's the punk now?"
Airport.
Shortly after Pemberton's arrest, FBI Special Agent Tim Cox is promoted and transferred.
It's a bittersweet pill because I was with this case since its inception. I knew we were headed towards taking Jimmy Springett off, but I also knew I would not be there for the finish.
Cox leaves Special Agent Mike Varacalli in charge of the Island Boys investigation. Over the next few months, Varacalli and his team continue methodically building a case against Springett and the Island Boys.
The more we looked into it, the more we uncovered. 10,000 kilograms turned into 20,000, which turned into 50,000.
Less than a year after Pemberton's arrest, an Augusta grand jury delivers indictments against Springett, his girlfriend, and 5 of his closest associates.
We had a sealed indictment for quite a long time. and we're just building a case. We were building a story. We were basically building our case for court. We identified individuals, we identified assets.
Investigators want to arrest all suspects simultaneously so that none of them can run. But there's a snag. Springett has gone into hiding.
It was a frustrating time period because here we are ready for this party and we can't find our main guy.
Springett is smart and careful.
He did not use the phone unnecessarily. He did not spend a lot of time in one location, and he tended to reside in areas where the U.S. government didn't have complete access and total reach.
For 2 long months, authorities can't find him. Then, in Medellin, Colombia, the case takes a dramatic turn.
Please have a seat.
A local woman approaches DEA agents.
How can we help you?
She tells them she knows a big American drug dealer.
Americans.
His name is James Springett.
Ring.
In Medellin, Colombia, DEA agents get a big break in the search for drug trafficker James Springett. An informant claims she knows where Springett lives.
Traffic.
She basically walked into the DEA office there and agreed to cooperate with law enforcement.
How can I help?
Detective Chris Howell.
Detective.
She indicated he had a penthouse apartment in Medellin. We knew the apartment existed, we just didn't know where it was. The apartment had like muraled ceilings, you know, solid gold faucets, a very expensive apartment.
The woman agrees to give the DEA the location of Springett's apartment. In exchange, she wants a fresh start for her family in the witness protection program.
We've been looking for you.
Authorities agree to the deal. Special Agent Mike Varichelli.
Springett was pretty well insulated in Medellin, Colombia. It seems to be a haven for high-ranking drug organization members, so it's traditionally difficult to locate and apprehend an individual for drugs in Medellin.
The DEA requests an arrest warrant from the FBI and U.S. Customs in Augusta, Georgia. Former U.S. Customs agent Larry Sapp.
The agent there called me and asked me, do we actually, in fact, have a warrant for James Springett? Of course, I enthusiastically told him yes. He asked for me to fax down fingerprints, the pictures, and all the stuff he would need to get him picked up.
The DEA also contacts trusted members of the Colombian police. 2 Colombian police officers stake out Springett's luxury apartment, waiting for him to appear. To the Colombians, it looks like Springett is leaving for good.
Good.
They have to move fast.
Good.
They felt like their surveillance was burning. They better go ahead and arrest him, and that's what they did.
The officers don't have time to wait for backup. They move in.
Those 2 stopped the vehicle and arrested Springett and his driver by themselves, which we thought was mighty crazy.
Special Agent Tim Cox.
CIA.
When I first heard that they had him in custody down in Colombia, I was elated. This was the culmination of a 14-year investigation, which started from the lowest level street dealers all the way up to the made man with the Colombian mafia who had the direct Colombian connection supplying cocaine.
Agents from the FBI, Customs, and the DEA converge on the Virgin Islands to arrest Springett's associates. Local drug dealers quickly retreat into their fortified mansions.
We probably got dope dealers flushing their dope everywhere on St. Croix.
One mansion on St. Thomas is so remote and well protected that Virgin Island police have to rappel down the cliff above it and approach it from the rear.
They had walls up around the house, electric gates. There was a real security issue on how we could do these things successfully.
House by house, the task force arrests the leadership of the island. Although they finally have Springett in custody, getting him back to the U.S. proves to be far more difficult than anyone had ever imagined.
He's in custody in Colombia, and that's the big problem. because extradition out of Colombia is a difficult task, and what made it more difficult is he had citizenship at that point in Colombia.
Investigators will now have to go through a long bureaucratic process to try to extradite him back to the U.S.
It's like beating a dead horse. I mean, there's nothing you can really do to speed the process. You put in the request, and it goes through the channels, and then you just wait.
I knew that the longer Jimmy was down there, the longer we didn't have him on American soil in our custody, the greater the chance that he would either escape or someone would break him out.
14218
While in prison, Springett pays to have luxuries brought in to pass the time in comfort.
They don't call it orderlies go to give them stuff, and if they can't leave the penitentiary, they'll go outside the penitentiary and get it and bring it back to them.
On March 1st, 2000, a few days before his extradition becomes final, Springett orders a new mattress.
When the new mattress was delivered to his cell, he was able to insert himself in the new mattress. It was just wide enough to fit his body, and the individual that brought the mattress to him aided him in sewing the mattress back up. So there was no hole, there was no evidence that someone had been inserted into the mattress.
One of the most dangerous drug dealers in the world is carried out of his cell past unsuspecting guards. American drug trafficker James Springett attempts a daring escape from a prison in Colombia sealed inside a mattress. FBI Special Agent Tim Cox.
Jimmy got into the mattress. They stitched him back up in there and proceeded to carry him through, I think, about 5 checkpoints, getting him out of the prison.
Prison. Life.
An investigation later shows that Springett paid more than $3 million in bribes to set up his incredible escape.
Escape. A.
Investigators take the news hard.
I'd put 10 years of my investigative career into eventually getting this guy, and now he's gone. I was completely deflated. We had a hard enough time catching him the first time. It was my fear that because he'd been caught one time, that we'd never be able to get him again.
Detective Chris Howell.
We're back at ground zero trying to figure out where do we go from here. At that point, we have no idea to even, where to look. We have no leads. We have no idea. He could have been anywhere in the world.
Agents notify FBI legal attachés at U.S. embassies throughout Latin America.
American.
They also notify customs and DEA agents working in those countries. FBI Special Agent Mike Varacalli.
We basically contacted Interpol, we contacted all the countries we know he has ties to, and got the word out as far as where he last was, what he looks like.
There was rumors starting to spread that he had had reconstructive surgery, changed his appearance and everything, and it just kind of became like this urban legend, this guy who was out there, but no one knew how to find him.
There's the last apartment, building number 15, next to the laundromat.
According to rumors, Springett is living somewhere in Latin America and running his organization by phone.
Jimmy, just like anybody else, has to have an income. When you're spending $5 million on an escape and you're living the lifestyle that he's accustomed to doing, you have to have an income. So he had started generating that income again.
In April 2002, the FBI adds Springett to their list of top 10 fugitives.
And to put him on the FBI top most wanted list during this time frame was major because, he was sharing poster space with guys like Osama bin Laden at that point.
Investigators also play a few long shots. They set up surveillance on a drug dealer known to be part of Springett's group. Agents wait until they have probable cause and then search him. They find a large amount of cocaine and take him into custody.
You'll do about this time.
Investigators pressure the dealer.
What city is he in?
I don't know.
What country
I don't know.
is he in?
He decides to talk.
Touch.
He tells them Springett now lives in Venezuela.
Touch.
He doesn't know which city. He only knows the phone number.
Detected
Phone.
The FBI legal attaché in Venezuela gives the phone number to an elite team of trusted local police officers.
Detected
Police.
Using the phone number and informants,
Phone.
the Venezuelan police locate Springett's home and stake
Informant.
it out.
Detected Detected
Children. Children.
Detected
Children. Go.
Springett offered $2 to $3
Ring.
million to just let him walk away from the scene.
There are many honest law enforcement officials that there's no
Force.
amount of money that would entice them to do that. Thankfully, we had some down in Venezuela.
Detective. Detective.
FBI, DEA, and customs agents work to get Springett back to the U.S. as soon as possible.
Venezuelan authorities declared him persona non grata because he's in the country on a false passport and ordered him to be removed from the country immediately.
Less than 24 hours after the arrest,
Data.
Venezuelan police hand Springett over to FBI and customs agents at the airport.
Airport.
Agents fly him back to the United States.
He knew that he wouldn't stand a chance going to trial in Augusta, Georgia, with all the evidence that had been, mounted against him. I think he knew the only thing he had available to him and his only chance of ever having, the chance to see the light of day again would be to accept a plea agreement.
Springett pleads guilty to one count of conspiracy to import cocaine. The notorious drug lord is sentenced to 35 years without parole.
Hard to beat the significance of this investigation. When you talk about a street-level case being worked all the way up to a 10 most wanted and an ultimate capture, it's kind of hard to beat that. It's definitely a highlight of my career.
Detected boat.
In Detroit, a brutal gang strikes again and again, targeting residents in terrifying home invasions. They attack quickly, take what they want, and leave no evidence behind. As the assaults continue, the FBI and local police join forces to stop the terror.
Police.
In the end, authorities come face to face with a vicious gang that refuses to be taken alive.
Fuse. AC. U.
In the 1990s, neighborhoods in Detroit were terrorized by a gang of robbers. Impersonating police officers, they invaded over 100 homes, robbing, raping, and torturing their victims. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The extraordinary number and sheer magnitude of these home invasions stunned authorities. As residents feared for their lives, agents teamed up with local police to take down this sadistic gang.
Detected truck. Agents. Detected truck. Detected
Truck.
Detroit, Michigan.
Truck.
February 1994. In some neighborhoods, narcotics trafficking is a way of life. And drug busts by the local police are routine.
Police.
This raid is anything but routine.
Anyway.
The men ask the resident where he keeps his drugs and money. He refuses to talk, confident that police officers would never hurt him.
Never.
police and reports that officers broke into his home, assaulted him, then stole money and jewelry. The patrolmen know the resident is a local narcotics dealer. They also know there were no drug raids scheduled for that address. Could these home invaders be rogue cops? The incident is part of a wave of excessively violent home invasions plaguing Detroit. Averaging more than one a week, they spread fear throughout the city. The invaders leave no useful evidence behind. In June 1994, the newly formed Safe Streets Violent Crimes Task Force dedicates itself to putting an end to the terror. It is comprised of Detroit police detectives and FBI agents, including Special Agent Michael Kosanovich.
We really were determined to solve these violent home invasions. Initially, we were aware of approximately 50 home invasion robberies from the beginning of '94 up through June of '94. They were fairly violent. They involved shootings, sexual assaults.
Investigators begin by searching for connections between the numerous invasions. Detroit police officer Tom Dunai.
We took a look at all the police reports that were taken over the previous 2 or 3 months. We analyzed them, we broke them down into the MOs and exactly what these perpetrators were doing on each one.
Investigators identify a recurring method used in the attacks, according to Special Agent Bob Pertuso.
The gang used a dynamic approach that law enforcement officers use when they execute a search warrant or make an arrest to gain quick entry into a home and then take control of the occupants. They all wore masks, and they were all armed with semi-automatic pistols, assault rifles, MAC-10s.
Based on this consistent MO, the task force suspects that a single group is committing most of the invasions.
We were able to narrow this down to, yes, it was a gang of about anywhere from 4 to 8. The descriptions all fit the same. Their MO was the same. Everything was the same on almost every home invasion.
To gather more first-hand information, investigators re-interview the victims of the home invasions. They learn that most of them are involved in narcotics trafficking. FBI Special Agent Michael Kosanovich is not surprised that dealers are reluctant to talk.
They don't want to reveal the fact that they were selling drugs or conducting illegal activity out of that residence.
Detective Sergeant Tom Berry tells the dealers that the task force has no interest in busting them for narcotics.
People are getting raped, they're violent. We don't care about the drugs. We need your cooperation. About 90% of the time, the drug guy come on board, you come on our team and say, hey, I deal my drugs. I know that's not right. I'll tell you what I know about this case.
Investigators discover that some home invasion victims are not drug dealers.
These sometimes elderly people, they're panicking, they're crying, they're begging. Got guns to the side of their head. Where's the dope? Where's the money? Where's the dope? Where's the money? There isn't any money. There isn't any dope.
The gang has simply hit the wrong house. Realizing that there are no drugs or money, they turn violent.
They ask you. We heard all the horrible stories of the torture, 80-year-old women, pistol whipped, hit with the butts of shotguns.
FBI Special Agent Martin Vandervliet.
What really bothered us the most were the sexual assaults of the females who were present on 6 of the home invasions. One in particular, a mother and her 15-year-old daughter, were raped simultaneously by 2 members of the home invasion group.
Just the look in their eyes, the fear, their anger, that was very controlled, yet was all inside their body. You could just feel it with their body emotions. The little girl, without saying it, just through her eyes, she said, please help us. Please help us. And that hit me. And that look in that girl's eyes will stay with me for the rest of my life. We told her that we would do anything in our power to bring these guys to justice. What I had to do is build their confidence up leave phone calls every day to let them know that I'm still thinking about them, we didn't forget about anything, and we're on your side and you're well protected and you have nothing to worry about. The fright that was in them will always be there, but they knew they had the full cooperation of the Violent Crime Task Force on their side.
Concerned that the home invasions are executed like a police raid, the task force confronts the possibility the gang is made up of law enforcement personnel.
We checked to see any recent officers that have been fired from the job, maybe were accused of illegal use of narcotics, because this was all revolved around narcotics, you know. So you would check, you know, any ex-narcotic officers, and there was nothing.
Investigators quickly recognize that the escalating level of violence in these cases indicates that law enforcement is probably not involved.
In our experience, police officers aren't going to go that extra step and fire shots into a house or go rape a victim, things of that nature. It's usually go in and rob, go in and knock the door down, get their whatever they need and run out. So in the beginning, we had to look at that, but then we had to eliminate that as the more and more as the home invasions were occurring. It got more and more violent. We realized that it wasn't police officers or ex-police officers.
The biggest problem with these subjects acting as police when they committed these home invasions was that they jeopardized legitimate police officers. If a victim has been robbed before by this gang, and then the police show up another time to execute a search warrant legitimately, they may start shooting or try to harm the police officers.
Shooting.
So what we need to do is start going.
Now that investigators have a clearer idea of what they're dealing with, they begin their efforts to identify the members of the gang.
We looked at a number of people who had committed these offenses in the past, or robbery-type offenses of narcotics dealers. We contacted various informants and asked them to try and determine the identities of these individuals. However, none of the informants that we had talked to had any specific information regarding the people who were committing these offenses.
A couple of hours ago.
Over the next month, the home invasions continue, but the task force make little progress.
Every home invasion in the city of Detroit, where people went in posing as officers, we, the Violent Crime Task Force, would respond to it. So we got first-hand information, try to get a feel, are these our guys, are these not our guys, why are they or why are they not?
Investigators carefully process each scene, but can find no evidence.
Everything we did, we were getting lucky. We needed a break.
Break. Detective.
July 26, 1994. Nearly 2 months after the investigation began. Detroit police respond to a call about shots fired.
Shots fired.
They find a barely conscious man with multiple gunshot wounds. He has a gun, police jacket, bulletproof vest, and a ski mask. The clothing matches descriptions of home invaders given by prior victims. Police call for an ambulance.
Hey, Daryl, you copy?
Police.
Officers alert the task force.
Police.
This could be the break they need.
Task.
Here's a guy, he's got a gun on him, he's got a police vest on. And my only hope at the time was, please don't die. Please don't die.
Agents rush to the hospital, hoping the man pulls through. In Detroit, the joint FBI and police task force tackles an epidemic of violent home invasions perpetrated by an elusive gang who uses police-style tactics. Authorities get a break when they find and arrest a critically wounded man they believe is part of the ring. FBI agents go to the hospital to question the suspect. Fingerprint identification reveals that his name is Dante Garrison.
FBI
Special Agent Martin Vandervliet
He was in pretty bad shape at the time, having been shot 3 times in the arm, the leg, and the stomach. He said he was aware of some robberies which had occurred, but he didn't want to go into specifics at that time.
Special Agent Michael Kosanovich remains hopeful.
We were encouraged by the situation, by our analysis of his emotional status, and the fact that we felt he's probably at some point going to cooperate if we can work this right, if we can talk to him and reason with him.
At Detroit Police Headquarters, the task force discusses strategies for persuading Garrison to cooperate. When the suspect's name comes up, Detroit officer Al Page recognizes it. He says he knows his family, and it even once held Garrison when he was a baby. To Detective Sergeant Tom Berry, this is an extraordinary stroke of luck.
Now, what are the odds of that? So not only did he get shot and didn't die, we got one of our officers that knows him. This couldn't be any better.
Investigators return to the hospital, and Officer Page exploits his relationship with the suspect's family, hoping to cajole Garrison into cooperating.
Control.
The ploy works.
Control.
Garrison agrees to talk in exchange for immunity from prosecution. He admits that he is in fact a member of the home invasion gang, and explains that his shooting was the result of an invasion that went terribly wrong.
But one of the occupants of the residence had seen them, said something, and they had fled. They believed that they could come back and successfully commit the home invasion the next night. However, the occupants of that residence were ready and waiting for them.
Truck. Truck. Going. Going. Go.
Garrison was hit 5 times.
5.
The gang fled,
5.
leaving the wounded Garrison to fend for himself. Special Agent Bob Pertuso.
And that was the difference between these criminals and law enforcement. A law enforcement officer would not leave a fellow officer shot in some backyard.
AC.
Knowing Garrison is in poor physical shape, the task force keeps the interview short. They need to keep him healthy.
He was eventually moved out of the hospital and allowed to recuperate at home. Once he became capable of moving around without any assistance, it was decided that we should take him to an off-site location to have him fully debriefed.
The FBI secretly moves Garrison to a safe house outside of Detroit. Investigators inform him of the potential consequences of cooperating with the task force, according to Detroit police officer Tom Dunai.
Police.
We let him know that there is a real risk of him losing his life if these guys ever found out that he's talking with authorities about what has occurred. And he wanted protection to make sure nothing would happen to him. And naturally, we gave that protection to him and let him know his name wouldn't be brought up until the day of court.
The way it worked.
During intensive interviews, Garrison reveals that the gang has several more members than previously suspected.
As it turned out, it wasn't the same group of individuals who were committing these home invasions every time. It might be from 3 to 10 members. And it really depended on who was available when the call went out, who could respond to commit that home invasion that evening. If they were available, they would go.
Vision.
If they needed money, they would go. If they didn't need money, maybe they might stay home that night.
Garrison divulges that 2 career criminals control the gang.
Control.
O.B. Carter.
Control.
And Andre Woods.
Control. Control.
Obi and Andre Woods
Control.
directed and determined which targets would be hit and which individuals would go on specific home invasions. Once a residence was targeted for a home invasion, Obie Carter would page all the gang members that were going to be involved that night.
Location.
A few of the members would go out and conduct some surveillance on that location. They would try and identify residents, how many, ages.
Woman.
They would return back to the gang, debrief everyone, and then meet again later that night to actually conduct the home invasion.
Garrison reveals that Andre Woods actually stages mock-up raids for training purposes.
Andre Woods had taken the gang members to vacant houses to practice police-style raids.
Police.
Said they would be familiar with techniques as far as how to make entry into the residence. They would enter just as the police would enter.
Police.
To secure it.
Once the residents are neutralized, the gang interrogates the victims. According to Garrison, Woods is extremely violent. He rapes some of his victims and tortures drug dealers when they won't talk.
Victims.
A lot of times, if the victims would not tell them where the money or the drugs were, they would physically beat them or shoot them until they were willing to provide that information.
Garrison describes one home invasion in which the gang tortured an elderly drug dealer.
They put the guns to him. Where's the dope? Where's the money? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. They shot him in the leg. And he's in agonizing pain, and they're just hammering him again. And they didn't want to kill him. They wanted him to tell them where the drugs and the money was. Shot him again in the leg and said, "Hey, MFer, where's the drugs? We know you got the drugs. We know it's here. Where's it at? Give us, or you're gonna die. You're gonna die. You're gonna die." And they shot him again. They told him where it was at. Got their money, got their drugs, and they're on their way.
Once a home invasion was complete, they would return to the predetermined location.
Location.
The money would be divided evenly among the members. Any valuables that someone was able to pick up, it was theirs to keep.
Gang member and drug dealer Chris Allen would handle the stolen narcotics.
Oh, this is brand weed.
It was Chris Allen's responsibility to take those drugs out on the street, sell them, get the money for those drugs, and divide it evenly among the members.
It is also Allen who would suggest who to target for their home invasions.
Allen provided a lot of intelligence to the gang members as far as who would be good people to rob. Based on his knowledge of their narcotics dealing, he knew that they either would have drugs or money present when the gang went in.
Agents are impressed by Garrison's detailed recollection of past crimes.
We knew that this was the jewel. He was the break that we needed to make a significant impact on all these home invasion robberies.
Although Garrison's cooperation is critical to the investigation, it is unlikely that his testimony would stand up in court.
It would just be his word against theirs, and that would not be sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these individuals were guilty of these crimes. We needed admissions from these people, or we needed to catch them in the act of committing a home invasion to be certain that they would be locked up.
Authorities must hit the streets and find a way to take down this violent gang. Detroit police and the FBI work to shut down a dangerous home invasion gang. They get a major break when a gang member is found shot and begins cooperating with the investigation.
State investigation.
Nah, man, they wasn't like my
State
boy.
investigation.
The Joint FBI Police Task Force begins using the informant's information to identify more gang members, according to Special Agent Martin Vanderfleet.
A lot of them had criminal histories that matched up with what was occurring. We felt they were likely involved in this based on that. And we went out and did physical surveillance of their residences and could see that they were associating with other members of the group.
Although investigators have received detailed information about the gang's infrastructure from the cooperating witness, the task force needs more evidence to build their case.
Evidence.
We do have smoke showing.
Authorities show
Evidence.
photo lineups of the suspects to the gang's victims, hoping they can identify their attackers.
Victims.
Take your time.
We have a single story.
Detective Sergeant Tom Berry.
We do have
The bad thing we
smoke
ran
showing
into was the
from the
victims
Bravo
could not
side.
identify her. They were in masks, everything went by in a flash, they put them down on the floor. They could not identify her.
Another set.
The inability of witnesses to pick out their attackers hurts the case. Special Agent Michael Kusanovich.
No, we don't have enough information to conduct search warrants, to make any arrests. All we have is one individual who's providing information. What we're now looking for is additional fresh information to allow us to go further in the investigation.
The task force asks a federal judge for permission to use wiretaps.
Federal.
If they can prove that there is an ongoing pattern of felonies by the gang, they can take down the entire organization on federal racketeering charges.
Federal.
And apparently he's also has trained.
Advised.
A few days later, in the early morning hours of September 4th, 1994, police respond to a report of shots fired at an illegal after-hours gambling house. It is owned by Andre Woods, one of the gang's leaders. They interview witnesses and piece together what happened. At 4:30 in the morning, Andre Woods got into an argument with a few of the gamblers.
It got out of hand, he didn't like, they disrespected him. Gunned him down, cold blood. Just wiped out, 4 human lives in a second. He just kind of walked out, that's just the way he was. Got in his Mercedes-Benz and took off.
The task force provides Detroit Homicide with information on Woods and his car. Homicide detectives use the information to alert law enforcement nationwide in an all-out effort to find the fugitive.
Obviously, this caused us to try and speed up our efforts to obtain these wiretaps because we had demonstrated to us the propensity for extreme violence. If Woods was willing to commit quadruple homicide, we felt that they wouldn't be afraid to commit homicides if necessary in the commission of the home invasions.
Vision.
5 days after the quadruple homicide,
Vision.
a judge grants the task force permission to
Homicide.
monitor the pagers of several of the gang members. They begin collecting phone numbers and discover a consistent pattern of calls between them. It shows further evidence of the gang's organization.
Evidence.
A week later, the unimaginable happens. Fugitive Andre Woods strolls into Detroit Police Headquarters.
Ray walked in and said, "Hey, I hear you guys are looking for me."
Yes, please.
Police believe Woods turned himself in because the manhunt was getting too hot. He thought it would be easier to fight the charges in court. FBI Special Agent Bob Pertuso was glad to have Woods off the streets.
Because he was so violent. He was an enforcer for the gang. And if Woods was still out, there was a great potential for more people to get hurt.
A week after Andre Woods surrenders, the task force uses the evidence from the pagers to get its first telephone wiretap on the remaining gang leader, O.B. Carter.
Wiretap.
We were hoping to be able to identify past home invasions, proceeds of those robberies, and most of all, identify future home invasions so that we could prevent them or catch these individuals in the act.
The task force also places Carter under surveillance by a Detroit police crew that includes Officer Steve Miller.
The guy was really surveillance conscious, so it was a pretty hard target to follow, but we were able to follow him.
The information gathered through surveillance, combined with the evidence from the wiretap, gives investigators further insight into the gang's activities.
We were able to start to watch their moves and start to anticipate as opposed to react. Anticipate where they were going to strike and which members were going to be involved in the next home invasion.
Monitoring phone conversations, they learn to recognize gang members' voices and code words. The gang calls their home invasions licks. Detroit police officer Tom Dunai.
Police.
After we kind of knew that they had just got done with a lick, they all get on the phone and start talking about it and laughing about it and telling how much money they got out of a certain house or how many guns they got out of a certain house. Then they would talk about narcotics that they got out of the house.
From these intercepted details of the crimes, investigators are able to connect the gang to specific home invasions.
They weren't very descriptive, but they were descriptive enough where we knew what they were talking about, what they got out of the house. So we were able to match that up with the reports of the victims stating to us what was taken from the house at the time of the home invasion.
But it is still not enough.
We didn't know specifically which individuals in that group had committed the home invasions. We still needed more information, and we really wanted to catch them in the act of committing a home invasion.
One night, a surveillance officer is watching a home where gang members are meeting. Suddenly, an unmarked Detroit police car pulls up. Before surveillance can radio a warning, 4 plainclothes officers jump out and head in the direction of the gang house. Dispatch tells surveillance that the 4 are working on another case, looking for a possible fugitive at the house next door. The officer is worried that the violent gang members don't know it. A Detroit plainclothes arrest team approaches a house, unaware that a vicious gang, armed with automatic weapons, is in the house next door.
House.
Yo, fellas, cops! Get ready.
An officer assigned to surveil the gang watches anxiously, not knowing if the gang will think the officers are coming for them and open fire.
Open fire.
After a few tense moments, the officer is relieved to see no indication of a gang response.
Go ahead, play cards, man. Go ahead, man. Take your time.
Later, the joint FBI police task force investigating the gang monitors a wiretap on a gang leader's home.
Monitors.
Detroit Police Detective Sergeant Tom Berry learns the gang did in fact know the arrest team was outside.
Apparently they were getting ready to do a home invasion, and a police car pulled up. The home invaders don't know why these cops are out there. They thought they were coming after them. On the wire, what they said is that those cops would have came in here, we would have killed them. Just killed them all. That made the hair on our arms stand up.
Detroit police officer Tom Dunai is even more determined to get the gang off the streets as soon as possible.
We started getting enough evidence on these guys via the wiretap that we decided that before somebody actually gets killed here, we need to do something quickly.
But investigators need direct evidence of the gang committing a crime to ensure convictions under federal racketeering statutes. Special Agent Bob Pertuso.
Okay, great. They would be in possession of their weapons, they'd be wearing their bulletproof vests, they'd be in possession of the goods that they stole.
To protect innocent bystanders, investigators decide to arrest the gang after they leave a home invasion. Special Agent Martin Vandervliet.
We know they're going to be...
We did not want to try and arrest them while they were in the house committing a home invasion and possibly risk a hostage situation.
But taking down this brutal gang will be extremely dangerous.
They had attempted to kill people, rob people, sexually assaulted women. Very violent. In fact, we had developed that information that they had planned to shoot it out with the police when confronted. Very difficult situation.
We know they're going to have vests on. We know they're going to have automatic weapons. There was no doubt in our minds that these people, they weren't going to just throw up their hands and give up. They're going to shoot it out.
You going with me out here for a minute?
Because of the large number of individuals who were involved, as well as the weapons that they were carrying, they were heavily armed with AK-47s, MAC-10s, Uzis, all the dangerous weapons out there in the street.
Weapons.
We believed that we needed to use a SWAT team to arrest these individuals.
Agents meet with the SWAT commander who lays out the plan. The tactical squad responsible for making the arrests will hide inside an ambulance. With its emergency lights activated, the ambulance will approach the home invader's vehicle from behind as if it were passing. Investigators believe that since the gang will have just committed a home invasion, they will try to remain inconspicuous and pull to the side of the road.
And we're going to ram them with the ambulance. The 20 SWAT guys, all dressed in SWAT gear with bulletproof vests, are going to get out and get a half moon around them, so when they start to get out of the car or the van, we got them contained. We didn't want to get into a chase. That was one of the things we didn't want. And that's why we decided to ram them, disable their vehicle. We didn't want to chase.
The final component of the plan requires taking down the rest of the organization.
We knew from past experience that only certain members of that group would be involved. It wouldn't be the whole group. So we had other police persons ready to make arrests at other locations for whoever was not present during that home invasion, as well as to execute 6 search warrants. We had hundreds of agents and police officers involved in our plans for the takedown of this group.
For weeks, the task force works around the clock, monitoring wiretaps, looking for the right opportunity to spring their trap. Then, on November 9th, they hear gang members planning their next home invasion.
When we intercepted conversations about a plan to do it in 2 days, we were at a great tactical advantage. We had our federal search warrant signed, we had the assignments to conduct the searches, and of course the tactical people were actually going to handle the arrest.
Unfortunately, gang members don't mention where the home invasion will be. The next day, surveillance watches 2 gang members drive through a neighborhood as though scouting for a potential target. The task force now believes they know approximately where the home invaders will strike. Police headquarters, November 11th.
Quarters.
With the home invasion only hours away,
Deadly serious.
the task force goes over the plan with team leaders one final time.
Their intent
To underscore the danger the officers face, they play a tape recording of the gang's threat to kill police.
We played that tape for the people who are going to take these people down later on. This is the real deal. We're not playing with these people. These people aren't playing with you. They have no hesitation of killing a police officer. And you can just see the officers just intently staring. This is real. These guys are going to kill us.
At this point, we had been investigating this group for several months, and it was a relatively long-term investigation. And I think most of us on the task force wanted to conclude it, wanted to get them arrested. So we were pretty excited. I think the adrenaline level was pretty high, and we really were expecting that this was going to be the conclusion. One way or another, we were going to get these people locked up that evening.
SWAT gives Officer Steve Miller and the rest of the surveillance teams armor-piercing ammunition for their handguns in case the takedown becomes a gunfight.
We knew these guys wore the same kind of armor we wore. You know, exact same stuff in there. And we knew that they were shooting armor-piercing rounds out of their weapons. So, you know, we had to try to at least be on level par with them.
That evening, surveillance observes the home invaders traveling in 2 cars.
They drive to the area they drove the day before. Everybody's tighten up. They drive by the house and they leave. Well, they don't do the robbery. We're thinking, what the heck's going on?
FBI Special Agent Martin Vanderleet follows the gang from a distance.
We didn't want to get too close because we didn't want to risk these individuals seeing police in the area and possibly aborting their raid.
The home invaders enter a dark alley and suddenly cut their headlights. They disappear into the darkness, making it impossible to tell whether they parked or continued through the alley.
We're not panicking, but where the heck are they at? Where the heck are they at?
Police cannot move in for a closer look without potentially blowing their cover. If the home invaders get away, they will be free to commit another heinous crime.
Crime.
The FBI and Detroit police tail a gang of violent home invaders, hoping to catch them in the act. Authorities are anxious to bring closure to a 6-month investigation.
Here we go. She's unsure the exact address, but she lives at a house that's connected to Elizabeth.
But when the home invaders cut their headlights, police lose them. Minutes later, at the operations center, Detroit Detective Sergeant Tom Berry learns from 911 that the gang has struck again.
Home invasion just happened. 6 guys in mask dressed as police officers. They robbed the wrong house, got nothing out of it. We got 2 victims that are both almost 70 years old. Can't identify?
Nothing.
Since the home invaders did not steal anything, investigators decide not to make any arrests. There's simply no evidence to tie the gang to the crime.
We can't prove our case, so we sit and we wait.
Agents and officers scour the area looking for the home invaders.
Agents.
A Detroit police surveillance officer doubles back to the gang's meeting place, thinking they will return there after the invasion. When he arrives, he sees them coming out of the house, dressed in their raid clothes and getting into a van. It appears that the gang is heading out for another robbery.
Play. 3.
When gang members are dropped off at a house, Miller is right behind them.
I ducked into a nice little parking space where I could see the front of the house and I could see the van. I adjust my mirrors, you know, get my surveillance mode.
Finally, authorities are in position to actually see the home invaders commit a crime.
Over.
Can you copy for a call?
So the game plan was, they do the robbery, we can't stop it. If we go in, you risk hostages. We don't want hostages. We want nobody to get hurt.
Okay, I'm not sure if it was relayed to you with for a call, vicious dog.
Suddenly, Officer Miller notices the home invaders' van creeping up behind him.
My heart starts pounding, you know, like, this guy saw me. I got my weapon in my hand, you know, just in case anything happens, you know, I gotta be ready.
I think it was reference to neighbor's dog that came. I think it was reference to neighbor's dog that came.
Just cruise by.
Chicken.
The van pulls up to the house.
These guys came running out, just all kind of stuff in their hands, and they all jumped into the van.
With a confirmed invasion, the task force puts their arrest plan into motion.
Now we're ready to go. Now we're going to take them down. We turn it over to the SWAT team.
An ambulance loaded with SWAT personnel approaches the gang's van and attempts to disable the vehicle by ramming it. But at the last second, the van speeds up, and the ambulance cannot make a strong break. The van, which has more horsepower, easily gets away from the SWAT team. FBI Special Agent Martin Vandervliet.
We obviously had a major problem. We had 6 highly armed individuals in a van, and we had to stop them.
Stop.
Surveillance teams begin pursuing the van, knowing the chase will likely end in a gun battle. FBI Special Agent Bob Pertuso.
Whenever you have armed robbers running from the police, wearing bulletproof vests, armed with automatic weapons, once they broke through the attempts by the police to stop them, there was going to be a confrontation. Absolutely.
Officer Miller and the other pursuit vehicles continue to chase the van through the streets of Detroit. Suddenly, the van's rear doors open, and the gang begins shooting at law enforcement.
Shooting.
A SWAT sniper inside one of the chase cars returns fire. At police headquarters, Officer Tom Dunai continues to monitor the chase.
It was amazing because of what had happened, how controlled the officers were in the street. There wasn't any panic, but people were screaming, shots are being fired. We even heard gunfire over the radio. That's how strong it was.
Over.
And in my heart, I was scared for the officers at that point.
Just stay with them.
The chase continues for several miles. Then, inexplicably, the van stops.
4 guys bail out the van. They're firing at me.
4.
And I jump out my car and I fire one shot. I get one shot off of my 9mm and it jammed. Natural instinct was just, these guys aren't getting away. Let me chase these guys.
Camera.
SWAT officers order the remaining 2 home invaders to exit the van. But the van takes off and the chase continues. Leaving Miller alone to pursue the heavily armed suspects.
It was like I could feel the bullet going by. To this day, I can't explain to you why I didn't get shot. And I say, okay, police, we got you surrounded, come out.
Okay.
Miller thought other officers were following behind him. He suddenly realizes he's all alone.
And it's like a ghost town. I mean, nobody there.
Even worse, he does not know where his attacker has gone.
Going.
The FBI and Detroit police engage in a running gun battle with a violent home invasion gang. Officer Steve Miller narrowly escapes an ambush.
Bus.
When backup arrives, Miller begins searching for his attacker.
We started pulling up eastbound on Pasadena, just checking. Sure enough, get about 5 houses up, and this guy is laying face down. So I'm like, okay, get up, get up.
340, I can see you clear. They're not going to that shoreline.
And, he wasn't moving, kind of lifeless, so I greased around the field, to see if I could get a pulse from him.
I don't know what
He's dead.
He's later identified as Obie Carter, the gang's leader.
Later.
The subsequent autopsy concludes that Officer Miller's first shot, an armor-piercing round, punctured Carter's bulletproof vest and fatally wounded him. Miles away, the police chase comes to an abrupt end when the gang's van breaks down. The 2 remaining home invaders jump out of the van. One surrenders, but the other will not go down without a fight. FBI agents pursue the fleeing gunman.
Agents.
Searching down the dark alley, Special Agent Bob Pertuso sees a dark shape and carefully approaches.
10.
The getaway driver was lying on the ground. He had been shot a number of times.
The agents call for an ambulance.
Good times.
The getaway driver is taken to a hospital and against all odds survives. Following a series of fierce gun battles, the task force assesses the casualties. Hundreds of shots were fired. Incredibly, no one on the arrest team was hit.
Our plan worked. Did not anticipate the high-speed chase and the violent confrontation, but it happened. It was dealt with effectively.
But only 3 of the 6 gang members involved in the chase have been apprehended. Detroit police officer Tom Dunai tries to locate them.
Police.
What I had done was call local hospitals to find out if anybody was admitted with a gunshot wound. And we called around a few hospitals. We had a hit at one hospital, and they says, oh yeah, somebody just came in with multiple gunshot wounds.
At the hospital, Dunai confirms the gunshot victim is one of the fugitives.
Victim.
As the search for the remaining 2 gang members continues, FBI agents, the FBI SWAT team, and local police serve search warrants on 6 of the gang members' houses. They find critical evidence, according to FBI Special Agent Martin Vandervliet.
vehicle, we found a lot of evidence that had been taken from robberies, including specific items of clothing, jewelry, and then we also recovered a great amount of weapons. A lot of the houses would have 3 to 5 guns in them, as well as ammunition, vests, pry bars, masks, and other things.
At Detroit Police Headquarters, Detective Sergeant Tom Berry questions the captured members of the home invasion gang. He lets them know they are facing long prison terms and that those who cooperate first may get reduced sentences.
Probably 95% of them told us exactly what happened. That's how we were able to identify the rest of the gang, the rest of the peripheral players.
Over the following months, the task force systematically arrests gang members. In the end, a total of 29 are convicted and sentenced on federal or state charges in the biggest home invasion prosecution to date.
This particular task force, it was the first major task force between the FBI and the Detroit Police Department. We wanted to do a good job for those victims. We made a difference. We really made a difference to the city of Detroit. We did make it a safer place.
Well, it just goes to show you that when law enforcement agencies can work together smoothly with the right people, anything can be accomplished.
Thanks to the collaborative efforts of the Detroit Police Department and the FBI, the violent home invaders gang is dismantled forever. A contract killing. A brutal murder. A neighborhood in chaos. For the New York City Police Department and the FBI, New York City becomes the front lines in a relentless battle. The enemy, powerful drug dealers who will stop at nothing to protect their profits.
Time safe. You.
In the 1980s, the drug trade in New York City was a nightmare. Dealers made millions. Street violence was out of control. The NYPD battled the drug gangs, only to become their target. I'm Jim Kellstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. Hundreds of FBI agents and police officers launched a bold plan to stop the violence and shut down the gangs' deadly business.
The room on the car inside of the apartment complex, we can't get it. There's smoke, but nobody should be inside.
Flight.
In New York City in the 1980s, the NYPD was fighting a losing battle against the drug lords. NYPD Detective Sergeant Mike McGinnis worked narcotics in the borough of Queens.
Detective.
There were several major organizations selling cocaine and heroin in southeast Queens, and one of them was Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols' organization.
26-year-old Queens native Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols is a drug wholesaler. He distributes cocaine and heroin to mid-level dealers. His price for a kilo of coke is $50,000. He's worth millions. Nichols protects his operation by surrounding himself with a tight group of loyal associates. Many are family members. For police in Queens, cracking Nichols' operation will not be easy. His headquarters is at a deli at 107th Avenue and 150th Street in Jamaica, Queens.
Street. Street, not Heath.
We had conducted surveillances there. We had talked to many informants there. We had done a lot of blind bust operations there. where we'd send out undercovers and buy drugs, and it was a continuing problem in the area. But we couldn't really make a case at that point against Fat Cat or any of the principals in his organization. That all changed in July 1985. One of our units was doing a buy and bust operation and developed some information that led us to get a search warrant for Fat Cat's grocery store and for an apartment above the grocery store. The informant told us that there was weapons, cash, and numerous drugs stored there. Myself and two detectives went into the grocery store. I went behind the counter, and I walked towards the rear of the counter, and I saw there was a light on in the back room. So I went into the back room. There were three men behind a big desk, and I realized one of them was Fat Cat Nichols.
Nichols, put your hands up on the wall. Put your hands up on the wall. Put your hands up on the wall.
Police order the men up against the wall.
Put your hands on the wall, now. Hands up.
Nichols reaches down for something.
Check the chair over here. You understand?
Under a towel on the chair where Nichols was sitting.
Detected.
Chair.
Detectives find a loaded automatic and a revolver.
Those are mine, man.
Over. Open.
Police search the room and find heroin, cocaine, and $30,000 in cash. Several ounces of marijuana is on Nichols' desk.
Desk.
Detected traffic light.
The raiding party that went to the second floor apartment found $150,000 in cash in boxes.
Cash.
Wow, that's a lot of cash.
Hundreds, perhaps thousands of pieces of cocaine, street cocaine wrapped in tinfoil, and glass seeds of heroin, and additional weapons.
Nichols is arrested on drugs and weapons charges. 24 hours later, he's free on $70,000 bail. At the time of his arrest, Nichols was already on parole. He reports to his parole officer to see if the arrest violated the terms of his parole. He tells his parole officer, Brian Rooney, that he was only in the grocery to order a sandwich.
You take care of this for me.
Ah.
What I'm going to try to do. All right, thank you. Just have a seat right here. Okay? All right, thanks.
Rooney calls McGinnis to check his story out.
Calls.
So I told him what had happened, that we had arrested Nichols in the grocery store, that he had a number of weapons, but unfortunately he made bail, and I'm sure he's gone. And Rooney said to me, no, he's not. He says he's sitting outside my office here.
Rooney rearrests Nichols on the spot for violating his parole.
Now, for Nichols, what that meant was, even though he had made bail on the case where we got him, he was in on the parole violation, and there's no way around that. You can't get bail on it. So not counting the trouble that he was in with me, he owed 14 years to the state. So he was in big trouble.
A
week later, McGinnis and Rooney testify at Nichols' parole hearing.
I briefly described what had happened that night, and the adjudicator immediately continued his violation of parole, which meant he was in. He was entitled to one more hearing like that, and then he would go back in for the remainder of those 14 years.
But the drug dealer has no intention of letting that happen. 2 months after the hearing, Nichols' parole officer Brian Rooney gives a co-worker a ride home from work. He drives through South Jamaica, a neighborhood in Queens. He knows this section of Queens is dangerous. But he has no idea he is being followed.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Suddenly,
I don't know.
A car pulls up beside him. Brian Rooney is shot once in the arm and once in the back. He dies instantly. His killers disappear into the night.
Up here.
Police arrive quickly, but there is nothing they can do.
Nothing.
They process the scene and find little evidence. No shell casings were left behind. No one saw the shooting.
Evidence. Left.
News of the murder
Shooting.
quickly reaches Detective Sergeant Mike McGinnis.
Detective.
Sergeant who worked in my office called me up and told me about it. Said they just killed a parole officer up on Suffolk Boulevard, and it was Brian Rooney. He was a very fine guy and a good parole officer. He was just a real good combination of social worker, police officer. That's necessary to be a good parole officer.
Police hit the streets to gather intelligence and find the killer.
Intelligence.
Rooney's murder is the latest in a string of homicides in South Jamaica.
Homicide.
Rival drug gangs battle each other for territory and control of the profits.
The homicide rate in that part of the city where the drugs were being sold was skyrocketing. Shootings were commonplace. Citizens were terrified to come out of their houses, and for that reason we knew that we had no choice but to go after these drug gangs.
The NYPD steps up their efforts in Operation Cleanup, a major long-term anti-drug operation. They bring in hundreds of officers from precincts all over the city. The operation targets drug dealers in the Jamaica Queens area where Rooney was murdered. Detectives also canvass the neighborhood near Sutphin Boulevard where the shooting occurred. They interview locals, hoping that somebody saw something out of the ordinary the day Rooney was killed.
Y'all need this fire hydrant on?
What you want to know? I know you heard about the parole officer that got shot, right? Yeah, man, I heard about the parole officer that got shot. What you want to know about that? You got any names? Heard anything on the street? 2 dudes, that's all I know. That's all you can tell me. 2 dudes.
Police learned that 2 men associated with Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols were both seen in the area, Howard Mason and Perry Bellamy. Nichols had a strong motivation for killing Rooney. Investigators suspect he may have ordered Mason and Bellamy to kill his parole officer.
RTA.
In 1985, parole officer Brian Rooney is shot to death on a street in South Jamaica, Queens. Police suspect that one of his parolees, Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols, ordered the hit. Mike McGinnis, former detective sergeant with the NYPD.
Detective.
We were all astounded with what happened to Brian Rooney, that they would have the audacity to kill him. But I think their thinking was if they got Rooney out of the way, Nichols would be able to make the street. And where they got that from, I don't know. But that was their thinking.
As the detective who arrested Nichols, McGinnis knows he could be next on the hit list.
I looked over my shoulder. I was careful, but I never let it stop me from what I was doing. To have it happen where somebody actually says, I'm going to kill this officer to get a benefit and to maybe get myself out of jail, that was very unusual. And I think people in law enforcement and the citizens in general found it kind of unnerving.
Police know that Howard Pappy Mason, a lieutenant in the Nichols organization, and Perry Bellamy, a Mason associate, were seen in the neighborhood the night Rooney was murdered. An anonymous caller claims Bellamy was outside the car when Rooney was shot. The next day, another informant tells detectives where to find Bellamy.
Detective.
The tip leads investigators right to him.
Detective.
wall!
Teeth.
Stick your hands on the wall now! Stick your hands on the wall!
Bellamy is picked up on the street in his neighborhood and brought in for questioning.
I have a field day with this. You understand me?
Question.
I got my right.
Question. Question. Question.
He admits he saw Rooney just hours before he was murdered.
In the car with Rooney.
He claims he knew about the hit and tried to warn Rooney. That's why he was seen in the area that night.
You set him up, I think.
I know it's something happened to a cop.
After hours of questioning, detectives learn he did more than warn Rooney.
Look.
So that's who did it.
Bellamy reveals he was in the car with Rooney the night he was killed.
You're just gonna add on more problems for yourself.
He says Howard Mason shot Rooney.
636 on 23.
Bellamy was in jail weeks before the murder. He claims to have overheard Nichols telling another inmate that his parole officer was going to get what's coming to him. Authorities charged Bellamy with aiding and abetting the murder of Officer Rooney. Next, detectives tracked down Howard Pappy Mason.
Nash.
What's up, officer?
Hey, Mason, well, stick your hands up against the wall, bro.
Officer, I don't
stick your hands on the wall. Give me a few minutes. All right?
In the suspect's boot, they find a fully loaded .22 Derringer.
Ringer.
Mason is charged with murder and weapons possession. Investigators have put the conspirators behind bars. But they can't prove Fat Cat Nichols ordered Mason and Bellamy to kill his parole officer.
Parole.
While police try to build a case against Nichols, who is still in jail, his organization continues to grow. In 1987, the illegal drug crisis in New York goes from bad to worse. A new drug explodes onto the scene.
The crack cocaine swept over the community. I've never seen anything like it.
FBI Special Agent David Higgins worked drug cases in New York.
Okay. Basically, what happens in the preparation of crack, you can take a relatively small amount of cocaine and combining it with other ingredients, you stretch it tremendously so that something that might have been sold previously as a gram amount for $100 could turn around and make the drug trafficker $1,000.
Traffic.
The drug sells cheap, as little as $2 a vial, and it's highly addictive. For a working-class neighborhood like South Jamaica, crack cocaine is the perfect storm.
Because of the high level of addiction, the drug users were repeatedly looking to get high, and therefore they were out trying to find sources of income anywhere they could. Naturally, they turned to crimes such as burglary and robbery. And of course, the general level of crime in these neighborhoods increased as a result.
The NYPD steps up its efforts. They rename Operation Cleanup, Operation Queens.
Operation.
In the early 80s, a federal organized crime drug enforcement task force was formed in New York City to go after the drug dealers and the major distributors. Special Agent Richard Martinez was assigned to the task force.
It was set up as an organization that utilized FBI, New York City Police Department, Drug Enforcement Administration, and other agencies to coordinate a direct attack against these elements.
Here it is, right here. South Jamaica, okay?
The OCF task force was divided up into squads, and each squad had its own mission to accomplish. Our particular mission happened to be the cocaine, crack cocaine, and heroin dealers operating in the city.
The task force is investigating several drug gangs in Jamaica, Queens.
We felt that was the best thing we could do for the citizens in that community, was to get as much power into this group that was going to go after these guys. As much power as possible.
Dealing drugs in South Jamaica, Queens is a lucrative business. The high profits lead to more competition and more violence. Nearly half the serious crimes in New York City are crack-related. In October 1987, a taxi dispatcher is murdered for testifying about a gun battle she witnessed. A month later, a Guyanese immigrant complains to police that drug dealers have been selling crack on his street.
Crack.
The next evening, someone firebombs his home.
Bomb.
NYPD officers from the 103rd Precinct in South Jamaica are assigned to protect the witness and his family. But the threats continue.
Con.
Thomas Godbolt, a member of Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols' organization, approaches the witness on the street.
Roaches.
Godbolt says he has 3 weeks to leave the neighborhood, or his entire family will die.
You understand me?
AC.
In 1987, drug dealers rule South Jamaica, Queens.
South.
Citizens brave enough to stand up to the dealers are intimidated and murdered. The New York City Police Department and a federal task force turn up the heat on all the drug organizations in Jamaica, Queens.
Operation.
They make over 2,000 arrests for the sale and possession of drugs in the 4 months between October 1987 and January 1988. In late January 1988, one of Lorenzo Nichols' lieutenants, Thomas Mustafa Godbolt, is sent to Rikers Island for threatening the Guyanese witness. On February 24th, Howard Pappy Mason, suspected of shooting parole officer Brian Rooney, is convicted on a weapons possession charge. The next day, Lorenzo Nichols is sentenced to 25 years to life on 11 counts of drugs and weapons possession.
Weapons.
We had cut off the head of the snake and caught a couple of his top people with him and had a great case, and so we really felt we had put that organization pretty much on the sidelines.
The NYPD and the FBI are making headway in the battle to take back the streets of South Jamaica from the drug dealers. But the war is about to take a dark turn. February 26, 1988. Just days after Nichols and Mason were convicted, Officer Edward Byrne is guarding the Guyanese witness.
9. 9.
Even with the man who threatened his family in jail, the witness continues to receive threats. Byrne is a rookie, just 22 years old. This is just another routine night. At 3 a.m., a car drives past Officer Byrne's position. There are 4 men inside. The sedan drives around the block and out of sight.
Minute. Detective. 1042. 1042. 1042.
20 minutes later, 3 men sneak up behind Officer Byrne's car. The witness hears the gunshots. At 3:28 a.m., dispatch sends out the call, "Officer down" in Jamaica, Queens. Police arrive at the scene minutes later. Both front windows of Officer Byrne's police cruiser have been shot out. The rookie cop is dead.
Every police officer responds to that. Every police officer takes that personal when a police officer is murdered.
The witness Officer Byrne was protecting tells police he heard the shots and saw several men get in a tan-colored car and speed away. Investigators find an abandoned 1976 tan Olds Cutlass parked about 2 miles from where Burns was shot. They find nothing in the car linking it to the murder.
King.
Right after the murder of Officer Byrne, the New York City Police Department started cracking down on all the drug dealers. A tremendous amount of heat was put on all the drug dealers in Jamaica, Queens. They wanted the murders of Officer Byrne.
Hundreds of police officers working 12-hour shifts blanket 3 precincts. The 103rd, the 105th, and the 113th in southeastern Queens.
South.
They raid nearly 200 locations and question more than 300 suspected drug dealers.
Question. Question. Question.
Investigators believe Lorenzo Nichols ordered the murder of his parole officer from jail. And the man who threatened the witness Officer Byrne was protecting had ties to Nichols' organization. Nichols is a natural suspect. At the time of Officer Byrne's murder, several members of the FBI task force are investigating a Queens drug dealer with ties to the Nichols organization.
What we did was we simply shifted focus. We were looking at something called the Smith organization, who had dealings with a number of Nichols associates. We simply moved full power. We looked right at the Nichols organization because we were gaining intelligence from the same informants that were telling us about the Smith organization. They had intelligence on the Nichols organization.
Intelligence.
We targeted the members of the organization who were still on the street operating his drug conspiracy group.
To get inside the organization, investigators use a variety of weapons.
Weapons.
They set up undercover drug buys and use telephone wiretaps.
Phone.
If Nichols was involved in the murder of Officer Byrne, he's just made the biggest mistake of his life. Now the resources of the FBI, the NYPD, and the DEA are focused on bringing down his operation.
Ringing. Ringing.
A rookie cop is killed, shot to death on a street in New York City.
Street.
22-year-old Officer Eddie Byrne gave his life protecting a witness from a deadly drug gang.
Detected traffic light.
On February 29th, Officer Eddie Byrne is laid to rest.
Repeat, you came in.
10,000 police officers attend the funeral.
Police. Police. Police.
You can't kill a police officer and get away with it.
Special Agent Richard Martinez.
That's why police react so quickly. You can't kill a police officer and get away with it.
Police.
New York City Mayor Ed Koch vows to find those responsible. The city offers a $10,000 reward for information leading to the conviction of Byrne's killers. The community is outraged. After years of being intimidated, they are fed up with the drug dealers. Special Agent David Higgins.
Shootings would take place at any time of day. Many times bystanders, innocent bystanders in the neighborhood would be caught in the crossfire. And there were a number of notorious cases in which children were killed as a result of these shootings.
Children.
Police set up a hotline to field tips.
Children.
They answer 400 calls every 8 hours.
8.
Within days, the reward money climbs to $130,000.
3.
3 days after the shooting,
3.
an anonymous caller says he knows who shot the cop. The detective convinces the caller to meet him.
Detective. Detective.
The tipster tells police the shooter was Todd Scott. Police are familiar with Scott. He's a suspect in the murder of a prostitute. Detectives go looking for Scott. At the apartment of a relative, they find a witness who is willing to talk. He tells detectives he knows the men who carried out the shooting.
Detective.
He was present when the hit was planned.
Detective.
and he knows who ordered it.
Detective.
On February 24th, only hours after his conviction on a gun charge, Howard Mason called one of his dealers, Philip Copeland, from a payphone at Rikers Island. The next day, Copeland met with fellow gang members Todd Scott, David McClary, and Scott Cobb in an apartment 10 blocks from the murder scene.
Just got back talking to your boy Mason, man.
Copeland told them the boss is mad. He ordered them to hit a cop, any cop.
But we gotta take out a cop.
The price of the contract was $8,000.
Gotta take him out.
According to the informant, the men drew straws to choose the shooter.
Informant. Info. Info. Info.
Todd Scott would pull the trigger.
There it is. Y'all got it, man. What you gonna do? What's up? That's what I like to hear.
The officer's fate was sealed.
Acid.
The next morning, Scott came back to the apartment bragging about what they had done. They only collected a few $100s of the $8,000 they'd been promised.
That individual told how the murder actually went down, who they chose, that it wasn't Officer Byrne chosen as an individual, but they chose the police officer that was guarding the cooperating witness's house, that he was a target of opportunity.
Target.
Howard Mason wanted Byrne's murder to send a chilling message to law enforcement.
Force.
Your reputation is everything on the street if you're a drug trafficker. If it's known in your neighborhood that you are unwilling to take violent retribution for acts against you or your organization, you're not going to last very long as a drug trafficker. This was a killing that really galvanized law enforcement in New York City. The execution of a uniformed police officer who was targeted not because of any particular act or case, but because he was a police officer in and of itself.
The NYPD finally have names to link to the shooting. They issue warrants for Philip Copeland, Todd Scott, Scott Cobb, and David McClary. Copeland is already in jail on another charge. Police go looking for the other three men. Later that same afternoon, Scott Cobb's mother calls police. She wants to arrange her son's surrender. He never shows up.
Never.
Investigators believe Cobb will eventually contact his mother. They install a trap on her telephone line to catch the numbers of all incoming calls.
Call.
The shooting continues to dominate the news, and police keep up the pressure on the street.
Police. Coming.
It's not long before another important witness comes forward. A young woman tells detectives she witnessed the shooting of Officer Byrne.
Shooting.
The woman said she was on the street when she heard a shot and saw men around the police car. She hid behind a car until the men left. She doesn't think they saw her. Investigators show the witness photo lineups.
Investigate. Investigate.
She confirms Todd Scott as the man she saw at the passenger window of the patrol car. She also identifies David McClary as the man standing by the driver's side window, and Copeland as the man she saw standing behind McClary. Police now have a witness to the shooting. They need to find the three suspects still at large. The day after the trap on Scott Cobb's mother's phone is set up, police get a hit. An incoming call is traced to an address in Queens Village. It's one of several safe houses owned by Howard Mason.
AC.
On March 3rd, less than a week after the Byrne shooting, detectives spot Scott Cobb.
Shooting.
Hey, man.
Shooting. Ho. Stop.
Freeze.
Stop.
Step down and put your hands behind your back. Slow.
Stop.
He is quickly taken into custody.
King.
Police search the safe house.
Police.
Are not heath.
In the basement,
House.
they find Todd Scott.
Detected
All units are off for the apartment.
At noon the next day, David McClary surrenders to police. He is accompanied by his mother.
Police.
Of the 4 men accused of Burns' death, McClary is the only one who doesn't have a criminal record. Todd Scott and David McClary give conflicting statements. Each accuse the other of actually pulling the trigger. All versions of the events place Scott Cobb behind the wheel of the getaway car. Police and prosecutors are eventually able to piece together this version of events. At 3:25 a.m., Todd Scott distracted Officer Byrne by tapping on the window on the passenger side of the patrol car. David McClary shot Officer Byrne 5 times through the driver's side window.
Driver.
Philip Copeland was just behind McClary.
Driver.
All 4 men are charged with second-degree murder. But for the agents and police, larger questions loom. Did Howard Pappy Mason act on his own? Was Fat Cat Nichols involved in the murder? And can they prove it? Police and FBI agents suspect one of 2 men is responsible for ordering the murder of a New York City police officer. Drug wholesaler Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols, or his former employee, Pappy Mason. Special Agent David Higgins.
The murder of police officer Byrne was a state investigation. It was conducted by the New York City Police Department. And while they conducted their homicide investigation, the federal authorities and the local members of the federal task force conducted a parallel investigation targeting the Nichols organization as a whole.
Investigators realized that it's not enough to put the organization's leaders and their lieutenants in jail. If they hope to stop the violence, they must destroy the gangs. Fat Cat Nichols' drug operation is huge. It brings in over $20 million a year.
We had already established through informing information that the Nichols Organization Nerve Center was the Big Mac Deli, located in the Laurelton section of Queens, New York. We immediately obtained subpoenas to examine the telephone toll records for that location.
To investigate this large and dangerous organization, the FBI turns to wiretaps. Special Agent Richard Martinez is the assigned case agent.
Only that type of investigation can collect information on major conspiracies. When an undercover officer deals with one person buying drugs, he's dealt with 1 or 2 people. To get an enterprise or an organization, you need the ability to wiretap.
Agents wiretap Nichols' headquarters, but they immediately run into a problem.
The suspects involved in the Nichols organization were so paranoid about the attention of law enforcement in the neighborhood, which had occurred as a result of the Byrne shooting. They became convinced that they were the target of a wiretap. So they immediately shifted their operation to a new location.
The agents target Nichols' family. A week after the shooting, the FBI begins wiretapping Lorenzo Nichols' sister.
Wiretap.
We knew that a lot of mid-level distributors were dealing with her. So hers was an ideal phone to get into.
10.
She was talking to Lorenzo Nichols. She was talking to about 12 mid-level distributors that she was bagging for. She was passing on instructions, conversations from the drug dealers to Lorenzo Nichols. She was in the middle of this whole organization, and that was the beauty of it. She liked to talk.
Nichols' sister is paranoid someone is spying on her.
14, 13, 13, 14.
Every day she was saying, my phone's tapped, don't talk. But then she would turn around and talk.
17.
At times she would leave the phone off the hook.
animal control.
which is basically a bug into her house.
Control.
And you could hear her have conversations with these guys when they would pick up their drugs.
Hurry up. You have run a major, McDonald's, Staples and Baldwin.
You.
Vehicle on the IT bus.
Over the wiretap, the FBI intercepts a key call between Nichols and his sister. They're talking about Pappy Mason.
In one particular conversation, she discussed why Pappy Mason had done that thing in reference to the actual murder of Officer Byrd. And Lorenzo responded that he didn't know why he did it. Pappy Mason had a reputation of being a kind of violent guy, and Lorenzo, near the end, was kind of pushing him away, not really wanting to directly deal with him because he drew too much pressure from law enforcement. All indications prior to that Lorenzo Nichols was involved in this, but through that conversation, which was later backed up with debriefing of cooperating witnesses, Howard Mason ordered the execution of police officer Byrd. Pappy Mason thought that the police department disrespected him, so therefore he ordered his contemporaries to go out and to kill any police officer.
Nichols was not involved in the murder of Officer Byrne, but his operation still continues to grow and to supply very dangerous street gangs with product.
We were able to establish from listening on the telephone that, in fact, Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols was communicating with core members of the conspiracy. Every week or 2 weeks, a group of individuals would go up and have meetings with him and receive orders from him in person as to how the operation was to be managed.
Operation.
Agents place a microphone in the visiting room at Rikers Island. We try to listen in on Lorenzo Nichols' meetings with his lieutenants. Unfortunately, the sound quality is too poor to hear anything. Agents and police continue to build a case.
We learned their methods of distribution, we learned their methods of drug preparation, we were able to identify some of their sources of supply, who was communicating with who, how it was done, what the level of their trafficking was, who some of their customers were as a result. And it established a hierarchy of the organization for us. We continued to conduct surveillances related to the information that we received from the wiretap.
But surveillance is difficult. Most successful drug dealers are savvy and know how law enforcement gathers information.
The drug traffickers employ counter-surveillance techniques. They actually pay people on the street for a radius of several blocks to maintain a lookout for police authorities in the area.
When agents get enough information from the wiretap, they make arrests.
If at a time, say, for example, we intercepted a call in which there was a drug transaction occurring or a transport of drugs from one location to another location, I could say to the investigators working the case, we need to take this load off.
After 5 long months, agents meet with the prosecutor.
It was time to put some charges on some subjects, to get some cooperators, and to execute the search warrants, to get the guns, to get the drugs. They'll confirm the conversations that you have.
Martinez feels they have enough probable cause to issue arrest and search warrants.
You got to know when it's time to bring the case down. And that's when we brought this case down in August.
The prosecutor agrees. It's time to take down the Nichols organization. After 5 months of investigation, Special Agent Richard Martinez plans a complex and potentially dangerous arrest operation. The goal is to completely dismantle the Nichols drug organization.
Yes, sir. Just want to make sure you guys will be able to...
The jury needs to hear 3 things.
This is Medicaid.
To prove guilt beyond a doubt.
Burns to both left and right hands.
They want the testimony of somebody inside, a cooperator. As an investigator, I want to provide tapes of the participants in the organization in their day-to-day activities. And lastly, physical evidence.
Activities.
The arrest operation will hit over 20 locations.
Evidence.
Agents believe the search warrants will give them the physical evidence they need. Guns, drugs, and money. They also have arrest warrants for 38 members of Nichols' organization. They hope a few of these people will turn, become cooperators.
When a jury looks at a cooperator,
Play.
the conversations that have been either intercepted through Title III or consensually recorded, and physical evidence, and they all say the same thing.
Evidence.
There's only one verdict that a jury can come back with, and that's guilty.
Agents prepare affidavits and coordinate the 400 bodies needed to execute the operation. Everyone involved understands the risks.
There's always danger when you're executing arrest warrants and search warrants. You never know how a person's going to react. That's why you go well-armed and well-equipped and with enough people to control the scenario to minimize that potential violence.
August 11th, 1988. The affidavits have been written. The arrest and search warrants have been issued. The arrest teams are prepared. Everything is in place.
Everybody knows what they're going to do, knows who they're going to pick up, knows where they have to go, and it's just time to execute.
Several of the targeted locations are very dangerous.
In this case, we deployed 3 SWAT teams in 3 locations in which we thought we might have a potential violent reaction.
5.
What was the name again?
5.
The teams hit locations where drugs are being stored and sold.
Fortunately, we never tipped our hand in this investigation, so none of the defendants knew we were coming when we decided to come for them.
Then. 5. 5.
Nichols' sister is surprised by the arrest team. She reacts with anger.
This was a unique investigation that mothers of the main subjects of this case were involved. Lorenzo Nichols' mom was involved. Howard Mason's mother was involved. Howard Mason's mom we arrested with kilos of crack cocaine and a handgun in her residence.
Please take your hand off of my hip.
All over the Jamaica section of Queens, one by one, members of the Nichols organization are arrested and evidence is collected.
Evidence.
During the execution of the search warrants, we found guns, we found a substantial amount of packaging material, a substantial amount of crack cocaine, and numerous individuals with cash money, and seize all those items.
Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols and Howard Pappy Mason are both arrested in prison on drug charges that will keep them behind bars forever.
Never.
By the end of the day, 30 people are arrested.
Never.
5 pieces of property are seized. Nichols' sister and other key players in the organization decide to become cooperators. The multi-million-dollar violent drug operation is effectively destroyed. For Lorenzo Nichols, it was the murder of Officer Edward Byrne, a murder he had nothing to do with, that finally brought down his drug empire.
This case dismantled the Lorenzo Nichols organization. Lorenzo was convicted and went to trial. Every member of this organization that was charged was convicted and went to prison.
In 1992, Lorenzo Nichols also pleads guilty to ordering the murder of parole officer Brian Rooney. Later that same year, there is a surprising development in the Rooney murder case. Randolph Lucas is arrested on an unrelated charge and confesses his involvement in the crime. He claims his brother Eric drove the car and that he shot and killed Brian Rooney. They were hired by a Nichols associate to hurt Rooney, but they panicked and fatally shot the parole officer.
Parole.
No one knows why Perry Bellamy claimed to have been at the scene that night, and why he said he witnessed Howard Mason shoot Brian Rooney. The NYPD anti-drug operation and the federal task force targeting Queens drug dealers had a decided effect on drug-related crime in New York City. FBI Special Agent David Higgins.
The task force cases in New York sent the message to the streets eventually that crime doesn't pay, that if you're going to be involved in violent drug trafficking in New York City, you're ultimately going to face justice in a federal court. I believe that message resounded on the streets because the crime rate in New York City and other major U.S. cities, the violent crime rate dropped significantly in the 1990s. And it's my belief that it dropped because of all these successful prosecutions.
Brian Rooney's name was placed on the memorial for parole officers killed in the line of duty. A foundation was created in Officer Edward Burns' name. Their legacy is the destruction of a deadly organization that threatened the neighborhoods they had sworn to protect. In 1988, motorcycle gang violence comes to a small Ohio town. A shocking murder with no warning. When police realize a biker gang might be involved, they ask FBI organized crime experts for help. The gang appears impenetrable, but investigators are determined to get inside and find the killers.
Charlie,
Hi. Hey. You.
When gangs go to war, they don't care who gets in the way. In 1988, an innocent man was gunned down near Cleveland, Ohio, a victim of a deadly initiation. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The FBI needed to infiltrate the gang's secretive and violent world. They hoped groundbreaking forensic science would help them put the killers away.
To most riders, motorcycles represent freedom, adventure, and fun. But some bikers come together to form dangerous gangs. As the ranks of these gangs grew in the 1980s, the violent crime attributed to them increased. Like the mafia, their often criminal enterprise drew the attention of FBI organized crime squads, according to Cleveland FBI Special Agent Stuart Schoaf.
The motorcycle gang problem throughout the United States was fairly large at that time. We had a large chapter of motorcycle gang members here in Cleveland.
The principal biker gang in Cleveland made their money off drug dealing, theft of interstate shipments, and extortion. Like mob families, they protected their interests and their secrets with violence. Whenever multiple gangs developed in an area, tensions between them inevitably grew. Across the country, battles for control of territory were intense. When one gang struck against another, retributions always followed. An escalating cycle of wild aggression. In an incident that reflected how far the gangs would go, one biker gang blew up the clubhouse of a rival gang with a rocket launcher. These gangs would do anything to continue their criminal enterprise. Organized crime squads needed to stop them. Trying to develop information on the major gang in Cleveland, agents tried surveillance, but it wasn't easy.
This group knew that they were being watched by us and local law enforcement. When they had a meeting at their clubhouse, they would post a guard out in front of the chapter clubhouse and watch for any suspicious cars in the neighborhood.
House.
The gang protected the people on their street from outside crime, so grateful neighbors would not talk to investigators either.
That's going to be 01.
The Cleveland gang might have guarded those in their own neighborhood, but not everyone enjoyed such safety. Around 10 o'clock on the evening of February 27th, 1988, outside Cleveland in Perkins Township, 28-year-old store clerk David Hartlob and a co-worker had closed the music store where they worked. Hartlob was headed to a nearby bank to deposit the store's cash receipts.
Engine 14 received.
He didn't know he had company inside his
104.
van.
Company. Company.
Or that he was being tailed.
Company. Aegis Company.
For security, his co-worker always followed him to the bank, which was less than a mile away.
Okay. Okay.
Neither man noticed the dark sedan on Hartlob's tail. By the time they got to the bank, his co-worker had fallen 20 seconds behind. It took less than that to strike.
Bye. 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 Bye.
When the co-worker pulled up, he saw the van taking off. He spotted his friend down, but a man with a gun ordered him to leave. Several other customers came to use the ATM and were ordered at gunpoint to stay in their cars. Then the gunman ran off, leaving David Hartlob lying on the asphalt.
Thanks for telling to turn out showing around that way. They're going to be at Grand Junction and Center.
In 1988, Perkins Township was a small town with only 11 police officers on the force.
Police.
Hi.
At the bank behind the mall.
Bye.
Within minutes, nearly all of the Perkins Township officers were on the scene, including current police chief Tim McClung.
The crime scene overall was very chaotic when I arrived. The paramedics were first approaching the victim. He was on the ground. He was struggling to try and right himself. Obviously seriously injured.
Hartlob was in shock, but alive. The number of entrance and exit wounds and the enormous blood loss struck the paramedics.
Wounds.
None of them had worked this degree of gunshot trauma before. The best they could do in the field was keep him breathing and stem the blood flow.
Bloody.
David Hartlob made it to the hospital,
Bloody.
but died 20 minutes later.
Later.
Police interviewed Hartlob's co-worker and the other shocked witnesses.
Originally, the information coming from the witnesses was very confusing. Obviously, you had different officers talking to different witnesses.
Sailing.
The different witnesses saw different things from their perspective. The stories were conflicting, and it was problematic at first.
Investigators concluded there were 3 suspects. One in the van, one driving the dark sedan, and one who threatened the witnesses. The co-worker described him as an Asian or Hispanic male.
A witness saw the victim fall out of the van onto the roadway, and the van drove off. Now, based on that information, we took a dog out into the field, attempted to do an area search.
Other officers inventoried and collected the physical evidence at the bank.
Evidence.
A set of keys determined to be for Hartlob's music store would be checked for fingerprints.
RP.
And they would send ejected shell casings to the ballistics lab. McClung's tracking dog followed a scent from the bank toward a hotel.
It led about a quarter of a mile around the hotel and back into another parking area where I discovered the van. As we approached the van, I had my weapon drawn.
Weapons.
The dog barked its signal for clear, but McClung and the backup officer had to be sure.
Okay, I went ahead and told dispatch to send out a mechanic because I'm guessing there's damage to the engine compartment in the bus.
The officers knew not to disrupt any evidence that might be in the van and waited for crime scene technicians to arrive.
I did talk to...
We weren't sure if the suspect could still be in the area. He could have been in the tree and watching for all we knew.
Maybe an accident.
The technicians began processing the second crime scene to determine what had happened.
To make a lesson bowling again and take his papers again.
There were rounds that penetrated through the back of the driver's seat, through the victim, and out through the door of the vehicle. It went along with the theory that he was ambushed inside the vehicle, that the shooter was behind.
Technicians noted a great deal of blood spatter, mostly on and around the front seat. They collected samples of the blood from each pool for examination at the serology lab. Between the seats, they found a MAC-11 semi-automatic handgun.
The type of weapon we recovered led us to believe that this was not a couple of guys got together and decided to go rob somebody making a night deposit. I mean, this is not a weapon that you typically encounter on a small Midwestern town.
Someone had ground off the serial number and attached a plastic bag to catch ejected shells. Police found it odd that such an evidence-conscious killer would leave the gun behind.
Evidence.
Perhaps he panicked or was injured. The MAC-11 had also been modified with a homemade silencer.
I know I got the other 29 units Southside Station.
People involved were quite possibly, for lack of a better term, professional.
We did have 3 passengers on board on this.
But they weren't experts.
He's going to pick these passengers up.
The silencer was not aligned properly and caused each bullet to split in two, sending shrapnel flying throughout the van.
We knew that he was making a bank deposit, so we were feeling that this was along the lines of a robbery.
Yet inside the van, they recovered the music store's deposit
passengers
bag.
on the bus claiming injury.
Table.
Yep, it's got some receipts.
B.
Okay,
Once
10-4.
the money bag was found inside the vehicle with over $4,000
I'll be there in a little bit.
That theory quickly was cast to the side.
10-4.
The crime scene technicians retrieved multiple bullet fragments and several complete slugs from the van. They determined 13 rounds had been fired,
We found quite a few 9mm cases.
all from behind.
Hi.
A brutal execution.
Somebody wanted him dead. There was a lot of motivation there. Maybe this was a contract killing. It could have been a murder for hire, but somebody definitely wanted him dead.
McClung and another canine handler had their dogs search for the suspect's trail leading away from the van. But neither dog could key on any scent.
As a canine handler, it was my job to interpret what the dog was trying to tell us, and I believe that the dog was telling us that the suspect's left in a car.
As some officers wrapped up the crime scene, the others fanned out across the township, looking for 3 men in a dark sedan.
You. 3.
It had been Perkins' first murder in more than 10 years, and police wanted to find the killers fast. Early the next morning, in the adjacent town of Sandusky, 2 officers returned to the Sandusky police station in the middle of what they thought was a routine shift. When their supervisor briefed them on the murder in Perkins, the mundane suddenly became remarkable. They realized they might have seen the shooting suspects the previous night.
Shooting. Shooting.
Hours earlier, the two officers had pulled over a dark sedan for making an illegal right turn on red. They had identified the driver as Mark Verdi.
Driver.
The front passenger, Stephen Yee, owned the vehicle. Both men lived in Cleveland suburbs.
Police.
The officers noticed Yee wore a belt buckle with the Cleveland biker gang's insignia and a hunting knife, though that was not illegal.
What do you got that for?
The third man was in the back seat, but at the time they had no reason to check his ID. The officers called in Yee and Verdi's information. Everything was in order.
Info.
Since they were unaware of the shooting, they let the three men go.
Shooting.
3.
3 is not heath.
3.
The traffic stop had been at 9:56 p.m., about 5 minutes after the murder, and 3 miles away from the crime scene. The officers said the front passenger, Stephen Yee, and the car closely matched the descriptions given by witnesses at the bank.
Bank.
Sandusky police immediately alerted their colleagues in Perkins, frustrated that the killers might have gotten away because of a technology glitch.
Technology.
At the time, the Perkins Police Department and the Sandusky Police Department, which have a bordering jurisdiction, were operating in 2 separate police frequencies. The officer had no idea that we had just had a shooting.
The belt buckle was an important clue. Police knew anyone wearing the gang's insignia was almost certainly a member. None were caught wearing the insignia risked violent punishment or death. Investigators now had suspect names, but if the secretive gang was involved, solving the crime might be impossible.
Investigating biker gangs is unique investigation. They are very close-mouthed.
Investigate.
They actually, one of the gangs has a saying that 3 people can keep a secret
Investigate.
if 2 of them are dead.
Investigate. Investigate.
After David Hartlaub was gunned down in Perkins Township, Ohio, police developed 2 suspects whom they believed were connected to a Cleveland biker gang.
Bike.
Aware that federal authorities were investigating this very gang as a suspected organized crime ring, local officers called Special Agent Charles Holloway at the FBI's Sandusky Resident Agency.
Desk.
Yes. The Perkins Police Department contacted the FBI to see if we were in a position to provide them with any intelligence information on the 2 individuals who had been identified at the time of the traffic stop.
Traffic.
Holloway knew the best source of information was Special Agent Stuart Schoaf in Cleveland, who headed the FBI's criminal biker investigation in the area.
Area.
Schoaf had been trying to build a file for the Cleveland chapter of the gang.
Well, it's very difficult to investigate a group like that. We worked a long time trying to get more information about them, develop intelligence information, and put together a case on them that would put these individuals away for a long time.
He'd been unable to plant moles inside the secretive gang. But undercover agents had gotten close enough to learn details about its structure. Prospective members, called prospects, wore banners on their jackets listing the city the gang ran in. Full members wore jackets with complete patches they called their colors. The initiation for prospects to earn their colors had its price.
The initiation has to do with some type of violent act towards either a rival motorcycle gang member or an individual that has maybe wronged one of the members.
The requirement of violence was designed in part to weed out undercover law enforcement trying to infiltrate, since no law officer could commit such a crime. Through their ongoing investigation, FBI agents were able to identify many of those involved with the gang, including the 2 men ID'd in the traffic stop in Sandusky on the night of the Hartlaub murder. Special Agent Schoaf knew the passenger, Stephen Yee, was a full-fledged gang member. And the driver, Mark Verdi, was a prospect. The third man was a mystery, but agents were confident he was linked to the Cleveland gang, too. Investigators knew about a rival gang that had a clubhouse in Sandusky. The rivalry between the 2 gangs had been escalating and had recently moved up a notch. Agents had heard of an incident in a bar a few months earlier. The rival gangs found themselves in the same place, and each wanted control of the territory. Bikers consider their colors sacred. A member of the rival gang made off with a prized trophy, the jacket of one of the Cleveland bikers.
5857 dated near North Senior Apartments. Apartment 1329, north off of CMS 1 at 1945.
It was a profound insult.
C.
We remain on scene, but we'll move to fighters.
Accusations flew.
We remain on scene, but we'll move to fighters.
And no one would back down.
Received, remaining on scene, moving to fire dispatch exclusive 1.
In the brawl, one of the Cleveland bikers was shot. Agents had developed a confidential informant associated with the gang. He told them that after the fight, he was at a party where the Cleveland gang talked about the incident. They were looking to retaliate. And the prospective members saw a perfect opportunity for their initiation as part of the revenge. Investigators who had begun outlining the 2 gangs realized that a member of the rival group drove a van exactly like David Hartlaub. They might have gone after that gang member and made a mistake, according to Perkins Police Chief Tim McClung.
The victim in the case, Mr. Hartlaub, had no criminal record. And there was nothing in his background to suggest that he would have been the victim of a murder for hire. And the similarities between the vehicles led investigators to believe that it was a case of mistaken identity. That he was killed because his van matched the rival gang member's van.
Second guess what they were thinking.
Soon after the murder, the ranks of the Cleveland gang grew, according to Sandusky FBI Special Agent George Steinbach.
We had received information from several sources that a celebration party was conducted at in the Cleveland area to celebrate 2 new members, at least 2 new members of the biker gang. This would be indicative of them being taken in as full-fledged members as a result of committing a heinous crime.
Because of the strong possibility that the gang was involved, Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley and the Cleveland Area Organized Crime Strike Force came on board.
614. Can you run one by name?
There were things that needed to be done from the lawyering end, including going to judges and seeking search warrants. So as soon as it became apparent that we were looking at possibly a hit by a biker gang, the Organized Crime Strike Force was brought in to work with the FBI and the police departments to help coordinate the investigation.
The strike force had a theory as to motive and the names of 2 of the 3 suspects, Stephen Yee and Mark Verdi. They needed to identify the third and find the evidence to put the killers away.
614, are y'all ready to open?
In Ohio, the FBI believed a Cleveland biker gang was behind a brutal, mistaken identity assassination. they identified two suspects as Stephen Yee and Mark Verdi. The FBI kept them under loose surveillance while they continued the investigation. Special Agent Charles Holloway was trying to identify the third suspect and looked to gang expert Stuart Schoaf for help.
Special Agent Schoaf provided us with background information on Yee and Verdi, and he came up with 3 names of either members or prospects of this motorcycle gang who he felt were most likely to have been the third person in the vehicle.
Investigators needed to interview those 3 men. The 2 bikers they found first had solid alibis for the night of the murder.
Solid.
Non-gang members corroborated their stories, and the 2 men were eliminated as suspects.
Cats. Bye.
The one on the list they could not find was John Ray Bonds. He matched the description of the man in the back seat during the traffic stop.
Traffic.
The FBI agents in Cleveland interviewed various members of his family, and what they were told by family members was that John had gone on a 2-week vacation. It was pointed out at that time to us by his grandfather that John also now had his arm in a sling, and that John had told his grandfather and his mother that he had injured his arm at work.
None of the family knew exactly where Bonds was vacationing.
Exactly.
While the Cleveland FBI continued the search for Bonds, the nearby Eastlake Police Department turned up important information about suspect Mark Verdi, the driver during the traffic stop. Detective Bob Jackson developed the lead.
Detective.
A fraud investigator from a local bank contacted us telling us that, well, I have this fraud case involving Mark Verdi, where he had taken out a loan for several $1,000s, landed up using a $10,000 collateral to get the loan, and then landed up stealing the remainder of the money from a good friend of his.
Like most other investigators in the area, Jackson was familiar with the Hartlaub murder. He knew that Verdi was a suspect and that the FBI needed more evidence on him.
Evidence.
So we're thinking, whoa, we really have something here. We have a fraud case, a theft case that we can investigate, that we could put together. And just maybe we'll luck out and maybe we'll be able to help out these other agencies with this murder case.
They would not risk any procedural errors, according to Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley.
When you don't have the defendants or the criminals caught on videotape and people don't confess right away and you're trying to get evidence, you have to get evidence legally. You've got to use search warrants, you've got to use subpoenas, you've got to get evidence in a way that's legal so you can later use it in court.
The Superior Court judge signed a warrant that allowed Eastlake Police to search Verdi's home for evidence in the fraud case.
Evidence.
FBI agents accompanied them. Legally, they could only observe.
B.
We went to look for bank documents, and if we saw anything else that we thought might be evidence or have anything to do with this case out in Perkins Township, we would let the FBI know that we saw something that might be pretty interesting.
636 any of the RPs going to be making a original
The suspect was not at home, but his wife was fully cooperative. When they explained the warrant and her rights, she let them in. But it was Mark Verdi's name that was on the warrant, so they decided to wait. They didn't want to do anything that might jeopardize using evidence in a later trial. After half an hour, Mark Verdi came home.
Negative
detective.
Mark Verdi?
Detected traffic light.
Traffic.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Traffic.
Come on. You let him in. Mark, we got a search warrant for your residence. We got some federal agents here. We got detectives from East Lake.
He seemed unfazed by the police presence.
Take a look at
Police.
that case, remember? Take a look at it. Remember several years ago you took out that loan from the bank for about $7,000? Buddy of yours gave you 10 grand as collateral. You ended up cashing it, forging the other guy's name. You remember that?
He learned of the fraud case against him and that with the warrant they could search his entire house.
Ted, Chris, why don't you guys start upstairs?
House.
Jimmy, would you grab Kenny and put out a basement so we can around? Put it in the shadow.
That's it for level 2.
Upstairs, the search quickly paid off. When officers found papers relating to the alleged bank fraud. But more importantly, they also discovered several items that might help the FBI with the Hartlaub murder.
Ski mask. We found a briefcase, and you open up the briefcase and there's a mask in there, there's gloves, and the grinder was in there. And shavings, metal shavings.
The grinder and shavings might be related to the serial number ground off the murder weapon recovered from the van.
Do you see this map?
Cover.
As we're searching, we see a map, and it's folded up unusually, and we look at it, and you open it up, you look at it, and you see Sandusky, Perkins Township area kind of highlighted and pointed out.
Light.
The murder had taken place in Perkins Township, and Verdi was pulled over in neighboring Sandusky. It was time for Special Agent Stuart Schoaf and the other agents to take on a role beyond that of observers.
We decided to get a federal search warrant, and we did that, waiting some time at the residence while several agents went back to the office and drafted the affidavit and search warrant.
Search
With
warrant.
the federal warrant outlining evidence sought in connection with the murder, agents could conduct an additional search of the Verdi home and seize any related items.
Later.
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 It did not take long to find more incriminating evidence, including a Mac 11 semi-automatic handgun, the same model as the murder weapon.
Models.
Its serial number was ground off in the same manner as the killer's gun.
Okay. Okay.
And we also found a pistol in the wood bin. We found trash bags, similar to the trash bag material that was used to make a makeshift cartridge catcher on the Mac 11, which was used for the homicide.
With probable cause increasing, agents secured a third warrant to search the vehicle Mark Verdi drove on the night of the murder. At the Cleveland Federal Building's garage, FBI technicians processed suspect Stephen Yee's car. Though 2 weeks had passed since the murder, the car did contain evidence for Special Agent Holloway.
Evidence. Evidence.
During the processing, we located 2 shell casings, 9mm shell casings in the vehicle.
The 9mm specification was the right caliber for use in a Mac 11. Agents sent the shells to the FBI's ballistics lab for comparison against the murder weapon.
Some hairs?
Over.
The technicians also recovered hair samples from the back seat of the car.
And we found spatters of what was determined to be human blood on the rear of the passenger seat.
Liquefying the blood with distilled water, the technicians collected samples.
Distill.
Agents wondered if the blood got there on the night of the shooting.
Shooting.
Testing would show it was not the same blood type as the victims.
Victims.
Perhaps it was the killers.
Victims. Victims.
Investigators recalled that the bullets had been split by the faulty silencer, possibly injuring the shooter.
Ring. Ring.
Neither Stephen Yee nor Mark Verdi seemed to have a fresh gunshot wound. But the family of the third suspect, John Bonds, reported he had had his arm in a sling the day after the murder, allegedly due to a work injury. He checked the story. The FBI interviewed Bonds' employer and asked about the days surrounding the murder.
He advised us that John was scheduled to be at work on the night of February 27th, the night of the homicide, and had failed to appear for work as scheduled and had not been back since.
AC.
There was no record of Bonds suffering any injury at work. The pieces were falling into place, but they still had no direct proof.
We obtained a search warrant for hair sample, blood sample, and for John to be examined by a physician for signs of him having sustained some type of a gunshot wound.
They had the warrant. Now they needed to find the suspect.
Just like any other fugitive search, you would interview family, friends, continuously checking back with the employer.
Checking.
Spot check his residence, other places that he's known to hang out, such as a clubhouse, friends, bars where he's known to hang out.
Friend.
And all that was done in an effort to locate John Bonds unsuccessfully.
In 1988, Ohio authorities sought John Ray Bonds, who had left the area after a murder in Perkins Township. After weeks of searching for Bonds, Special Agent Charles Holloway got an important call.
On March 14th, 1988, John's attorney contacted the Cleveland office of the FBI and said that John knew that the FBI was attempting to locate him and that he would present himself at the FBI office in Cleveland on March the 16th of 1988, which he did.
Agents served Bonds with a warrant requiring him to give a blood sample. The doctor concluded a fresh tattoo on his arm covered a recent injury.
Cover.
Bonds did not know the FBI was developing innovative DNA profiling technology that might conclusively match a suspect's blood to samples from a crime scene. Agents hoped that if they did find a match, the courts would accept the new science as evidence.
We had a very good circumstantial case against him based on all of the interviews that we had done. But we did not have fingerprints from John Bonds.
With only circumstantial evidence, prosecutors did not want arrests yet, so Bonds was released.
Waste. Him.
Then, on March 22nd, an Ohio Department of Transportation cleanup crew working the highway outside Sandusky discovered the vehicle title for David Hartlob's van. Nearby, they found a handgun, a wool hat and a glove, and a box of 9mm ammunition, the caliber used in Mac 11s.
AC.
Aware of the Hartlob murder, they called authorities. The placement of the items further implicated the Cleveland gang for prosecutor Jim Woolley.
It happens to be a state highway that would connect Sandusky, Ohio to Cleveland, Ohio. It would be a route that someone would travel if they were driving from Sandusky on their way back to Cleveland.
The suspects might have thrown the items out the window as they drove away from the crime. FBI technicians collected the evidence for analysis. Examiners at the FBI's Hairs and Fibers lab compared the evidence from the highway to evidence they already had.
Evidence shows it's not.
Fibers consistent with that glove had been located on the murder weapon. Fibers consistent with that glove had been located on a shirt which was removed from Mark Verdi's house during the March 9th search warrant. And fibers were found on the glove consistent with the carpet in David Hartlob's van.
Additionally, a hair found on the glove matched a hair recovered from the back seat of the car the suspects were in on the night of the murder. At the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit, FBI examiners worked on the murder weapon, trying to find a trail to its owner.
The murderers had gone to great lengths to try to make this gun not traceable, they thought, and they ground down the serial number such that you couldn't see it. But through a chemical restoration process, the FBI was able to raise up the serial number and identify the serial number, even though you couldn't see it with the naked eye, and then you could trace that gun.
Checking the records of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, investigators found the murder weapon's registered owner.
Weapons.
He confirmed that he used to own that Mac 11 and the one found at Verdi's house. But several months earlier, both guns had been stolen from his car, which he had parked outside a friend's house. That friend's name was Stephen Yee.
Friend.
Here we have Steve Yee is stopped in a traffic stop minutes after the homicide in Sandusky, Ohio, and we can show that the murder weapon was stolen from a vehicle parked in front of his residence several months before the homicide.
The circumstantial evidence against Yee, Verdi, and Bonds was building. But agents wanted something more definite before they made arrests. In April 1987, they learned of a breakthrough regarding the blood evidence in the case.
Evidence.
FBI serology experts had determined that the blood in David Hartlove's van had actually come from two individuals, presumably the victim and an assailant.
Sale. Hey.
Examiners compared the blood from the victim's van to that from the suspect's car.
Victims.
The lab came back and told us that the blood which had been recovered in Steve Yee's vehicle matched the blood that had been recovered in Hartlove's vehicle.
The match was at the blood type level only. Still, it meant that the man in the back seat at the traffic stop was likely the killer in the van. They hoped the revolutionary DNA technology being developed would reveal a more exact molecular match.
Macho.
I had read an article in one of the FBI publications that the FBI was putting together its DNA unit, and they were in the process of doing research. So inasmuch as we had blood in our case, which we felt could possibly be compared with a suspect, I contacted the section chief that was in charge of putting that unit together and spoke to him about the possibility of doing a DNA analysis in this case.
At the FBI lab in 1988, examiners like senior scientist Dr. Bruce Bedoli were still testing the groundbreaking forensic science of DNA profiling.
DNA is the blueprint for what you are, what I am, for what all living things are. So if we could tap into that blueprint, we could tap into information that help us identify individuals.
Examiners were working to establish a scientifically sound way to profile the DNA from a known source, like a suspect's blood, and compare it to the DNA from an unknown source, like the blood left at a crime scene.
And we generate a profile of, looks something like a barcode, that then we compare that barcode to another barcode. And the barcodes are in the same kind of pattern. They may have come from the same source.
By early 1989, after years of testing quality control, the examiners believed they were ready to use the science in the federal courts. The Hartlove case would be the first one. Examiners profiled the DNA sequence from the blood in the van and from the blood of John Bonds. Comparing the markers of the two sequences, they made a match. Exactly the evidence Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley needed.
The DNA was a critical piece of the puzzle because it provided virtually conclusive evidence that John Ray Bonds, a member of the biker gang, the third man in the backseat of the car with Steve Yee and Mark Verdi, stopped 5 minutes from the homicide, had bled inside the van.
March 7th, 1989.
Macho.
More than a year after the murder, it was time to bring in the killers. In the hours before dawn, SWAT teams prepared for a simultaneous takedown of the 3 suspects.
3.
They knew it was safest to catch them while they were still asleep.
3 is not
The teams fanned out to the homes of Yee, Verdi, and Bonds. They hoped to strike before the suspects could warn one another or flee.
1.
One team moved on Verdi's house.
1.
Heath is 1 you are not.
House.
While another entered Yee's.
House.
FBI, step outside! Step outside! Step outside now, sir! Come outside!
Mark Verdi was arrested without a struggle.
Anybody inside?
Over.
At the same time, and 20 miles away, his fellow gang member Stephen Yee was taken into custody as well. But the third suspect, John Ray Bonds, was not at home. Nor was he with known family members. The man investigators believed was a ruthless assassin was again on the run. In the summer of 1989, authorities on the trail of fugitive John Ray Bonds had him profiled on a nationally televised crime show.
National.
On the program, they described Bonds, his distinctive tattoos, and the places he frequented, hoping someone, somewhere, would recognize the suspected murderer. On the afternoon of November 8th, 1989, a patron at a bar in Paducah, Kentucky, spotted Bonds. He remembered the tattoos on the fugitive's hands from the TV show and took a chance. He contacted the local sheriff, who called the FBI resident agency in Paducah. They were ready to arrest Bonds, but they had to be careful, according to Special Agent Stuart Shove.
They felt that going into the bar would there may be some trouble if they entered the bar at that point, because there were a lot of biker types in the bar, and they did not want to have any type of confrontation. They felt it would be much safer to set up some type of roadblock.
The FBI, Kentucky State Police, and local officers staged a fake traffic accident on a road leading from the bar to a known biker clubhouse in the area. When Bonds and another gang member left the bar, agents followed. As they hoped, the pair headed toward the clubhouse and got on the blocked road. The trooper waved them forward.
Them.
Don't worry about it, Miss Big Girl.
Them.
The undercover police pulled in behind them.
Undercover.
Though he didn't know it, Bonds was surrounded.
Undercover. Deep.
Get out of the car!
Car.
Right now!
Go. Go.
Nearly 2 years after the murder of David Hartlaub, John Ray Bonds was finally in custody. Now, he and the other 2 suspects, Stephen Yee and Mark Verdi, would stand trial for the killing.
Killing.
FBI senior scientist Dr. Bruce Bedoli had to help convince federal judges that the DNA evidence should be allowed in the trial.
New technologies, as they enter the court, will be challenged for their admissibility. So I had a role in going in to defend the technology, to demonstrate that it met the scientific standards to be admitted into court so that the jury could hear about the evidence in the first place.
After months of hearings, Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley succeeded in getting the DNA evidence ruled admissible.
Evidence.
With it and the other evidence, he went into the trial confident.
This is a case where just piece after piece after piece of evidence was built through forensic testing, ballistic testing, serology, forensic chemistry, hair and fiber analysis, DNA analysis, serial number restoration. And you start just building those things one on top of the other. And there's really very little that a defense attorney can say when faced with a case like that.
Stephen Yee, Mark Verdi, and John Bonds were all convicted of murder and sentenced to life. The unrelenting investigation put 3 killers behind bars and helped open the door for a forensic technology that has changed criminal investigations forever.
Technology. 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 Technology.
Detected traffic light.
Technology. Technology.
During the Persian Gulf War, an elite team of British SAS commandos infiltrates Iraq. Their mission, to disable a network of mobile Scud missile launchers. The team is compromised, deep behind enemy lines.
Nest.
With 120 miles to the border and the Iraqi army at their backs, the men of Bravo 20 face a new mission: to survive. In an era of global violence, a new breed of warrior has emerged to counter the threat. Superbly trained, fearless, and equipped with massive firepower, these men are an elite few. Their teams are hand-picked. Their operations covert. Their missions deadly. From around the globe, these are the untold stories of the Special Forces. On January 17, 1991, a U.S.-led coalition launched a massive air war in response to the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. Operation Desert Storm had begun.
Operation.
Laser and satellite-guided missiles dramatically reduced the risk of Allied casualties. It promised to be a clean, high-tech war. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein vowed to retaliate. He unleashed wave after wave of Scud missiles at cities in Israel and Saudi Arabia. Airstrikes proved useless against the Scuds. The missiles were mounted on mobile launchers and eluded aerial surveillance. The coalition would have to fight the Scuds the old-fashioned way, with men on the ground.
All right, let's carry on, but listen up. This is the information.
A mission this dangerous required a high level of training. Team Bravo 20 of the British SAS was briefed at a forward operating base.
Efforts by the coalition air forces to suppress the Iraqi launches of Scud missiles against Israel and Saudi Arabia have been a failure thus far.
Formed in World War II, the SAS, or Special Air Service, is the most experienced special forces unit in the world.
Key portions of the targets, most notably...
The 8 men of Bravo 20 would be dropped behind enemy lines for 10 days.
...not identified before the 17th of January.
Their mission, to track mobile Scud launchers along a major supply route, or MSR.
Route.
Andy, can I have a word?
Route.
Sergeant Andy McNabb would lead the dangerous operation.
Operation.
He and his men were also ordered to destroy a fiber optic cable running alongside the MSR.
Fiber optic cables. Wait, follow
It was a crucial target. The cable linked Scud missile launchers to Iraqi command and control.
The missiles.
To sever that link, they first had to find it. Andy McNabb's identity is protected for security reasons.
The problem was there was no information, very little mapping, and no satellite imagery of the area that we're going to operate in. You've just got to get out there. And the argument is, well, that's what special forces do. Sometimes they go in without any information whatsoever because they're there to gather it.
When you land, find a lie-up position with close proximity to the main supply route. You're going to have to dig into the sand to create your LUP.
The flat desert terrain would offer little cover. The squad would have to dig trenches or lie-up positions to hide in.
I want you to destroy as many scuds as you possibly can.
Once we got on the ground, our biggest weapon would be concealment. We're not going to be moving in the daylight. What we're going to be doing is hiding up in a lie-up position, an LUP, in the daylight hours. During the night, we would then go out and operate.
If we haven't heard from you within 48 hours, make your way back to the rendezvous point right here, and we'll have a helicopter there ready to come and meet you.
The way that we operate is in small groups, maybe 4, 8, 12 men, going in for a surgical strike to hit a target and get in there quickly and come out even quicker.
Bravo 20 geared up and prepped the mission.
Bravo.
Everybody in that patrol, all 8 of us, get in, we start and plan and prepare the operation. Because of everybody's background being so different, teamwork is so important.
RTA.
At 24, Bob was the youngest member of the team. He had been in the SAS 6 months.
6.
Chris Ryan, a 6-year veteran,
Chairman.
was the unit's medic.
Units.
Mike joined the SAS from New Zealand.
You've got to move enough weight as it is, you know.
8.
Stan, an Australian, was a demolition expert.
From a commander's point of view, you're getting a lot of different types of experiences.
Hi.
Everybody feels that they're part of the job.
Vince brought 20 years of experience to the team. Dinger had specialized training as a paratrooper.
You.
Steve Lane, known as Legs, was Bravo 20's communications expert.
Communication. Communication.
The team would use a short burst radio to stay in touch with headquarters in Saudi Arabia.
Quarters.
This radio is designed to prevent enemy eavesdropping. As a backup, they also carried a TAC-B, a limited-range emergency radio.
Emergency.
For navigation, they packed a global positioning satellite device, or GPS.
Heath.
On January 22nd, the SAS boarded a helicopter for the flight into Iraq.
Flight.
Chris Ryan had no illusions about the nature of the mission.
It was quite an emotional event because I think everybody had a fair idea that this was going to be a one-way ticket. So we said our farewells, got on board the helicopter, and then flew into Iraq.
Helicopter. Helicopter.
Looking out the windows, you could see quite far, and the ground was very flat. The ambient light was very good.
Good.
The helicopter raced 20 yards off the ground to avoid enemy radar.
Helicopter.
The helicopter didn't have any armaments on. I mean, the crew were very brave. If we downed the aircraft, they were just to attach themselves to us, and we would bring them out. These lads hadn't been trained in escape and evasion or anything, so they were taking a huge risk. As soon as we got touchdown, the drill is you get off the back and just lie down and wait till the helicopter takes off, wait till the noise dies down, and you get your hearing back, your night vision, everything.
Vision.
So we got 2 of the guys with the guns, left and right, and then once we settled down, basically there was nothing around it, just still. We hadn't been compromised.
Andy used the GPS and a map to plot their position. The team had landed just over a mile from their destination, a major Iraqi supply route or MSR.
Single file on me.
M.
The commandos were heavily armed. They carried M16s outfitted with grenade launchers and powerful anti-tank weapons.
Weapons.
Their belt kits were packed with enough ammunition to last them 2 weeks. The other essentials, food, water, and digging equipment, were carried in heavy burdens on their backs.
We were using an Allied bombing raid that was going on in an airfield about sort of 15 kilometers away as cover to get us in.
It's not our problem, Chris. Let's just get on with it, all right?
By 4:45 a.m., the patrol reached the main supply route.
Route. A.
Instead of soft desert sand, they found solid rock.
Andy, come on, bedrock.
All you had was a couple of inches of sand, and then underneath was bedrock. It was a nightmare. But again, that's tough. You're there. You still got to get on with it.
Gotcha. Stand, dinger, mark, on me.
Andy took a small group to scout for another hiding place.
All right, let's tell you what.
The others stayed behind to guard the gear.
Detected traffic light. Detected traffic.
Anyway.
The recon team located a dry riverbed.
Recon.
It wouldn't provide much cover, but with dawn approaching, it was all they had.
This'll do.
Approaching. Go.
Please clear way.
Go.
Please clear way.
The men hunkered down and tried to stay warm.
What was supposed to be the
Despite all the gear they carried, they were not prepared for bad weather.
It was the worst winter Iraq was having in 30 years. It was very, very cold. There was a high wind chill factor also.
2 and 8 and 9.
Can.
At dawn, Bob scanned the perimeter for potential threats. The area was clear.
No problem.
Area.
Andy needed to contact SAS headquarters.
Quarters.
Okay.
Quarters. Okay.
Legs sent the message via short burst radio.
Short.
Anything? It's not going
Short.
through. Something's wrong with the signal. It's all tapped in. It's not transmitting.
Sign.
The radio wasn't working. In the rush to deploy, it had been encrypted with the wrong frequencies.
All right, boys, that's it. It's the radio. It's nothing to do with us. We'll do an exchange, all right?
Andy was unconcerned. The team had planned for contingencies. If they failed to establish communications within 48 hours, headquarters would send a helicopter to a prearranged rendezvous point.
The plan was that 4 o'clock that following morning, a helicopter would be there.
Helicopter.
So that was no problems. We're still going to be operating.
Helicopter.
We'll get a new radio and we'll carry on.
Helicopter.
The communications breakdown was a nuisance, but the mission plan was intact.
Communication.
They had to find the fiber optic cable.
The problems that we had was that we didn't exactly know how it was marked. We didn't know if it was above ground in concrete piping or buried underground with markers. We didn't have a clue.
Ground. Ground.
At nightfall, Andy led a small reconnaissance patrol to search for the cable.
Thanks now.
Along the way, they encountered an Iraqi anti-aircraft position. It was a tempting target.
Target.
But our job is not to go in there and take them on. It's not to go in there and find out what they are. Our job is to find the optic cable. So anything animal or human, we avoid.
Detected.
Let's box around.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
They moved carefully around the Iraqis.
Detected surveillance.
You.
You not heaths.
You.
You not heaths.
Near dawn, the recon patrol found what they were looking for.
Recon. King.
There were some white stakes that were stuck into the ground, which we assume might be the markers for the cable. But as the night got on, we were starting to get to first light again, so we had to get back into the hide before daylight.
It was too late to try to destroy the cable. They would return the following night. The next morning, the SAS had company.
About 400 meters away, the other side of the MSR, the main supply route, there was an anti-aircraft site.
Aircraft.
And what we presume, it was the guys we met the night before that have driven to their position. It didn't present a problem to us at that time, purely because we were hidden. They're not going to send out clearing patrols. They're so far in their own country. So there was no change to the plan.
They would wait out the day, hit the target that night, and then pick up the new radio.
Radio. Radio.
We started to hear goats moving across the high ground, you know, just about 5 meters above us.
Ground. Ground.
Then after a few minutes, the head goat with a bill, you know, where every other goat sort of follows, came over and looked over the dip on the ground and looked down at us.
Ground. Ground.
And then we could hear a small child's voice, you know, maybe, I don't know,
Ground.
5, 6, 7, 8, you know, I don't know. And it's then when he saw us, and we sort of stopped.
Money.
We looked at him, he looked at us, and his sort of eyes opened up like saucers.
Want some chocolate? Chocolate?
And then straight away just started to run and shout, running towards the guns.
Their position had been compromised. The commandos prepared to move out. They removed all non-essential gear and loaded up on water.
Let's go.
Go.
They would have to move fast. If the Iraqi soldiers discovered them, it was prison, torture, or death.
Torture. Torture.
In early 1991, a U.S.-led coalition launched Operation Desert Storm.
Operation.
3 days later, an elite team of British SAS commandos infiltrated Iraq.
Comms.
Their mission, to disable the enemy's Scud missile system. But within 24 hours, the team's hiding place was compromised. A platoon of Iraqi soldiers was camped 200 yards away. The commandos had extensive training in escape and evasion. A dry riverbed, or wadi, provided an escape route. Chris Ryan, the team's medic, took the point.
And we kept to the left-hand side of the wadi whilst we're walking out in single file to keep out of view of the anti-aircraft positions. And what we'd done is we put our shamags over our faces to cover our faces, thinking that we could possibly bluff them. They were probably the last people to think that there was coalition forces this deep inside of Iraq.
Sergeant Andy McNabb was commander of the unit.
And then all of a sudden, to our left, coming from the area of the MSR, we heard tracked vehicles.
Hold! Stand your ground! Can anyone hear it? I can't see!
What are we going to do? Are we going to keep on moving and outrun them? That's not going to happen. Or are we going to stand our ground? And the commander gave was stand your ground, because there's nothing else to do.
Nothing. Nothing.
And then it kicked off.
Nothing.
Everybody's then in their own world.
Nothing.
They know what they've got to do. They know that everybody's depending on everyone else. If you've got well-trained troops, they get on with it. The only way to get out of an ambush is face it and go for it.
Go.
Please go away.
The fire was coming in quite
Go.
intense.
Please go away.
And I can remember looking down at my chest, expecting to see a hole appear, or, you know, a body part be taken off.
Up here.
At some point during the contact, we'd moved into view of the anti-aircraft positions, and then they started to open up on us.
Aircraft. Open.
After that, it was a matter of taking control. What we're doing is trying to stop these people from killing us so we can run away and use the cover of darkness to hide us. So it was literally moving as fast as we can out of the area.
You. You.
The SAS decimated the entire Iraqi platoon with superior firepower.
Superior. Superior. You.
They were now fugitives in a hostile country.
Oh.
We got over the high ground. I can't believe it, but there was the 8 members there. We were all there, nobody being injured. When we got across there, I was half expecting at least one of the lads to have been hit.
By nightfall, the team had covered 8 miles.
Hi.
What about the radio, Lex?
I had to try. Radio.
It's not a promise.
Gonna make the RV. That's it.
To make distance between us and the Iraqis after that firefight and the contact, we ditched our Bergens, our equipment. All we had left was our belt kit, and that, you know, carries the most important things, which is ammunition and water.
Throughout the night, Iraqi patrols methodically searched the desert. Andy McNabb intended to throw them off course.
The fact that we've had this contact, the Iraqis will naturally think we're going south, we're going towards Saudi, and that's where the emergency RV was. So even if the helicopter did get in, will it be able to pick us up? If we're getting pursued south during the night, do we have to try to get extracted whilst having a firefight? If that happens, the helicopter won't come in. It's as simple as that.
Helicopter.
A helicopter rescue was now impossible.
Helicopter.
It was too dangerous to land.
Impossible.
The team's only hope was to escape into Syria.
Escape.
We're gonna move out.
According to the map, the border was 110 miles northwest of their position.
You.
Andy estimated it would take them 3 nights on foot.
3. 3.
Once we realized we were in an escape and evasion situation, our mindset just changed, and we all accepted that we are now on the run. We were probably in the worst place in the world to escape. It was flatbed rock, there wasn't any cover, there was no foliage to disappear into,
Up
there was
here.
no water, and the ground was very hard to travel over and to navigate over as well.
30 miles into their journey, Andy noticed that Vince and Stan were falling behind.
Vince, what's wrong with the leg?
Vince had injured his leg during the firefight.
Chris, Dinger, take Vince's weapon.
He was too weak to carry his weapon.
Stan was starting to dehydrate.
You.
We stopped, we rested, got fluids down him, helped Vince and the leg injuries as much as possible. I put them in front of me, and I put Chris out in front as the lead scout.
As the SAS headed north, they encountered a new threat, hypothermia.
Eat.
During that night, the weather became horrendous, absolutely horrendous. There was a fearsome wind that was blowing and started to get extremely, extremely cold.
As the temperature dipped below 0, the men were in danger of freezing to death.
Our hands were starting to freeze up, and the shemags that we wore to cover us from the wind started to freeze up where our moisture was coming through with breathing.
Over the roar of the wind, Andy barely made out the sound of Allied aircraft overhead.
Gotta stop and try to attack me!
He told Vince to stop and to pass the message down the line. He wanted to use their emergency radio to contact a passing jet.
Emergency. 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 Emergency.
Any call sign? This is Bravo 20.
Emergency.
Bravo 20. We are a ground call sign. Call that. We're in trouble. Over.
0.
Turn back.
0.
North. Turn back.
And then the signal faded. At that time, it was great, because what it meant was that they were aware that this call sign Bravo 20, they could work out where we roughly were and that we existed, and we're in trouble.
Andy turned to tell Vince, but he was gone. Visibility was poor.
Gone.
They could see nothing but blowing sand.
Nothing. Nothing.
Chris, Stan, and Vince had vanished. 2 of them were injured. They would be lost without the GPS. As the temperature dipped below 0, Andy knew they had to be found, and quickly. During the Persian Gulf War, 8 members of the British SAS were trapped behind enemy lines. Pursued by Iraqi patrols, battling icy winds, the team struggled to make it to the Syrian border.
Gotta stop and try the attack me!
Sergeant Andy McNabb lost 3 of his men when he stopped to use the emergency radio.
Emergency. Emergency.
The patrol had split in 2, and it was my fault.
Emergency.
What I'd done, I told Vince
Emergency.
that we were going to stop, expecting him to pass it on the line, so everybody knew what was going on.
Where they gone?
But what he didn't appreciate was how bad a condition he was, and he didn't confirm that he was going to pass it on. He just carried on moving.
A search for the missing men proved futile. Visibility was extremely low.
Crash burn.
Andy couldn't risk the lives of the rest of the team.
Lives.
The 3 guys that were split from us 5, they knew the bearing that they were going on. They knew what the plan was to get to Syria. They're all professional soldiers. 2 of them are injured, but they're still alive. They know what they got to do.
Go.
It took Chris Ryan nearly an hour to realize they had separated from the group. All 3 soldiers were delirious with hypothermia.
All I know, I turned around, I had Stan and I had Vince, and the rest of the patrol had disappeared.
Where's the
Up
rest
here.
of the patrol? I don't know.
Oh.
We lost them. They split off somewhere.
Them.
Chris, the medic, was now responsible for 2 injured soldiers.
Saul.
I had a night sight which I could view where we come from, but couldn't see any of the guys, couldn't make out anybody.
Detected.
I was quite worried and frightened now because there's 3 of us with two weapons. The other group of 5 had a GPS and the machine guns.
Chris urged Vince and Stan on. The Euphrates River was 70 miles northwest, a 2-day hike. There they would refill their canteens and cross the border into Syria. But for now, they needed a place to hide.
Just before daybreak, we came across an old tank berm, and it made an indentation in the ground, which was like a little ditch. So we got in there and used that as cover.
Cover.
I had a look around as daylight came up, and I could see a box-bodied vehicle with at least 2 Iraqis around it.
All they could do was keep still and hope they were not discovered. The wind chill was severe.
Wind.
Chris and his men were in danger.
And I've worked in some of the coldest places on this earth, and that day was the longest day in my life. We were freezing. We were freezing to death.
Death.
Andy's group wasn't faring
Death.
much better.
Root.
A burial mound provided
End.
minimal cover.
Cover. M.
Iraqi troops were everywhere.
King.
It was obvious there was far more enemy activity than we initially thought. And what was happening was that vehicles were stopping and troops were getting out. Now, whether they were looking for us or whether it was speculative searching, we don't really know. I personally was getting quite concerned because it was either the weather or the Iraqis were going to kill us. It was going to be one or the other.
Andy spotted a paved road a half-mile from their position.
Shit.
If they could make it that far without being seen, they could try to hijack a vehicle.
King.
At nightfall, they would sneak down to the road. But for now, they had to survive another day of sub-zero temperatures.
1042.
Chris and his team left the tank berm as soon as it got dark.
Superior.
There was no let-up in the storm.
M.
Stan had recovered from serious dehydration.
Cover. Cover.
But Vince seemed to be getting worse.
Cover.
You're gonna have to slow down. I need a rest.
Going.
Vince, you can't rest. We've got to keep moving.
The bitter wind kept their body temperatures dangerously low.
Wind.
During that night, Vince kept falling behind. He went through all the classic signs of hypothermia, from being shouting, screaming, to wanting to lie down and sleep.
Chris knew they couldn't survive these conditions much longer.
Service. Service.
Hey, we're coming off.
The men were already disoriented.
Service. Arena.
It was a struggle to stay on course. Andy and his men reached the road. The storm had finally passed over them. After hours of waiting, they saw headlights in the distance. If they wanted to get out of Iraq alive, it was now or never.
Never. Never. Never.
During Operation Desert Storm, 3 British SAS commandos were separated from their unit behind enemy lines. A winter storm hampered navigation. Hypothermia quickly set in. Vince, the most experienced of the 3 commandos, had been injured in a firefight. Now he struggled to keep up. By the time Chris and Stan realized their teammate was missing, it was too late. There was no sign of him.
Him.
The situation was desperate. With Iraqi patrols closing in, Chris Ryan had a difficult decision to make.
Decision.
We called off the search for Vince because we were walking back into enemy territory. Vince may have walked off to the left or right, and he could be wandering anywhere. I know in my heart of hearts that man probably laid down and went to sleep, and he died that night.
Chris and Stan had to go on. It was 54 miles to the Syrian border.
Mile. Mile.
Out of range of the storm, the rest of the unit staked out a road. Sergeant Andy McNabb and his men were in bad shape, but they had a plan.
Detected traffic light.
If they could hijack a vehicle, they could drive across the border.
So we got out on the road and start to wave the vehicle down as the headlights approached. What it was a 1960s New York taxi cab. You couldn't believe it.
Good. Over.
5861 Hampshire Road. My name, third party, decline contact.
The SAS drove northwest.
North.
They were now just 35 miles from the border.
5.
Not far away, Chris and Stan were in trouble. Both men were dehydrated and exhausted. An Iraqi shepherd approached their position.
Roaches. Roaches.
In desperation, Stan blew their cover.
How you doing, mate? How you doing, mate? Good.
The commandos needed a vehicle.
This lad couldn't speak English and we couldn't speak any Arabic. And Stan was asking him, did he have a vehicle and or a tractor?
Tractor? How far to walk? How far to walk? He's just saying yes to everything. Listen.
There's 10.
I'll take him and see if we can get a tractor.
Stan insisted on taking the shepherd in search of a vehicle.
I was against it because it was breaking SOPs. Stan left his weapon and webbing with me. And I said, I'll be leaving this location at 6:30. If you're not back,
Location.
I'm going.
Going.
Hold on to it, Stan.
And I said, if you change your mind,
Going.
just shoot this guy and come back.
Come back.
By now, Andy and the rest of the team were approaching the border.
Approaching.
With no Iraqi patrols in sight, it looked as if the carjacking had paid off. Chris's situation was grim. It was nearly dawn, and Stan had not returned. He needed a place to hide.
I looked over my shoulder and there was a set of lights, and I thought, great, he must have gotten a vehicle, and he was right, and I was wrong. And within a short period of time, there was a second set of lights.
Chris knew he was in trouble.
First vehicle came to within about probably no more than 100 meters. I moved forward and put a burst into each vehicle. And then just basically turned around and then started legging it back in the direction that I'd been. There was nothing came out of them. There was no returning fire, nothing.
Chris Ryan was now on his own. Sergeant Andy McNabb and his men were 7 miles from Syria and safety.
7.
We had no definite sort of road system.
7.
So basically we were heading northwest. So as we drove along the road, if we came to a junction, whatever was going northwest or in that general direction, we'll take it and just keep on trying to get to that border. We eventually got within 11 kilometers of the border, where we got caught in a line of traffic for a vehicle checkpoint. Iraqi soldiers were moving down the line of trucks and oil tankers and vehicles.
Truck.
Eventually they would come to our taxi.
Taxi. Taxi. Taxi. Taxi. Taxi. Happy
and then
death.
we just started running, and we started running west to get out of the area and get towards the border. We, could almost taste the border.
Standing between the SAS and the border was the Euphrates River.
Once we get out of the confusion, stop, consolidate, so we can get over the border that night.
Exactly. 10 k's to the border. Okay, look.
Exactly.
Ricky, on me.
AC.
Come, let's go.
Fade.
Andy and Mark reconned the river, looking for the narrowest point.
Because we knew if we didn't cross it, we'd die. Far too much activity, far too much.
They discovered an Iraqi patrol on top of their position.
You.
At the sound of gunfire, the rest of the team scattered. Legs and Dinger ran out of ammunition. They decided to swim for it. Bob was forced into the open and gunned down. Legs and Dinger made it to the opposite bank of the Euphrates. The half-mile swim in freezing water nearly finished them both. Andy and Mark were now low on ammo themselves. They made a break for the tree line.
And as we came over the lip and started to move forward, we was opened up on from about 5 meters away.
Minute.
Andy's clip ran empty. Mark was hit.
Hi.
Now, Andy's only defense was the darkness.
I boxed around the position and then just carried on for the border.
On the opposite side of the river, Dinger dragged Legs Lane to an old farm shed. Legs was barely conscious.
Chair. Barrel.
He could go no further. A few minutes later, several Iraqis approached the shed.
Later.
Some of them carried AK-47s.
Them.
There was only one thing Dinger could do to save them both. He tried to escape, drawing the Iraqis away from the shed.
Good. Good. Okay. Okay.
Despite Dinger's sacrifice, Legs was too far gone. He died later that night.
Later.
Chris struggled to keep going.
Going.
I had still my M16 with 2 or 3 rounds and the ammunition. Basically, from that point, I was just legging it. I knew I needed to get some water. I hadn't drank in 2 days. And basically, the vast majority of that night was spent just heading towards the Euphrates.
Daylight forced Andy McNabb into hiding just 1.5 miles from the Syrian border.
So I got under a drainage culvert, which was basically a ditch with a 1/2-inch steel plate across it, which made a bridge. And all day there were vehicles moving over.
Last night's firefight had the Iraqis scouring the desert for miles around.
Mile. High.
They searched every possible hiding place.
Never. Never. Never.
And you could see boots come down and rifles poking in the culvert. 2 guys dragged me out, and they dragged me out. I was on my back.
AC. AC. AC.
As I looked, I could see the high ground of Syria, which I couldn't see because obviously I found the hiding place at the last light, so I didn't see it. So it was so close I could always taste it.
Andy was taken to a military camp near Baghdad. Iraqi intelligence had learned that over the last 5 days, British commandos had killed 250 of their soldiers.
Saul.
Now they wanted revenge. Andy knew the Iraqis would stop at nothing to uncover the SAS mission.
Cover. Cover.
Sergeant Andy McNabb of the British SAS had been captured behind enemy lines. He was taken to a military camp deep inside Iraq. He learned that two other members of his squad were also there. Stan had been caught trying to commandeer a vehicle. Dinger had risked capture to save his teammate, Legs Lane. Now, all three commandos faced torture by Iraqi interrogators.
Know
some things.
During the time in the interrogation center, certainly after the first 4 or 5 days, I thought there's no way we're going to get out of this. We're dead.
We're all soldiers here.
His training had prepared him for physical and psychological torture.
You've got to accept what's ever happened to you physically.
Sorry, I can't answer.
What you're trying to do is be the grey man, not be any obstruction, not try and be aggressive. You know, just trying to go with the flow and keep that mental integrity.
We're not making much progress, Andy.
Andy finally offered interrogators a cover story. They were medics, separated from their unit. The Iraqis weren't satisfied.
Go.
Chris Ryan was the only member of the team who had not been killed or captured.
Detected traffic light.
U.S. fighter jets were bombing a military installation near his position. The young medic was running out of time.
You not heaths.
At this point, I knew I was in trouble, the way my body was. I mean, I've smelled dead bodies before, and I've been on exercise where I haven't washed for 3 months, and your body gives a particular smell. Now, when I squeezed my fingernails, there was pus coming out of them. As I said, all my teeth were loose now. There was bleeding. My feet were in a dreadful state. The sores were open on my body. I was quite worried. I didn't know how far I could actually go on.
Syria.
At dawn, Chris approached a small farm.
You not heaths.
Syria. This is Syria.
Gas.
Gas.
Ero.
Hey.
Ero.
Chris Ryan had achieved the impossible.
Impossible.
Without food or clean water,
Impossible.
he walked 180 miles in 7 nights to reach the safety of Syria. At the same time, 3 of his teammates were being held in a prison near Baghdad.
Is not heath.
Prison.
Their situation was grim.
Add that to that call, please.
The cells were filthy and freezing.
I want to speak to officer.
The beatings came more often.
I want to speak to officer.
After 8 days of torture, Andy decided his men had held out long enough.
Torture.
I'm a member of a close observation platoon.
Andy told the officer a modified version of the truth. They already knew much of the information he gave them, and this helped verify his story.
Myself, Dinger, and Stan were put into the same cell. For me, it was fantastic. It was good as we had time to sort of debrief and try and work out what had happened.
In late January, Saddam Hussein revealed he was using U.S. and British POWs as human shields.
Hi.
He hoped to protect his military installations against air attacks. The U.S.-led coalition countered with the most intense ground war since Vietnam. In 2 short days, coalition troops demolished what was left of Hussein's army. The Iraqi dictator quickly conceded defeat. On February 26, 1991, he agreed to withdraw his troops from Kuwait completely. The coalition demanded the freedom of all POWs. The imprisoned SAS commandos were released 10 days later.
Later.
At the Red Cross station in Baghdad,
Later.
Andy was surprised to find Mark alive. He had only been wounded in the firefight. Five members of the team survived. 3 did not. Bob Consiglio, Vince Phillips, and Legs Lane were killed in action. The men of Bravo 20 risked everything to accomplish their mission. Their courage and their sacrifice will never be forgotten.
1.
Heath is 1.
A.
In the Pacific Northwest, tragedy would forever bind 3 women who would never meet. One disappeared just months before her wedding. Another vanished, leaving 2 children behind. A third survived her night of terror and spoke for the others she never knew. The hunt for a serial killer led FBI agents cross-country as they followed his deadly trail.
5. 5. 5. 5. 5. W. 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 W.
Save your changes or discard them.
The disappearance of young women triggered a search that spanned the Pacific Northwest. Even a massive media campaign failed to locate the drifter who first charmed, then killed them. As investigators followed his trail, he always stayed one step ahead. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. In a case that landed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list, agents hoped that the one victim the killer spared would help put him behind bars.
Kilo. High.
March 28th, 1987. LaRon Crowston left a party in the suburbs of Tacoma, Washington at 4 in the morning. He was looking forward to a day of fishing.
Come with me.
LaRon's fiancée, 22-year-old Robin Smith, decided to stay. She was having a good time.
Good.
Robin assured LaRon she'd be fine.
I love you. I love you too.
She would just get a ride home from someone she'd met at the party. After fishing all day Saturday, LaRon fell asleep, exhausted. He didn't wake up until early Sunday afternoon.
Robin!
He hadn't seen his fiancée, Robin, since the party 2 days earlier.
Robin!
Please report this error to help improve this software.
Concerned, the young man called Robin's mother.
You not Heaths.
Hello?
Yeah.
Edna Smith had assumed her daughter was with LaRon.
No, let me check. Just a minute. Robin?
She checked to see if Robin was in her old bedroom.
Robin? No, I haven't seen her.
Perhaps she'd come in late without being heard. LaRon told Edna not to worry.
Okay, I'll be there in...
Not to worry.
Maybe Robin had decided to spend the rest of the weekend at their friend's house.
Friend.
About an hour later, LaRon and Robin's brother arrived at the apartment.
Brother.
I don't guess they have any choice.
T.
With no sign of Robin, her family decided to call
Sign.
police.
Please report to Sarah to help improve this
Laurent
software.
joined the Smiths at their house to wait for detectives from the Pierce County Sheriff's Office.
Detective. Sheriff.
They were all worried. Robin had never done anything like this before.
2. Never.
They described Robin as a happy
Never.
young woman, though quiet.
Woman.
She worked long hours as a waitress, saving most of her money to help pay for her upcoming wedding. Detective Terry Wilson and his
Detective.
partner initiated an investigation.
Per information we received from her mother, Miss Smith, it was unlike Robin to have just walked up and taken off. She was engaged to get married. She was close to her family. And every time she ever went any place her family was, she usually told them where she was going to be at. And so this was unlike her.
Laurent Crouston told detectives about
Arena.
the last night he'd seen Robin.
Detective.
Early in the morning of March
Detective.
28th, Robin and Laurent hung out at a bar until it closed at 2 a.m. Some people they had met during the evening invited them to an after-hours
Dissolve.
party at their nearby apartment. The place was rented by
AC.
Elizabeth Glynn and Darren D. O'Neill. Laurent and Robin were having such a good time they didn't want it to end.
Detected traffic.
You.
You not.
The last place Laurent
You.
had seen Robin was at the party.
Before you got to the dinner, what time did you know?
Detective Wilson went to the duplex where the
Detective.
party had been held.
Detective surveillance.
Detective.
He found Elizabeth Glynn at home.
Detective.
Detected surveillance.
Detective.
She corroborated Laurent's story and told the detective that she had intended to drive Robin home.
Detective.
Detective surveillance.
Detective.
But as the night wore on, her plans changed.
I. Bye.
Darren seemed more interested in Robin, so Elizabeth remained in the kitchen and flirted with a man named Mike Prohoda.
Ho.
Elizabeth told the detective that she and Prohoda had made plans to meet
Detective.
later at his apartment, where they could be alone.
Lane.
Prohoda left the party first to avoid arousing Darren's suspicions.
Arena.
By daybreak, Darren D. O'Neill hardly seemed to notice.
It's westerns about
He was wrapped up telling Robin about his favorite author, Louis L'Amour, who wrote stories about the Wild West.
it's westerns though. About living off the
West.
land.
O'Neill was unemployed and talked about living off the
West.
land like the outdoorsman in L'Amour's books.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that one day.
Elizabeth had heard it all before.
You know a little more?
At about 8 a.m., she left the apartment to meet Prohoda. She told O'Neill and Robin she was going out to buy more beer.
B. B.
When she returned 24 hours later, O'Neill and Robin were gone. Elizabeth pointed out that she found several items missing from the apartment.
In searching the apartment, we found that there was a television that had been pulled out, and the television electrical cord had been removed. There was a couple of lamps from his girlfriend had told us that had extension cords on it. These were missing. A lot of his clothes were gone, and she specifically mentioned that there was a blanket that also was missing from the house.
Is this yours?
In a file box, Wilson also found Social Security cards with several different aliases.
Security. Mental.
They included the unusual name of Zebulon
Mental.
McCranahan.
Mental.
When Detective Wilson told his partner what he'd learned,
Detective.
Detective Walt Stout immediately suspected foul
Detective.
play.
Robin was left alone with Darren O'Neill, and something happened at that residence after that. It would be speculation that maybe Darren tried to come on to her physically or sexually. She may have rejected that, or there was something that happened there, and I believe she was probably assaulted in that house.
House.
Detectives next questioned Dennis Morrison,
Question.
O'Neill's friend and former employer.
Friend.
Morrison said O'Neill had worked for him as a carpenter.
When's the last time you saw him? It was last night. You asked me for a loan.
He said he had seen O'Neill just a few days earlier. It was Saturday afternoon, the day after the all-night party.
I'm running kind of low on cash, man. You ain't got about 30 bucks I can get from you, do you?
O'Neill stopped by to ask for traveling money.
Stop.
Stop.
He said he was
Money.
heading east over the Cascade Mountains. Morrison had no cash to give him.
You.
O'Neill was about to leave when Morrison realized he could write him a check. He went to O'Neill's car to make the offer. His friend seemed nervous and anxious to leave.
Friend.
Then a movement in the back of the car caught Morrison's eye. It looked like something was pushing against the back seat from inside the trunk. O'Neill told him it was his dog. He put it there to punish it. Before Morrison could say another word, O'Neill pulled away.
That's all he said.
Play.